but they don't have one in this case. But the Supreme Court shot him down and declined to put a stay on the proceedings.
Right, Shambhavi, let's now try and help our viewers understand what the case is all about. And Lalu Prasad Yadav, the former Bihar Chief Minister and also former Union Railway Minister, is in deep trouble. There are CBI charges against him. Criminal conspiracy planned and executed, a corrupt scheme to exchange jobs for land while serving as the railway minister, cheating and dishonest inducement according to IPC section 420. And this clearly goes on to say that Lalu deceived the Indian Railways by appointing unqualified candidates in return for personal land gains, forgery of documents. Another important charge against Lalu Yadav under IPC section 468 and 471. That means that Lalu and his team forged and used fake documents to regularize illegal appointments and property transfers. And the most important charge and the most prominent of them all is corruption and abuse of official position. And this has been charged under the Prevention of Corruption Act. Lalu Yadav abused his post as the railway minister to benefit his family by accepting shady land deals as bribes in exchange for jobs for unqualified people. Undervalued land transactions, Benami and money laundering angles are being probed by the CBI now. He acquired land in the names of family members at throwaway prices, hiding true ownership and also values. Now, these are the charges from the core of the CBI case against Lalu Prasad Yadav, and the legal shield that Lalu Yadav was requesting for has now been denied. In more news coming in from Patna, just a day after shootout incident in Patna's hospital, more CCTV images and videos of shooters have come to the fore. The killers continue to be on the run, and one particular grab, a still of the killers celebrating. There you see, that is the celebration after the shootout of Chandan Mishra, another gangster who has been named in multiple cases. And on the left side of your screens, you can see how the assailants have been given a free entry to the hospital with weapons. And these are armed assailants with guns in their hands, completely loaded. And they walk into Chandan Mishra's ward and they shoot him and they make away from this particular hospital scot-free. The security guards, the security lapse at the hospital is currently being investigated by the police. But most importantly, it's the complete collapse of law and order in Bihar, which is poll-bound, and this could spell serious trouble for the ruling dispensation. Back-to-back shooting incidents coming to light. Just a few days back, we told you about Gopal Khemka, a prominent businessman being shot right outside his residence in the heart of Bihar. And after that, another BJP leader was also shot at. And now we have a gangster, a gang war, open gang war inside a hospital. It's a public facility and also a very critical facility. But it seems like it's not just the law and order that has collapsed, but the security at the hospital was also completely exposed. Because how can 4 individuals completely loaded with arms enter a hospital, shoot somebody who is admitted in a hospital ward, and then escape? Moving on, viewers, in yet another significant milestone for the armed forces, India has successfully test-fired an upgraded version of its Akash missile defense system. The indigenous missile defense system successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, taking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces. And the Ministry of Defense has shared a post on its X handle confirming the landmark achievement and the successful test of Akash Prime. Here's more.
India on Thursday tested an upgraded version of its indigenous Akash missile defense system. The successful test firing of the upgraded missile defense system marked another significant milestone for the Indian Armed Forces. The new Akash Prime variant of the homegrown missile defense system was tested in the heights of Ladakh. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its official X handle saying that the new missile successfully took down 2 unmanned high-speed aerial targets, underlining its precision strike capability at high altitudes. A clip shared by the Defense Ministry showed the Akash Prime streaking the clear skies and striking its targets with pinpoint accuracy in the rugged heights of Ladakh. The Akash air defense successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, striking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces.
Big breaking news coming in. Changur Baba's link with Dawood Ibrahim has now been confirmed. It's a chilling nexus between foreign funding, the underworld, and also Changur Baba, who is the conversion Baba, a name now under surveillance, and he's directly linked to a hotel that has featured in intelligence reports for decades, the Awadh International Hotel right from Lucknow. And these are the revelations that have come to the fore. Changur Baba, Neetu and Naveen used to stay regularly in this particular hotel. Till a year ago, Changur Baba used to visit this hotel regularly, and this hotel is on the radar of the investigation agencies since the 90s. Interpol has taken its account every year, and this hotel's case is connected to Dawood Ibrahim. The owner of the hotel was late Haji Chacha, who has 2 hotels on Faizabad Road. Remember, this is exactly what Enforcement Directorate raided last night in Lucknow. Those were midnight raids carried out by Enforcement Directorate in Lucknow, and now a Lucknow link has also emerged, and this pertains to the hotel that Changur Baba and his close aides used to stay in often. And another chilling nexus between Changur Baba and Dawood Ibrahim has also been exposed. It has surfaced, and remember, we told you about the foreign funding. Probably it is the D gang that was funding these conversion operations of Changur Baba in Balrampur in Uttar Pradesh, and now this particular link has been established. It has been exposed, and what's more is the fact that a particular hotel in Lucknow is also under the lens. My colleague Raghwendra is joining me on the phone line. Raghwendra, Dawood gang link, a hotel in Lucknow, and a sinister design by Changur Baba. Tell us more about these operations and the explosive link that has been established.
जो है साल भर पहले जब वो लखनऊ उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में जाता था, वहां से कुछ उसको जो महत्वपूर्ण उसका काम रहता था, यदि उसको जिस तरह का वो पूरा एक रैकेट फैलाया था, लखनऊ में जो बातचीत करने जाता था तो होटल अवध में रुकता था। होटल अवध इंटरनेशनल, पहले उसका नाम सीमा पैलेस था, और सीमा पैलेस का जो सीधा जो एक संबंध है, कहा जा रहा है कि जो उसका मालिक है हाजी चचा, उसकी जो बड़ी बेटी है सीमा के नाम सीमा पैलेस था, और जो सीमा है उसका लिंक था दाऊद इब्राहिम के छोटे भाई से, उसकी या उसके भाई से शादी हुई थी। तो कहीं न कहीं दाऊद इब्राहिम हाजी चचा का दामाद लगता था रिश्ते में, और उसका इस तरह से कनेक्शन था कि हाजी चचा का जो रसूख था लखनऊ से लेकर मुंबई तक था। मुंबई में भी बहुत सारी प्रॉपर्टी है, यहाँ पर डायमंड होटल और अवध होटल था। तो इस होटल में अभी कुछ महीने पहले हाजी चचा का देहांत हो गया, लेकिन जो छांगुर का आना जाना था वो इसी अवध होटल में था। चूंकि 1992 यानी 90 के दशक में जब बम ब्लास्ट हुआ था, दाऊद इब्राहिम के का नाम आया था, उसमें कई लोगों की जान गई थी, तब इस होटल का नाम आया था। इस होटल की जांच हो रही थी, इंटरपोल भी जांच कर रही है, एजेंसियां भी जांच कर रही हैं, और लगातार हर साल यहां पर पूरा इसका वेरिफिकेशन किया जाता है जांच एजेंसियों के द्वारा। तो ये होटल 1990 के दशक से लेकर आज तक जांच एजेंसियों के टारगेट पे है। लेकिन उसी होटल में छांगुर जाता था नीतू के साथ और नवीन के साथ, वहां यहाँ पर घंटों मीटिंग करता था और उसका आना जाना कई बार हुआ है। अभी होटल में अगर जांच एजेंसियां जांच करेंगी तो छांगुर के आपको आधार कार्ड भी मिलेगा और रजिस्टर में छांगुर के नाम मिलेंगे। उस होटल में बाकायदे एंट्री मिलेगी कि कब आता था, कब जाता था, किसके साथ रुकता था, कितने रूम लेता था और कौन कौन उससे मिलने आता था, किससे किससे मोबाइल पर बात होती थी। सारा कनेक्शन निकल कर आ जाएगा, सारा कनेक्शन एक एक करके निकल आएगा कि जो अवध इंटरनेशनल होटल है, जो पहले सीमा पैलेस था, उस होटल से छांगुर का क्या संबंध है और उस होटल से दाऊद इब्राहिम का क्या कनेक्शन है, वो सारी चीजें निकल करके सामने आ जाएंगी। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो छांगुर का जो पहुंच है, अभी तक तो अतीक के साथ निकला, फिर मुख्तार अंसारी से निकला, अब इसकी पहुंच जो है वो इन सीमाओं से बाहर, भारत के सीमाओं से बाहर जो पाकिस्तान में जा छुपा बैठा है दाऊद इब्राहिम, वहां पर जाके पहुंच चुका है। तो पाकिस्तान का कनेक्शन पहले भी निकल कर आया था, जैसा कि अहमद ने खुलासा किया था, या अन्य बब्बू चौधरी यानी कि वसीउद्दीन ने जो खुलासा किया था रिपब्लिक भारत पे कि वो कनाडा भी गया था छांगुर, कनाडा से कनेक्शन उसका पाकिस्तान था, नेपाल था, अरब कंट्री, मिडिल ईस्ट, कई देशों से उसका कनेक्शन था। हवाला की जो फंडिंग हुई है, सैकड़ों करोड़ की जो फंडिंग हुई है, अवैध ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है, बोगस कंपनियां बनाई गई हैं और यहां पर जो आईटीआर भरा गया है उसमें जीरो दिखाया है, यानी कि करोड़ों का लेन देन, और भारत के आईटीआर में उसका जीरो मीनिंग, यानी ₹1 टैक्स नहीं देना है और करोड़ों का वारा।
Raghvendra, foreign funding is one of the probe angles of the probe agencies. Hawala networks are also being investigated. Now, possibly in these hotels that you mentioned, a money trail could also be established.
बिल्कुल, देखिए पूरी तरह से मनी ट्रेल का मामला है। अभी इसमें ईडी इन्वॉल्व है। कल ईडी यहां पर 14 ठिकानों पर देश के लगे, यानी 2 मुंबई महाराष्ट्र के 2 ठिकानों पर और खुद बलरामपुर के 12 और एक लखनऊ में भी, यानी 15 ठिकानों पर कल पूरी जांच चली है। 15 घंटे से ज्यादा जांच चली है। बलरामपुर के बाद देर रात में वहां पर एक कोर्ट के एक सरकारी कर्मचारी के यहां भी पूछताछ हुई है। तो सारा जो मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग का खेल है, मनी ट्रेल जो हुआ है, जिस तरह से पैसे का गमन है, आखिर इन पैसों से क्या धर्मांतरण होता था, क्या प्रॉपर्टी बनाई जाती थी, क्या यहां पे लैंड जिहाद होता था, या भारत के खिलाफ कुछ बड़ा षड्यंत्र यहां रचा जा रहा था? क्या यहां पे 10-15 साल की कोई योजना बनाई जा रही थी? आखिर नीतू इतनी पढ़ी लिखी हो कि क्यों एटीएस को बता रही है कि वो 7वीं पास है? नवीन क्यों बता रहा है कि वो 7वीं पास है, जबकि पूरा कागजात उनका यूएई से तैयार है, उनको अरब कंट्री की भाषा मालूम है, उनको फ्रेंकली में इंग्लिश लिखना और पढ़ना मालूम है, और इतना सब कुछ होने के बाद वीजा बना, पासपोर्ट बना, और ये अपने आप को 7वीं पास बता रहे हैं। ये किसको गुमराह कर रहे हैं? क्यों गुमराह कर रहे हैं? ये सारी चीजें अब आ जाएंगी, चूंकि ईडी इन्वॉल्व है। और आने वाले समय में जब तक इसमें एनआईए नहीं आएगी, जो एनआईए की एंट्री होगी, तभी देश विदेश की एजेंसियां लगेंगी, तभी सारा मामला निकल कर आएगा। नहीं तो ये सारा मामला सिर्फ ईडी इसको खंगाल ले या सारे मामले को सिर्फ एटीएस खंगाल ले, ये संभव नहीं है। ये जो जिस तरह का खेल आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसमें जब तक एनआईए इन्वॉल्व नहीं होगी, तब तक इसमें कुछ बहुत ज्यादा हासिल नहीं होने वाला है। जी,
That's right, Raghavendra. This case has taken an international turn with Dawood Ibrahim's links also now coming to the fore. Will NIA investigate Changur Baba's conversion racket? That's the big question. Now with that, let's now get you up to speed with all the top stories from across the nation in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Ahead of Independence Day, NSG is conducting a mock drill in and around Delhi's Connaught Place to test anti-terror preparedness. The mock drill started yesterday and will conclude today. People of Udupi in Karnataka are being evacuated on boats and are being taken to higher regions. Several houses have been flooded in the district after relentless rainfall, and heavy rainfall have caused rivers to overflow and flood residential localities. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has inaugurated Goa's first private solar-powered electric passenger cruise boat, MV L Rajgreen. He has stated that it is very important to use solar ferry boats in the inland waterways of Goa to conserve energy. He also said that the solar ferry boats can be used for tourism and water taxi purposes. We Viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Delhi schools continue to receive bomb threats. Today, St. Xavier's School was among the 4 to 5 schools that received bomb threats today. Emails were shot out to all these schools in the national capital. The bomb disposal squad, dog squad, and also Delhi police arrived at these schools. Let's now cut across to pictures coming in from Bihar. This is the Prime Minister who has arrived in Patna for a rousing welcome. And this is the Prime Minister now, who's all set to inaugurate projects worth over 7,200 crore rupees.
भारत माता की मोदी 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 भारत माता की भारत मोदी 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 मोदी।
तो आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरें मोतिहारी बिहार से, जहां प्रधानमंत्री के नाम का उद्घोष चल रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री का
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, Prime Minister's Patna rally coming straight up from the heart of Bihar. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल्दी और जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल्दी और जीरा सिप।
मोदी 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 मोदी। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। नरेंद्र मोदी जिंदाबाद। बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मोदी 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 मोदी।
Shows of the Prime Minister who is in Motihari in Bihar. He will be inaugurating and laying the foundation stone of multiple developmental projects worth rupees 7,200 crore. And remember, this comes just days before Bihar goes into election. Big infra push, in fact, for Bihar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in the poll-bound Bihar, currently holding a roadshow. In fact, it was just in the morning today when Prime Minister had tweeted on X, where he said that he will be in Motihari in Bihar. Development works worth rupees 7,200 crore will be dedicated to the nation, or their foundation stones would be laid. These works cover software, technology parks, 4 new Amrit Bharat trains, road projects and more. Now, according to a statement from the Prime Minister's office on Thursday, he will also address a public function. So after the roadshow, a rally is what is expected next. Address to the people. Prime Minister will also lay the foundation stone, inaugurate and dedicate to the nation developmental projects catering to rail, road, rural development, fisheries, electronics and information technology sectors. In line with this commitment to boost connectivity and infrastructure, Prime Minister will dedicate to the nation multiple rail projects. It includes automatic signalling between Samastipur-Bachwara rail line that enable efficient train operations in this section. Now, doubling of the Darbhanga-Talwara and Samastipur-Rambhadrapur rail line, part of Darbhanga-Samastipur doubling project worth over rupees 580 crore that will enhance the capacity of train operations and reduce delays. The Prime Minister will also lay the foundation stone for multiple rail projects. Rail projects include development of infrastructure for maintenance of Vande Bharat trains at Patliputra, automatic signalling on Batni-Chhapra Gramim rail line, which is nearly 114 km, to enable streamlined rail operations. Meanwhile, Darbhanga rail line doubling project worth rupees 4,080 crore to increase sectional capacity, enable operation of more passengers and freight trains, strengthen connectivity between North Bihar and the rest of the country. In a major boost to road infrastructure in the region, Prime Minister will also lay the foundation stone for a 4-laning of Ara bypass of NH 391 that connects Ara Mohania NH 319 and Patna Buxar NH 922, providing seamless connectivity and reducing the travel time. Prime Minister will also inaugurate the 4-lane Pararia to Mohania section of the NH 319 worth of rupees 820 crore, part of the NH 319 which connects Ara town to NH 02, the Golden Quadrilateral that will improve the freight and passenger movement. Among others are also a 2-lane with paved shoulder from Sarwan to Chakai of NH 333C, which will facilitate the movement of goods and people and act as a key link between Bihar and Jharkhand.
बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मोदी 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 Modi, 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 Modi. भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding a mega roadshow. Along with him is Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, Samrat Chaudhary as well. All right, Prakash, my colleague is joining me on the phone line on that. Prakash, this is a mega roadshow of the Prime Minister that comes just days ahead of Bihar goes into election. Talk to us about where is Bihar heading towards as far as the election is concerned. Prime Minister giving a major infra push to the state of Bihar.
Sir, this is Prime Minister's fourth visit to Bihar recently, and today it is being held in, the rally is being held in Motihari, the district headquarters of East Champaran district, where the adjoining districts of East Champaran, West Champaran, Shivar, Sitamarhi, as well as people from Muzaffarpur would also gather to give a big election push ahead of the forthcoming assembly elections in Bihar. And there are several mega projects that has to be announced ahead of the Bihar elections, which includes power sector, rural areas, agriculture, road sector, as well as some trains or the inauguration of some train destinations will also be done. So Prime Minister will take on the opposition as well, and in the presence of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and the host of Union Cabinet Ministers in the central government, and they will be taking head-on the opposition as well. But meanwhile, under the scanner is the law and order situation in Bihar. Immediately after Prime Minister's rally, it is expected that Lalu Yadav will also attack the Prime Minister as well as the state government leaders. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, also talk to us about the major developmental projects that Prime Minister is looking forward to inaugurate today.
That's what I said. The PM will give a major and mega push in the push for the roads, infrastructure, agriculture sector. New trains will be inaugurated from Patna as well. Vande Bharat trains are being inaugurated, as well as electricity, big push in the electricity sector when it comes to solar power, irrigation facilities. Those push will be given, and to the tune of 8,000 crore rupees, developmental projects will be initiated and inaugurated as well.
Right, Prakash. Thank you very much for sharing those details. On your screen are visuals of the Prime Minister, who's also with the Governor of Bihar, Arif Mohammad Khan. Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, is with him. Next up is Prime Minister's address to the public. With that, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking now. Almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the United States has designated Lashkar's proxy, the TRF, as foreign terrorist organization. Today, the United States Department of State has added the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. They have given a major slap on the face of the Pakistan. Remember, this comes just days after Asim Munir had met Donald Trump over dinner in the United States. TRF's footprint, remember, is not just in Pahalgam, but it is in several other cases, from Pahalgam massacre to Riyasi bus ambush to Anantnag encounter. TRF had his hands on most of the major terror attacks that happened in Jammu and Kashmir. And today, after India had declared that TRF is a terror organization, the United States has given a stamp on it, saying that yes, TRF is a terror organization. It has been globally recognized as a terror organization now, and the bloodied hands of the TRF can no longer be washed away. It is undeniable now. Pakistan's hand in the Pahalgam terror attack has now been exposed, first by India and now globally. Remember, it was just a few months back when it was the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, who had completely denied the role of TRF in the Pahalgam terror attack. However, today the United States has designated the Resistance Front as a proxy of Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba as a global terrorist group. The External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, in fact, had praised the United States' action, linking it to the deadly Pahalgam attack that had killed 26 civilians. India had welcomed the move of the United States to designate the Resistance Front a proxy of Pakistan-based terror group Lashkar-e-Taiba that was behind the Pahalgam attack as a global terrorist organization. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar described the Washington's decision, the Resistance Front, as a strong affirmation of India-United States counter-terrorism cooperation. In fact, in a social media post, he especially complimented the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio for designating the proxy of Pakistan-based LET. On that note, I'm also being joined by Major General Bishambar Dayal, a defense expert. General Dayal, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. This comes as a major victory as far as India and Pakistan is concerned. As far as India and United States ties are concerned, what India had already said before, that Pakistan is responsible for the dastardly Pahalgam attack, today has been proven by the United States, where they have given the global terrorist organization tag to the TRF.
Thank you for inviting me. Firstly, Indo and American relations over last 20 odd years have gone much beyond what you hear today in the media. They are much deeper. There are cooperation at different levels, and LET should have been actually long due. They have taken an absolutely correct action. US should have taken they've taken a correct action, and they should have taken it long ago. This is our belief, because Lashkar-e-Taiba is not only responsible for for producing, manufacturing, and mass-scale factory for terrorists to export to India, to try to destabilize J&K, to try and destabilize India. But they've also been evil force which has done terrorist act in other parts of the world. So they've done a very correct thing. And this not only, and I'm sure they should go a little more ahead. They should now try and not only LET, they should try and cut all the funds to Pakistan, because when funds land up in Pakistan of any nature, global, from any global institute, from World Bank, from anywhere, from IMF, from any source, they ultimately landed in the hands of their army. The army, ISI, and ISI then to terrorists. It's a factory, actually. So we must compliment US, and it has come at the right time. People were doubting Indo-Russian relations. Of course, there would be some give and take. I mean, America and India today are in the midst of, the ongoing, trade deal. I'm sure, but this is the most LET, Hizbul Mujahideen. These are all terrorist organizations which needs to be obliterated, actually, not only banned, and their leadership needs to be targeted. America should now join hands with India, with Indian forces, to target whatever remnants of LET and all these organizations are still there. I mean, Pakistan needs to, this is also in good. It's a very strong message. I mean, and there needs to be, we need to take it further, because otherwise this area will never have peace. India will always, J&K will always be targeted by these outfits, right? They will try and further destabilize, I would say, Afghanistan. They will reach out again to different countries because they sponsor, they export. They don't export goods. They don't export engineers. They export these people. So we had already eliminated large number of people during Op Sindhu from all the three outfits. But there are still remnants. There are still their leaders roaming around. So US, India, I think US done a very good thing, and I think we should all. It is time to applaud United States for taking a correct
absolutely.
step.
Like you were saying, in fact, it's a testament that Operation Sindoor is still continuing and it's far from over yet. General Dayal, thank you very much for speaking to us on that note. Quickly moving across to some other breaking news that we are getting in. Now, Republic TV has accessed the CCTV video of the bike-borne gangsters with pistols near Patna's Paras Hospital. In this video, one can see how a schoolgirl in uniform with school bag walking on the road, perhaps going to school. At counter 20, she sees the bike-borne gangster brandishing pistols. She returns back for a safe hideout. The moment she sees the second bike carrying the gangster crossing her way, she then sneaks to see if other bike carrying a gangster is also coming or not as she escapes. This tells the story about how law and order situation in the state capital has completely collapsed. There you see the girl is looking for a hideout as soon as she sees the bike-borne men. And this is the exact same footage of the bike-borne men who were seen inside the hospital in Patna, brandishing guns openly without the fear of law and order. The little girl who sees the bike-borne assailants moving around freely, celebrating their crime that they have just committed, brandishing guns out in the open, then goes for a hideout. These are the three key CCTV footages that Republic has accessed. CCTV number 1 shows how the armed men entered the hospital, opened fire on a patient, and this happened inside the hospital. Every man that you see on your screen, there were nearly 5 people who entered the hospital in Patna without the fear of law and order, no security checks done. They enter inside the hospital, take the guns out of their area, and now when they enter inside the hospital, they shoot a patient dead, after which is when they walk out freely. The second video is that of the celebration that we have. All right, 4 CCTV visuals on your screen. First one is of the assailants entering the room where they shot the patient dead. Second CCTV of them running after they have committed the crime. The third CCTV is of them outside the Paras hospital celebrating the crime that they have committed. And the fourth CCTV of them rushing to find a safe hideout. All right, Prakash is joining us live at the broadcast on that story. Prakash, the new CCTV footage completely shows how complete collapse of law and order in the state. A minor who has witnessed to all the incident, she's seen the accused brandishing guns out in the open, looks for a safe hideout.
Well, this is a story. No other channel has carried out this story from this angle. We can see from the CCTV footage as the girl child looks for a safe hideout. She was going to school. Once she sees a bike-borne assailant, 3 assailants, then she looks for a safe hideout, and she knows that the other bike-borne assailants are also coming. Then she quietly sneaks in to see whether there are other assailants or not. And when she is confirmed that there are no other assailants, then she goes to school. So once the law and order situation, law and order was the USP of Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, and he used to openly propagate that his main task was to bring back the girl child to schools, and he provided school uniforms, bags. But this picture today tells you the story of the fear psychosis among the children as well, school-going children. And this narrates the whole story as to what kind of law and order situation prevails in the state capital, Patna. Remember, this murder took place as a part of the gang war. Chandan Mishra was a notorious criminal who was shot down by 5 assailants inside the Paras hospital. We have all the CCTV footages now, and clearly shows the fact that how they were celebrating and brandishing openly pistols outside the Paras hospital, celebrating. This goes to show that the level of confidence they have, because no police can catch them. That's what they want to show. And they were not wearing a mask as well. You have the full picture of all the assailants led by Tausif, alias Badshah, in Patna. And till date, we have no information whether the arrests have been made or not. So this is an open challenge to the police system in Bihar. And this story of the girl clearly narrates the entire picture of the horror and the horrific and the nightmare that prevails among the people of Bihar, especially the women folks. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Please stay with us, Prakash, because we're getting in more breaking news coming in regard with the same story. There were the alleged shooter Tausif Khan Badshah's picture now is seen on a poster with Pashupati Paras's party. So is there a political link that has come out? We do not know yet. But Prakash continues to be with us on the broadcast on that note. Prakash, this picture that we're showing on our screens is of one of the accused who has been seen in a poster, which is that of Pashupati Paras's party. Is there a political link that is now emerging in the case?
Well, we've got the poster and the picture of Tausif alias Badshah on the posters of Pashupati Paras the parties. Now, we'll certainly ask them questions, but definitely somebody would have put the posters, Badshah would have put the posters, and that is why that exists there. So maybe Pashupati Paras party would have inducted him as a part of the member of the party of the RLJP Rambilas, RLJP party led by Pashupati Paras. There are 2 Lok Jan Shakti party, one led by Chirag Paswan and one led by Pashupati Paras. We'll certainly ask him questions, and these kind of posters and photographs do surface when certain criminals are involved in criminal activities. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, absolutely. Thank you very much for getting us those details. This comes as a major cause of concern as far as the law and order situation in Bihar is concerned. Bihar's Additional Director General of Police, Kundan Krishnan, has sparked a controversy after he claimed that the recent surge in murders across the state is linked to the lack of farm work before the monsoon. According to the ADG Krishnan, Bihar typically witnesses a rise in murders during April, May and June, the months when agricultural activities are at a standstill due to dry season.
हाल में जो काफी हुआ है कि शूटर्स कई हत्याएं हुई हैं होती पूरे बिहार में, और इस माह मई जून में ज्यादा मर्डर होते आई है वर्षों से। अप्रैल मई जून जब तक बरसात नहीं होती है ये सिलसिला जारी रहता है, क्योंकि ज्यादातर किसान को कोई काम नहीं रहता है। एक बरसात होने के बाद लोग कृषक समाज के लोग व्यस्त हो जाते हैं और घटनाएं घटती है, परंतु आप लोग के द्वारा, प्रेस के द्वारा हत्या पर हत्या, कुछ इस वर्ष चुनाव भी है तो राजनीतिक दलों के द्वारा भी इस पर ज्यादा नजरिया दिया गया है, तो उसको लेके भी हम लोग चिंतित थे कि हाँ, नवयुवक ज्यादा पैसा के लिए सुपारी किलिंग शुरू कर दिए हैं। तो एक नया सेल इसी माह हम लोग गठन किए हैं। वो सेल का काम होगा कि जितने हाल में जो काफी हुआ है कि शूटर्स कई हत्याएं हुई हैं, होती पूरे बिहार में, और इस माह मई जून में ज्यादा मर्डर होते आई है वर्षों से। अप्रैल मई जून जब तक बरसात नहीं होती है ये सिलसिला जारी रहता है, क्योंकि ज्यादातर किसान को कोई काम नहीं रहता है। एक बरसात होने के बाद लोग कृषक समाज के लोग व्यस्त हो जाते हैं और घटनाएं घटती है, परंतु आप लोग के द्वारा, प्रेस के द्वारा हत्या पर हत्या, कुछ इस वर्ष चुनाव भी है तो राजनीतिक दलों के द्वारा भी इस पर ज्यादा नजरिया दिया गया है, तो उसको लेके भी हम लोग चिंतित थे कि हाँ, नवयुवक ज्यादा पैसा के लिए सुपारी किलिंग शुरू कर दिए हैं। तो एक नया सेल इसी माह हम लोग गठन किए हैं। वो सेल का काम होगा कि जितने पूर्व के शूटर्स हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किलर्स, सुपारी जो लेते हैं, मारते हैं, वैसे लोगों का डाटा बैंक बनाएंगे और उन पर निगरानी रखेंगे। जेल से छूटने के बाद भी वो क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, डोजेज उनकी रहेगी और हम शेयर करेंगे हर जिला से, या जिला से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि इन पर निगरानी रखें।
The Prime Minister is in Bihar today. Bihar elections are approaching. It remains to be seen on how this case pans out to be for the Nitish Kumar government. Time for us to now shift to other stories. Mumbai police has arrested two people in connection with the scuffle that took place inside Vidhan Bhavan premises in the Maharashtra's capital. A case was registered at Marine Drive police station. Two accused named Nitin Deshmukh and Rishikesh Takle were taken into custody late at night. Immediately after the incident, the Chief Minister has assured strict action in the case. Visuals of the scuffle are on your screen that took place in Vidhan Bhavan yesterday. Supporters of the Nationalist Congress Party sat on a protest outside Mumbai's Marine Drive police station in the early hours of Friday over the clash that broke out outside the Maharashtra Assembly between supporters of the BJP MLA Gopichand Padalkar and NCP-SCP leader Jitendra Awad. The NCP-SCP MLA Rohit Pawar and Jitendra Awad were among the protesters who were demanding the release of activist Nitin Deshmukh, who was taken into police custody. They also demanded the arrest of the accused involved in the scuffle. Now, it was while speaking to the media where Pawar alleged that Awad had received a threat SMS on his phone after the scuffle. The recent brawl in the Maharashtra Assembly has raised concern. The Mumbai police has now arrested two people in the connection. The arrest comes nearly 12 hours after the scuffle broke out at the Vidhan Bhavan. Time for us to now step into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of how there have been back-to-back instances of how middle-class people have come under the wheels of the rich people. Also, after the break, India welcomes the United States' move to tag TRF as terror group, says zero tolerance towards terrorism.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Supreme Court declines to entertain Lalu Yadav's plea against High Court order refusing a stay on trial court proceedings in the alleged land for jobs scam. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by US. White House confirms what India said, TRF equals Pak terror. India welcomes US's move to tag TRF as foreign terror group, says zero tolerance for terrorism. Middle class run over by rich yet again. In Gandhinagar, BMW car kills one. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside Patna hospital seen celebrating moments after the shootout. Republic crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. Arnab is the primetime king once again, and Super Primetime Max breaches the 90% mark. A very good afternoon, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Today we ask how many more ordinary, hardworking citizens have to die on our roads while the rich, reckless and the powerful race through our streets with no fear of the law. We say this because yesterday morning, in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar, a middle-aged man stepped out of his home. Just like every other day, he rode his humble Activa, maybe heading to work, maybe running an errand. We'll never know, because before he could reach his destination, his journey was ended brutally by a speeding BMW. Yes, a luxury car, a vehicle that costs more than what many earn in a lifetime. Behind the wheel was a man, locals say, who was drunk, intoxicated, not just on alcohol, but maybe on arrogance as well, on entitlement, on the belief that rules don't apply to those who can afford to break them. And this is a case, a trend that continues in India, across the country. The latest coming in from Gandhinagar, where another rich brat driving a BMW under the influence of alcohol mows down a middle-aged man. We have Gopi joining us live. Gopi, the accused has been arrested. In fact, locals are claiming that he was intoxicated when the incident took place. Tell us about the investigation so far.
Well, in fact, Deepak, this is Vatsal Karya, and if you speak of this person, Vatsal Karya, he is the resident of Rajkot. He was at his in-laws' place who are based in Gandhinagar, and this accident happened yesterday morning at around 6:30 a.m. wherein the one who lost his life was on Activa, and he went out to get milk for his house, and while returning back home, this accident happened. While if you talk about the mention of sections in the FIR, it is Motor Vehicles Act 177, 183 and 184 has been imposed, which focuses on the rash and negligent driving. These are the charges of rash and negligent driving, while as per section 173 of BNS, the case has been registered. What we have understood from the locals around and from the sources there is that they are claiming that the driver was drunk. Hence, the blood sample reports blood samples have been collected by the police, and the reports might be out by today evening or so. We will have to see how this investigation pans out. But as of now, the accused is has been arrested yesterday itself from that very location. Back to you.
That's right, Gopi. Thank you for joining me with those details. Blood samples have been procured. It has been sent for testing. The results will be out this evening. Now, moving on, viewers, a video of NCP SEP MLA Jitendra Awad has been posted by Nitesh Rane, where he is seen misbehaving with a journalist. And this comes just a day after the heated exchange between Awad and BJP MLA Padalkar right outside the legislature. And all of this that you can see on your screens happened in the State Assembly, outside in the premises but of the Maharashtra Assembly. There you can see this was the scuffle, and Mumbai police has initiated action. Individuals have been arrested, and just a day after that, Jitendra Awad once again, arrogantly pushes away a journalist, manhandles him for just recording a video of his reaction. In fact, we have Sanjay Nirupam also joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Nirupam. In Maharashtra, opposition leaders are time and again seen behaving arrogantly. MNS workers on the streets, assaulting shopkeepers for not speaking Marathi. And in the assembly premises, you have Jitendra Awad, NCP leader, manhandling a journalist. How do you look at the state of affairs?
This is very unfortunate. And Mr. Awad is an MLA, और एक MLA को कम से कम संयम बरतना चाहिए, एक अच्छा व्यवहार करना चाहिए. जिस तरीके से ये पूरे दो MLA के कार्यकर्ताओं में मारामारी हुई है विधानसभा के प्रीमाइसेस में, वो बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है. मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि इनके कार्यकर्ताओं को विधानसभा के प्रीमाइसेस में जाने कैसे दिया जाता है. कहीं ना कहीं इस पर रोक लगनी चाहिए. ज्यादा से ज्यादा एक MLA और उसके जो ऑफिशियल PA होंगे वो जा सकते हैं. लेकिन इसकी शुरुआत जो मैंने समझा कि जितेंद्र अवाड ने किया था, उसने बीजेपी के MLA के खिलाफ सरेआम बहुत ही बुरी बातें कही, और वो भी विधानसभा के प्रीमाइसेस में. उसके बाद बीजेपी के MLA ने रिएक्ट किया, और उसके बाद कल ये सब हुआ. तो जो कुछ हो रहा है ये शोभा नहीं देता है. ये जो चुने हुए प्रतिनिधियों को कम से कम आत्मसंयम से पेश आना चाहिए, और इस तरह की बातें अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के जरिए एक दूसरे पे हमला. उसके बाद जिस तरीके से अवाड ने पत्रकार पर हमला किया, एक पत्रकार क्या है बेचारा, वो एक संदेश वाहक है, एक मैसेंजर है. बेसिकली जो हो रहा है उसको रिपोर्ट करता है, लेकिन जिस तरीके से उसके ऊपर हाथ चलाया उन्होंने, वो वीडियो मैंने भी देखा है, बहुत ही गलत लगा. और एक लोक प्रतिनिधि से इस प्रकार के आचरण की उम्मीद नहीं की जा सकती है, जिसकी निंदा करते हैं, निषेध करते हैं.
Sanjay Nirupam ji, what is it that's driving this mindset? Is it arrogance, or is it VVIP entitlement, or is it the feeling, is it the mindset that, they can do anything and everything and they will go unnoticed by law? What is happening in the Maharashtra opposition camp?
This is arrogance. Out and out it is arrogance, and that gentleman from Mumra is basically a very arrogant person, and he always behaves with the people very arrogantly. And that is why he just forgot that he is, first of all, he is a honorable member of Legislative Assembly, and he should behave properly with the people, whether they are from media side or anybody. So this kind of people, they don't have power, but the way they are behaving, and you can imagine if they get power, then how they are going to behave with the people. So we condemn it, and we must condemn it, and they should correct their behavior.
That's right. बहुत धन्यवाद Sanjay Nirupam ji for those insights, and that was Shiv Sena leader speaking to Republic and also condemning the back-to-back incidents of NCP leaders. Now moving on, viewers, let's get you up to speed with the top stories that we are tracking from across the nation in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A fire has broken out at a scrap warehouse in Gumidipundi Sipcot Industrial Estate located in Tiruvallur of Tamil Nadu. Operations to douse the fire are underway. One person died and 2 were injured after a portion of an abandoned school collapsed in Ranchi of Jharkhand. The school is located in the Piska More area. As per reports, 1 person has died and 2 have suffered injuries in the incident, and the injured have been admitted to the Sadar hospital. Some people took shelter in this abandoned building at night, and as per initial report, 3 people were inside the building when the incident took place. Officials have stated that more than 20 schools in Delhi have received bomb threats in the last few days. The police have said that the Richmond Global School in Delhi's Paschim Bihar area has reportedly been getting bomb threats. The fire department, Delhi police and BDS teams have been rushed to the spot upon receiving information. Viewers, elaborating on the bomb threats to schools in the national capital, over the last few days, over 40 schools in Delhi have received bomb threat emails, triggering swift response from Delhi police and the fire services. And this is the 4th consecutive day in which schools in the national capital continue to receive bomb threats. And the threat email marked to 45 different schools claim that several explosives have been placed inside the classrooms and that he wishes no one survives. The sender, the source of these emails, the IP address and the location is all being probed by the Delhi Police cyber cell. But what we understand is that the bomb threat emails have sparked panic and chaos across schools. Evacuation orders were issued and the schools were completely screened and sanitized. We have Akhil joining us live. Akhil, 4th consecutive day, over 40 schools receiving bomb threats. Delhi Police Cyber Cell is now trying to identify the IP address and the sender of these threatening emails. As far as the investigation is concerned, give us an update, Akhil.
Well, that's right, Deepak. If you see for the last 4 days, what we have been seeing that the panic has struck among parents as well as students across several schools in the national capital. Because what we have been seeing that last night, even at around 10:52 p.m., one of the prominent schools in the national capital, Richmond Global School, has received a bomb-threatening email. A few moments back, I spoke to the principal of Richmond Global School, and she has confirmed this, that she have received that mail, and after that, they have informed the Delhi Police team. A PCR call was made. After that, Delhi Police team arrived over there. The Delhi Fire Service team also arrived over there. The bomb disposal squad, the dog squad also arrived over there. And after a thorough investigation and after the thorough combing process, they have found out nothing suspicious from the school premises. And if you see, Deepak, what we have been seeing that not only Richmond Global School, apart from that, what we have been seeing, Navy School in Chanakyapuri, CRPF School in Dwarka region, St. Thomas School in Sector 19, Sardar Patel School, St. Thomas School in Vasant Vihar area, Vasant Valley School in Vasant Kunj, Mother International School in Haus Khas area. So these are the prominent schools that have received bomb-threatening emails. And what we have also seen that one more college in Delhi University, which is St. Stephen's College, that has also received a threatening mail regarding bomb being planted into the college premises. So far what we have been seeing that this morning, more than 5 schools have initially got a mail regarding this very development. And overall, if you see the latest input that we have got from the Delhi police, that in the last 3 to 4 days, they have received over 40 different calls regarding bomb being planted into the school premises. And after that, such operation was continued by the Delhi police team and the Delhi Fire Service team, and they have found out nothing suspicious in those schools after thorough screening of the premises of the school complexes and the college complex in St. Stephen's in University of Delhi. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Akhil, for joining me with those insights. The lens is now on mischief mongers who are sending these threatening emails. The source and IP address of these mails are being ascertained. In yet another significant milestone, viewers, for our armed forces, India has successfully test-fired an upgraded version of its Akash missile defense system. The same defense system manufactured indigenously, and this was successful in repelling Pakistan's attempt to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, taking down missiles and also drones launched by the enemy forces. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its X handle confirming the landmark achievement. Here's a brief report.
India on Thursday tested an upgraded version of its indigenous Akash missile defense system. The successful test firing of the upgraded missile defense system marked another significant milestone for the Indian Armed Forces. The new Akash Prime variant of the homegrown missile defense system was tested in the heights of Ladakh. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its official X handle saying that the new missile successfully took down 2 unmanned high-speed aerial targets, underlining its precision strike capability at high altitudes. A clip shared by the Defense Ministry showed the Akash Prime streaking the clear skies and striking its targets with pinpoint accuracy in the rugged heights of Ladakh. The Akash air defense successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, striking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. But on the other side, we'll tell you about the legal shield that has been denied by the Supreme Court as it refuses to entertain Lalu Yadav's plea against High Court order refusing stay on trial court proceedings in the alleged land for job scam. Along with that, the focus will be on Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam, now called out by the US. White House confirms what India said: TRF equals Pakistan terror. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
News coming in, viewers. ED has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's son has been arrested by the probe agency, Enforcement Directorate. Remember, earlier today, Enforcement Directorate raided the premises of Baghel family, and just hours after the raid, now an arrest has been made. The Enforcement Directorate has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son on charges of money laundering, because Enforcement Directorate probes PMLA cases, and this is a major crackdown on former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's son, as it has now come to light that Enforcement Directorate has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking. Chaitanya Baghel has been arrested from his Bilai residence, which was raided earlier today. And what we have to understand here is that these raids could possibly be linked to the liquor scam in Chhattisgarh. We are awaiting more information on the arrest made by Enforcement Directorate. And what we understand is that this is a major crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate. It carried out searches on the home of the Congress leader, the former Chief Minister, who shares the residence with his son Chaitanya Baghel, and he claimed that the action was taken to stop him from asking questions in the assembly. This after the Enforcement Directorate conducted searches at his home, and this particular house is shared by his son as well. And the raids were in connection with an alleged 2,000 crore liquor scam. The home in Durg district's Bihar was being searched under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act based on the receipt of fresh evidence in the case. The central agency has alleged that the syndicate of government officials, politicians and others conspired to ensure the state-run company procured country liquor only from distributors who would pay a commission. In fact, our senior editor Aishwarya Kapoor is joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, if you could help our viewers understand the circumstances of the arrest.
Well, at this point of time, there are multiple cases in which Chaitanya Baghel and the former Chief Minister, his father, Bhupesh Baghel, is being questioned by the ED. We've seen several raids at the former Chief Minister's residence, but this time around, from his Bhilai residence, his son, Chaitanya Baghel, has been arrested. I repeat, from his residence, Chaitanya Baghel has been arrested by the ED from his Bhilai residence. This is in regard to, as you were just referring, Deepak, regarding the liquor scam. So from Delhi to Chhattisgarh, liquor scam seems to be the favorite as far as the leaders are concerned. But this time around, the chickens are coming home to roost. And the ED has just arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son just few minutes prior. Today in the morning at around 9:15, the ED team, which consisted of around 8 officers and 1 DCP level officer, entered the Bhilai residence of Bhupesh Baghel, where Chaitanya Baghel was present. They were tracking Chaitanya Baghel, and now Chaitanya Baghel at this very point of time is in ED's arrest. What we are being told, they will take him to the local ED office. From that, transit remand will be taken in, and then he will be brought in to Delhi soon enough for question. A senior level officer will be questioning, but at this point of time, the latest which is coming in is that Chaitanya Baghel, who is the son of the former Chief Minister, Bhupesh Baghel, and a senior Congress leader, has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in a corruption scam. Back to you.
That's right, Aishwarya. The Enforcement Directorate has alleged a syndicate involving state officials, politicians, excise department personnel. They accused them of setting up a parallel liquor distribution system between 2019 and 2022, allowing unaccounted liquor sales and evading official duty. Now, the Enforcement Directorate suspects that Chaitanya Baghel was a recipient of the proceeds of crime. That is, he allegedly received money generated from the illegal liquor operations. Searches on his Bhilai residence, also shared by his father, are based on new evidence recently obtained by the probe agency. Now, previously, the raids took place in March this year, and these were part of the ongoing PMLA investigation. All actions are being taken under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, indicating that ED is now focusing on the money trail, asset movement, proceeds of crime associated with liquor sale irregularities. Enforcement Directorate suspects that Chaitanya Baghel, who has been arrested now, was an alleged recipient of the proceeds of crime to the tune of thousands of crores. And Chaitanya Baghel may be formally named in the enforcement case information report. In fact, we have Bhupesh Baghel's reaction coming in. Let's listen in.
पिछले समय 2023 में मेरे जन्मदिन में ईडी भेजा गया था। अब आज तो विधानसभा में अडानी का मामला उठना है और अपने मालिक को खुश करने के लिए मोदी और शाह ने ईडी मेरे घर भेज दिया है। हम लोग डरने वाले नहीं हैं, न झुकने वाले हैं। ये कितना भी ताकत लगा ले, भूपेश बघेल न टूटेगा न झुकेगा। लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, ये सत्य की लड़ाई है। पूरे देश में विपक्ष के नेताओं को ये टारगेट करके रखे हैं, दबाने की कोशिश, तोड़ने की कोशिश, प्रजातंत्र की हत्या करने की कोशिश इन एजेंसियों के माध्यम से। एक तरफ बिहार में इलेक्शन कमीशन के माध्यम से मतदाताओं को काटा जा रहा है, वहाँ
भैया मेरे ही कड़े जाएगा प्रजातंत्र की चीरहरण कर रहा है, तो दूसरे तरफ विपक्ष के नेताओं को दबाने के लिए ईडी, आईटी, सीबीआई, डीआरए उपयोग कर रहे हैं।
Well, that was the former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister decrying the arrest of Chaitanya Baghel, calling it politically motivated. He also claims that he was about to raise a matter pertaining to Adani, and just ahead of the assembly session, Bhupesh Baghel claims that these are politically motivated actions of the Enforcement Directorate. Now there you can see, with a heavy security cover, Bhupesh Baghel's son, Chaitanya Baghel, is being whisked away by the Enforcement Directorate officials. As you can see on your screens, the man inside the car, along with ED sleuths, is Chaitanya Baghel. And the Enforcement Directorate alleges that Chaitanya was the recipient or the main beneficiary of illicit proceeds from a massive liquor scam that took place between 2019 and 2022. And Enforcement Directorate also suspects that the funds involved are estimated at around 2,100 to 2,500 crore rupees, representing unaccounted liquor sales, funds procured by evading duties, and funds procured through illegally routed members of the syndicate, including Chaitanya. And these raids were also conducted in March as well. But today's raids come after Enforcement Directorate claimed that there is fresh evidence in this entire matter. ED's PMLA action is linked to a separate FIR by the state's Anti-Corruption Bureau, or the Economic Offences Wing, that was filed in January 2024, naming around 70 individuals, including politicians, IAS, ITS officers, excise officials, like the former excise minister, Kawasi Lakma, and now Chaitanya Baghel could be named officially in the ECIR. And like our senior editor was saying, Chaitanya Baghel could be brought to the national capital as the investigation progresses in the liquor scam case of Chhattisgarh, which involves politicians, influential figures, and also IAS officers receiving proceeds of crime. And Enforcement Directorate has arrested Chaitanya Baghel. This is the crackdown under PMLA.
यही सोच थी कि कैसे गरीब के हक का पैसा लूट ले, लेकिन बिहार असंभव को भी संभव बनाने वाले वीरों की धरती है, परिश्रमियों की धरती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कि मकान मालिक को ही उठवा लिया जाएगा। ऐसे आरजेडी वाले कभी आपको पक्का घर नहीं दे सकते। साथियों, आज बिहार आगे बढ़ रहा है तो इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी ताकत बिहार की माताओं बहनों की है। और मैं आज देख रहा था, लाखों बहनें हमें आशीर्वाद दे रही थी। ये दृश्य दिल को छूने वाला था। एनडीए द्वारा उठाए जा रहे एक एक कदम का महत्व बिहार की माताएं बहनें, यहां की महिलाएं अच्छी तरह समझती है। यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में माताएं बहनें आई हैं। आप याद करिए, जब आपको 10 रुपया भी अगर आपके पास है तो छिपा करके रखना पड़ता था। न बैंकों में खाता होता था, न कोई बैंकों में घुसने देता था। गरीब का स्वाभिमान क्या होता है, ये मोदी जानता है। मोदी ने बैंकों से कहा, गरीब के लिए दरवाजे कैसे नहीं खोलेंगे, और हमने इतना बड़ा अभियान चलाकर जनधन खाते खुलवाए। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ मेरे गरीब परिवार की महिलाओं को हुआ। बिहार में भी करीब 3.5 करोड़ महिलाओं के जनधन खाते खुले। इसके बाद हमने सरकारी योजनाओं का पैसा सीधा इन खातों में भेजना शुरू किया। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही मेरे मित्र नीतीश जी की सरकार ने, और अभी घोषणा भी कर रहे थे, वृद्ध, दिव्यांग और विधवा माताओं को मिलने वाली पेंशन को 400 रुपये से बढ़ाकर 1100 रुपये महीने प्रति के हिसाब से कर दिया। ये पैसा सीधे आपके बैंक खाते में ही तो जाएगा। पिछले 1.5 महीने में ही बिहार के 24,000 से ज्यादा स्वयं सहायता समूहों को 1,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की मदद भेजी गई है। ये भी इसलिए हो पाया क्योंकि माताओं बहनों के पास आज जनधन खातों की ताकत है। साथियों, नारी सशक्तिकरण के इन प्रयासों के जबरदस्त परिणाम भी आ रहे हैं। देश में, बिहार में लखपति दीदी की संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। देश में हमने 3 करोड़ बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। अब तक 1.5 करोड़ बहनें लखपति दीदी बन चुकी हैं। हमारे बिहार में भी 20 लाख से ज्यादा लखपति दीदी बनी है। आपके चंपारण में ही 80,000 से ज्यादा महिलाएं स्वयं सहायता समूह से जुड़कर लखपति दीदी हुई है। साथियों, आज यहां 400 करोड़ रुपए का सामुदायिक निवेश फंड भी जारी किया गया है। ये पैसा नारी शक्ति की शक्ति को बढ़ाने में काम आएगा। यहां नीतीश जी ने जो जीविका दीदी योजना चलाई है, उसने बिहार की लाखों महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का रास्ता बना दिया है। साथियों, भाजपा और एनडीए का विजन है, जब बिहार आगे बढ़ेगा तभी देश आगे बढ़ेगा, और बिहार तब आगे बढ़ेगा जब बिहार का युवा आगे बढ़ेगा। हमारा संकल्प है समृद्ध बिहार, हर युवा को रोजगार। बिहार के नौजवानों को बिहार में ही रोजगार के ज्यादा से ज्यादा मौके मिले, इसके लिए बीते वर्षों में यहां तेजी से काम हुआ है। नीतीश जी की सरकार ने यहां लाखों युवाओं को पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ सरकार में नियुक्ति भी दी है। नीतीश जी ने अभी बिहार के नौजवानों को रोजगार के लिए भी नए निश्चय भी लिए हैं। केंद्र सरकार कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर उनका साथ दे रही है। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले केंद्र सरकार ने एक बड़ी योजना को मंजूरी दी। इस योजना के तहत प्राइवेट कंपनी में पहली बार नियुक्त पाने वाले, जिसको पहली बार मौका मिलेगा, उसको 15,000 रुपया केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से दिया जाएगा। कुछ दिनों बाद 1 अगस्त से ही ये योजना लागू होने जा रही है। इस पर केंद्र सरकार 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया खर्च करने वाली है। नए नौजवानों को नया रोजगार, इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ बिहार के नौजवानों को भी होगा। साथियों, बिहार में स्वरोजगार को बढ़ावा देने के लिए मुद्रा योजना जैसे अभियानों को और गति दी गई है। पिछले 2 महीने में ही बिहार में मुद्रा योजना के तहत लाखों लोन दिए गए हैं। यहां चंपारण के भी 60,000 युवाओं को स्वरोजगार के लिए मुद्रा लोन मिला है। साथियों, आरजेडी के वो लोग आपको कभी रोजगार नहीं दे सकते। जो लोग रोजगार देने के नाम पर आपकी जमीनें अपने नाम लिखवा लेते हैं, आप याद रखिए, एक और लालटेन का दौर वाला बिहार था, एक और ये नई उम्मीदों की रोशनी वाला बिहार है। ये सफर बिहार ने एनडीए के साथ चलकर पूरा किया है। इसलिए बिहार का संकल्प अटल, बिहार का संकल्प अटल, एनडीए के साथ हर पल, एनडीए के साथ हर पल। साथियों, बीते वर्षों में जिस तरह बिहार में नक्सलवाद पर प्रहार हुआ है, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा लाभ बिहार के युवाओं को मिला है। चंपारण, औरंगाबाद, गया जी, जमुई जैसे जिलों को वर्षों तक पीछे रखने वाला माओवाद आज अंतिम सांसें गिन रहा है। जिन इलाकों पर माओवाद का काला साया था, आज वहां के नौजवान बड़े सपने देख रहे हैं। हमारा संकल्प है कि हम भारत को नक्सलवाद से पूरी तरह मुक्त करके रहेंगे। साथियों, ये नया भारत है। अब भारत मां भारती के दुश्मनों को सजा देने के लिए जमीन आसमान एक कर देता है। बिहार की इसी धरती से मैंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का संकल्प लिया था और आज उसकी सफलता पूरी दुनिया देख रही है। साथियों, बिहार के पास न सामर्थ्य की कमी है और न ही संसाधन की। आज बिहार के संसाधन बिहार की प्रगति का माध्यम बन रहे हैं। आप देखिए, एनडीए सरकार के प्रयासों के बाद से ही मखाना की कीमतें कितनी बढ़ी हैं, क्योंकि हमने यहां के मखाना किसानों को बड़े बाजार से जोड़ा। हम मखाना बोर्ड का गठन कर रहे हैं। यहां केला, लीची, मरचा चावल, कटारनी चावल, जर्दालू आम, मगही पान, अभी ऐसे कितने ही उत्पाद और हैं जो बिहार के किसानों को, बिहार के युवाओं को दुनिया भर के मार्केट से जोड़ेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, किसानों के उत्पाद और उनकी आय को बढ़ाना हमारी प्राथमिकता है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि योजना के तहत अब तक करीब 3.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया किसानों को दिए गए हैं। यहां अकेले मोतीहारी में ही 5 लाख से ज्यादा किसानों को 1,500 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा मिले हैं। साथियों, न हम नारों तक अटकते हैं, न हम वादों तक सिमटते हैं, हम तो काम करके दिखाते हैं। जब हम कहते हैं कि हम पिछड़ों, अति पिछड़ों के लिए निरंतर काम कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमारी नीतियों में भी, निर्णयों में भी नजर आता है। एनडीए सरकार का तो मिशन ही है हर पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता, हर पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता, चाहे पिछड़ा क्षेत्र हो या पिछड़ा वर्ग हो, हमारी सरकार की वो पहली प्राथमिकता है। दशकों तक हमारे देश में 110 से ज्यादा जिलों को पिछड़ा कहकर छोड़ दिया गया था। वो जाने, उनका नसीब जाने, ये हाल कर दिया था। हमने इन जिलों को प्राथमिकता दी। पिछड़े जिले के बजाय उन्हें आकांक्षी जिला बनाकर इनका विकास किया, यानी पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता। हमारे देश के सीमावर्ती गांवों को भी आखिरी गांव कहकर छोड़ दिया गया था। हमने इन आखिरी कहे जाने वाले गांवों को, वहां के विकास को प्राथमिकता दी और हमने नाम ही, व्याख्या ही बदल दी। वो आखिरी नहीं, वो देश का पहला गांव है, यानी पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता। दशकों तक हमारा ओबीसी समाज ओबीसी कमीशन को संवैधानिक दर्जा दिए जाने की मांग कर रहा था। ये काम भी हमारी ही सरकार ने किया। हमारे आदिवासी समाज में भी जो सबसे पिछड़े थे, सरकार ने उनके लिए जनमन योजना शुरू की। अब इनके विकास के लिए 25,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए जा रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं, जो पिछड़ा है वो हमारी प्राथमिकता है। अब इसी भावना से एक और बहुत बड़ी योजना शुरू की जा रही है। 2 दिन पहले ही केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल ने प्रधानमंत्री धन धान्य कृषि योजना को मंजूरी दी है। इस योजना के तहत कृषि के मामले में सबसे पिछड़े 100 जिलों को चिन्हित किया जाएगा। ये ऐसे जिले होंगे जहां खेती से जुड़ी संभावनाएं तो भरपूर है, लेकिन पैदावार और किसानों की आय के मामले में ये जिले अभी भी पीछे हैं। इन जिलों के किसानों को इस योजना के तहत प्राथमिकता देकर मदद दी जाएगी। यानी पिछड़े को प्राथमिकता। इसका सीधा लाभ देश के करीब 1.25 करोड़ किसानों को होगा और इसमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या मेरे बिहार के किसान भाई बहनों के रहने वाली है। साथियों, आज यहां रेल और सड़क से जुड़ी हजारों करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाओं का उद्घाटन और शिलान्यास हुआ है। इन परियोजनाओं से बिहार के लोगों को बहुत सुविधा हो जाएगी। देश के अलग अलग रूट पर अमृत भारत एक्सप्रेस को हरी झंडी दिखाई गई है। मोतिहारी बापू धाम से दिल्ली आनंद विहार तक भी अब सीधे अमृत भारत एक्सप्रेस चलेगी। मोतिहारी रेलवे स्टेशन भी अब नए रूप में नई सुविधाओं के साथ तैयार हो रहा है। दरभंगा नरकटियागंज रेल लाइन का दोहरीकरण होने से यह रूट पर यात्रियों को बहुत सुविधा हो जाएगी। साथियों, चंपारण की धरती का जुड़ाव हमारी आस्था और संस्कृति से भी है। राम जानकी पथ मोतिहारी के 70 घाट, केसरिया, चकिया, मधुबन से होकर गुजरने वाला है। सीतामढ़ी से अयोध्या तक जो नई रेलवे लाइन तैयार हो रही है, उससे श्रद्धालु चंपारण से अयोध्या जाकर दर्शन कर सकेंगे। इन सारे प्रयासों का सबसे बड़ा लाभ है बिहार में कनेक्टिविटी और बेहतर होगी। यहां रोजगार के नए अवसर भी तैयार होंगे। साथियों, कांग्रेस और आरजेडी गरीबों, दलितों, पिछड़ों और आदिवासियों के नाम पर राजनीति करते आए हैं, लेकिन बराबरी का अधिकार तो दूर, ये परिवार से बाहर के लोगों को सम्मान तक नहीं देते। इन लोगों का अहंकार आज पूरा बिहार देख रहा है। हमें बिहार को इनकी बुरी नीयत से बचाकर रखना है। नीतीश जी की टीम ने, बीजेपी की टीम ने और पूरे एनडीए ने इतने वर्षों तक यहां मेहनत की है। श्री चंद्रमोहन राय जी जैसे विभूतियों ने हमें मार्गदर्शन दिया है। हमें मिलकर बिहार के विकास के इन प्रयासों को और गति देनी है। हमें मिलकर बिहार के सुनहरे भविष्य की ओर बढ़ना है। हमें संकल्प लेना है, बनाएंगे नया बिहार, फिर एक बार एनडीए सरकार। इसी के साथ मैं एक बार फिर आज की परियोजनाओं के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, that was PM Modi's poll bugle in Bihar's Motihari. This is one of his key visits before the Bihar sees polls. In fact, he has made it very, very clear. He has said that RJD needs to watch out. NDA will come back. In fact, he has also said that Operation Sindoor was a massive success and that he sounded Operation Sindoor from the soils of the very state he is in right now. And remember, viewers, this is him sounding poll bugle in Bihar. He also held a mega roadshow which saw thousands of people participating in it. Thousands, scores of people came to witness PM Modi's mega roadshow in Bihar, which he held with the Chief Minister of the state. He has sounded his poll bugle. In fact, he has also said that how Operation Sindoor was a massive success and that the world witnessed India's undisputed might, India's formidable might.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A fire has broken out at a scrap iron storage warehouse in the industrial estate located in Tamil Nadu. The operations to douse the fire are currently underway. One person died and two were injured after a portion of an abandoned school had collapsed in Ranchi of Jharkhand. The school is located in Piskamor area. As per reports, one person has died and two have been injured in the incident. The injured have been admitted to Sadar Hospital. Some people took shelter in this abandoned building at night. As per the initial report, 3 people were inside the building when the incident took place. Officials have stated that more than 20 schools in the national capital have received bomb threats. The police have said that the Richmond Global School in Delhi's Paschim Bihar area has reportedly been getting a bomb threat. The fire department and Delhi police have rushed to the spot after receiving the information about the bomb threats. Further investigation is currently underway.
Shifting our focus to another story that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen, a video of NCP SP MLA Jitendra Awad has been posted by Nitish Rane where he was seen misbehaving with a journalist. Now, this comes a day after heated exchange between Awad and the BJP MLA Padalkar outside the legislature complex. The video was shared by Nitish Rane, which is on your screen. He can be seen, Jitendra Awad can be seen misbehaving with the journalist. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, there was a heated exchange between Jitendra Awad and the BJP MLA Padalkar right outside the legislature complex. And now there's a video that has been shared by BJP's Nitish Rane where Awad can be clearly seen misbehaving with a journalist, even shoving and pushing him. You can see the visuals on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This is a video of NCP SP MLA Jitendra Awad. All right, on your screens are the visuals of Awad and Padalkar crash. Remember, viewers, this was a brawl in Maharashtra Assembly where two were arrested after BJP and NCP supporters indulged in a fist fight. In fact, an FIR, ladies and gentlemen, has also been filed. An FIR has been registered and two people arrested in connection with the clash between the supporters of BJP MLA Gopi Chand Padalkar and NCP Sharad Pawar faction leader Jitendra Awad outside the Maharashtra Assembly on Thursday. On your screens are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen. A video showing supporters of the two MLAs clashing inside the Vidhan Bhavan went viral. In fact, the Mumbai police has also arrested two people in connection with the very same clash. In fact, a case has been registered in the Marine Drive police station, is what we're coming to know. The scuffle was captured near the main staircase and the lobby, and showing both the group exchanging blows before the onlookers intervened. Now remember, viewers, the incident came just a day after Padalkar and Awad were caught on camera in a heated argument outside the legislature premises. In fact, there was also an earlier video that showed two exchanging sharp words near the entrance, reportedly after Awad alleged that Padalkar slammed a car door at him. Quite dramatic visuals on the screens, viewers. As you can see, this is a clash between two MLAs clashing inside Vidhan Bhavan. Now, the video has, of course, gone viral. In fact, on the right side, you can see the video that has been shared by Nitish Rane, which shows Jitendra Awad blatantly assaulting a journalist. All right, let's cut straight across to BJP leader Ram Kadam, who joins me live on this edition on the phone line. Sir, thank you for speaking with Republic. What we can see is a video of NCP SP MLA Jitendra Awad, and the video has been posted by Nitish Rane, and he can be seen blatantly misbehaving with a journalist. What's your first reaction on this? All right, while we try and connect back with Ram Kadam there, ladies and gentlemen, this is the video that has been shared by Nitish Rane. And of course, an FIR has now been registered. In fact, two people who have also been arrested in connection with the very same clash between the supporters of BJP MLA Gopi Chand Padalkar and NCP Sharad Pawar faction Jitendra Awad. Okay, time to slip into a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, after ED raids ex-Chhattisgarh CM Bhupendra Baghel, Bilai's house, his son now arrested. Also, on the other side, middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. We'll get you this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इस साल का जो प्रॉफिट है इंटरेस्ट पे डाल देंगे, हर महीने ब्याज का पैसा आता रहेगा।
अगर रेगुलर इनकम ही चाहिए तो आप वो पैसे फिक्स्ड इनकम फंड्स में डाल दो।
वो क्या होता है?
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए ब्याज देने वाली कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। सिस्टमैटिक विथड्रॉवल प्लान से आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी आता रहेगा।
म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
After ED raids ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's Bilai house, his son has been arrested. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by the US. White House confirms what India said TRF equals Pak terror. Nitesh Rane posts video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awad misbehaving with journalist. Middle class run over by the rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW kills one. Rich brat gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order in Patna. Accused who shot inside Patna hospital was seen celebrating moments after the crime. The public crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. Arnab is the primetime king once again. Super Primetime Max breaches 90% mark. We have some big breaking news coming in, viewers. The rich brat who mowed down an innocent middle-class man has now been granted bail. The charges on Vatsal Karya were bailable. He was set free this morning, though the police is still investigating the matter, and they have collected the blood samples of the accused, who is believed to have consumed alcohol. And even before the reports are out, you see the accused has been given bail. This is the video that's come to light from Gandhinagar, where you can see a speeding BMW being driven by a VVIP brat, and locals suspect and locals claim that the man who was driving the BMW was under the influence of alcohol, and he was also under the influence of arrogance. Viewers, there you can see not even stopping the vehicle despite him seeing the arrival of a two-wheeler. The BMW speeds into the two-wheeler, rams him, and kills the middle-class man on the spot. In fact, these are the two incidents that have sparked massive outrage. First one was the Pune posh case, in which a killer brat snuffed out the lives of two techies who were en route home. And this Gandhinagar incident that has come to light afresh is the latest in the series of how the rich are seen mowing down the middle class. Luxury wheels and murderous acts by the rich. We have Tanisha also joining us live from the newsroom. Tanisha, it's indeed very shocking and outrageous that the accused killer has been granted bail even before the blood sample reports are out.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. It is a shocking case of how the rich man gets away easily, has not been even tried, and he gets a bail hours after he has committed a crime. He has run over his car over a poor man, over a middle-class man. He gets away easily. And remember, this is not the first time that this case has happened. A same thing that happened in the Pune Porsche case as well, where the accused in that case was a minor. First, he was told to write an essay and get away with it. The crushing of a middle-class man, and the only excuse, the only punishment that the minor had to face then in the Pune case was to write an essay and get away with it. Not just that, just few days ago, remember, we had got the news about how the accused will not be tried under Minor Act, and he will be treated as a minor and not as a major. Another case of where an affluent person just gets away easily, and it is the poor man, it is the middle class man who has to suffer. Same is the case from here in Gandhinagar. The incident is about yesterday early in the morning when a BMW car, allegedly in the influence of alcohol, the driver was in the influence of alcohol, he rams his car into the old man who was heading to his home. And just hours after that has happened, Thursday morning, that is yesterday, the incident has happened, and today by afternoon we see nearly 12 to 13 hours after is when he gets a bail. But the question is, on what basis has he got a bail, and is the life of a middle class man so easily that it can be forgiven? The crimes can so easily be forgiven that an accused in the case, in a hit and kill case, it's not even a hit and run, Deepak, it is a hit and kill case where the accused has been granted bail within just 12 to 13 hours of case, and the family is upset, they are enraged. There are wide range concerns that are being flashed out now in the open. And remember, there are different states in which these cases have come to light. Earlier it was in Madhya Pradesh, where a Congress MLA has rammed his car into a middle class man again. In Pune case, which happened last year, where a minor allegedly under the influence of alcohol has rammed his car into two techies, and he was released soon after. He was told that he will not be tried as an adult but as a minor. And now again another case, this one from Gandhinagar in Gujarat, where the BMW driver, again a rich brat, who rams his car into an old man who's probably going home after his errands early in the morning, rams his car, and he gets bailed very easily. In fact, we are also being joined by the family of the victim. If I can just get their names, we are being joined by Bharat Mishra. He is the son of the deceased, and also Rajendra Tiwari, who is the brother-in-law of the deceased. He is also a lawyer. Bharat and Rajendra, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. आपसे जानना चाहूँगी, कब आपको इस बारे में पता चला कि ये इंसिडेंट हो क्या है, कब आपको खबर आई, और किस तरीके से आपने इस केस को फॉरवर्ड ले जा रहे हैं अभी?
मैम, मुझे अराउंड 7:20 के आसपास एक कॉल आया था मॉर्निंग में. उन्होंने पहले मुझे इन्फॉर्म किया कि मेरे फादर को एक्सीडेंट हुआ है सूर्या सर्कल के आसपास, अनिर्देश बंगलो के बाजू में. तो मैं जस्ट तैयार होके निकल ही रहा था उस टाइम पे, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा पैनिक में आ गया था. फिर 1 मिनट बाद ही उन्होंने दोबारा कॉल करके बोला कि आप जल्दी आ जाइए क्योंकि उनकी डेथ हो गई है. तो एकदम से ट्रॉमा जैसा हो गया था, क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था. मैं एक्चुअली सुबह जल्दी उठा था ऑफिस का काम करने के लिए, तो जस्ट मैंने लैपटॉप स्टार्ट ही किया था, उतने में मेरे पास ऐसी न्यूज़ आई. तो मैं तो ट्रॉमा में था. तो हमारे वो साथ में जो 10th फ्लोर पे हमारी सोसाइटी में रहते हैं, वो मेरे साथ आए यहाँ पे. तो इधर सूर्य सर्कल से जो टर्न आता है, वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि मेरे फादर की डेड बॉडी यहाँ पे पड़ी हुई थी. एंड BMW की हालत बहुत खराब थी, मतलब वो पेड़ से बुरी तरह क्रैश हुई हुई थी. एंड उसका मतलब आगे का बोनट वगैरह एंड सब कुछ उड़ गया था. एंड सारे एयरबैग्स भी उसके खुले हुए थे उस टाइम पे. तो बहुत ही खतरनाक स्थिति थी, मतलब उसको देखा भी नहीं जा सकता, ऐसी स्थिति थी वो. और मेरे फादर की लाश इधर साइड में पड़ी हुई थी, यहाँ पे जहाँ पे मैंने देखा था उधर. और एक्टिवा को अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं तो ये एक्टिवा की स्थिति है अभी. अगर आप इससे देखें तो चाबी वगैरह सब लॉक हो गई है, ये सब डैमेज हो गया है यहाँ पे. ये देखिए यहाँ से सब टूट गया है इसका. एंड जिन्होंने आसपास में इंसिडेंट देखा है, उनका कहना ऐसा है कि वो करीब 2 फुट हवा ऊपर उछले थे, उसके बाद गिरे थे. एंड आप समझिए उनका बॉडी वेट करीब 120-125 kg था. तो जब वो गिरे होंगे उसके बाद भी वो 5-10 मिनट तक तड़पे हैं उसके बाद. मतलब एक किसी की गलती ने हमारे घर पूरा उजाड़ दिया है.
बिल्कुल समझ सकती हूँ आपका दुख भारत जी. हमें ये बताइए कि आपके जो पिताजी थे वो कितने वर्ष के थे और वो कहाँ जा रहे थे जब आपको ये पता चला कि ये एक्सीडेंट हो गया? क्योंकि ये सामने आ रहा है कि ये जो खबर है वो सुबह, जैसे आप बता रहे थे, आपको सुबह की खबर मिली. कहाँ जा रहे थे वो, और वो उनकी उम्र कितनी थी?
उनकी उम्र मैम 69 थी. और इधर ये सूर्य सर्कल के पास में एक शिव जी का मंदिर है. तो अभी सावन का महीना चल रहा है, तो वो बेलपत्र चढ़ाने जा रहे थे वहाँ पर. और उसके बाद इधर से वो यू टर्न मार के आ रहे थे, तभी अचानक से वो BMW आई और उनको प्रेस करते हुए चली गई।
जी भरत जी, जैसा आप दिखा रहे थे हमें आपकी वही पिताजी की स्कूटी, जो बहुत ही, जैसा हम देख सकते हैं अपने विजुअल्स में भी, बहुत ही गंदा इम्पैक्ट आया है उस स्कूटी पे। क्या आप फिर से हमारे दर्शकों को स्कूटी दिखा सकते हैं, क्योंकि ताकि हम ये दर्शकों को अपने दिखा पाए कि कैसे एक अमीर आदमी अपने अपने व्हील्स के अंडर किसी को भी कुचल के जा सकता है और वो उसको आराम से बेल भी मिल जाती है कुछ घंटों बाद। इनफैक्ट क्या आप फिर से वो स्कूटी की तस्वीरें दिखा सकते हैं हमें?
ये देखिए मैम, इसका साइड पूरा डैमेज है, क्योंकि ये भी हवा में उछल के गिरी थी। यहाँ से आप देखिए तो इसका पूरा प्लास्टिक वगैरह सब खुल गया है। यहाँ से पेड़ दिखाओ, पेड़ दिखाओ। और आपको मैं पेड़ की स्थिति दिखाता हूँ, जिस तरह से पेड़ डैमेज हुआ है BMW से क्रश होके। आप उससे अंदाजा लगा पाएंगे कि वो मतलब कितनी सीवियर स्पीड पे क्रैश हुआ होगा उस BMW के साथ।
जी बिल्कुल भरत जी,
ये पेड़ है,
जी
आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे लकड़ी का छाल है, इसके नीचे का पूरा हिस्सा पेड़ तक का डैमेज हो गया है। ऐसे दिखाओ, ये दिख रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल हमें दिख सकता है भरत जी कि किस तरीके से वो इम्पैक्ट हुआ स्कूटी को जिस तरीके से उन्होंने हिट किया और किस तरीके से उनकी स्कूटी, हम जान सकते हैं कि 20 मीटर तक उड़ के चली गई थी। हमारे साथ राजेंद्र जी भी जुड़ रहे हैं, वो ही इज़ द ब्रदर इन लॉ ऑफ द डिसीज। राजेंद्र जी, आप बताइए हमें कि कब आपको इस बारे में पता चला और किस तरीके से आप इस मामले को आगे ले जा रहे हैं?
जी इमीडिएट जैसे ही उनके सन मिस्टर भरत को कॉल आया, उन्होंने नेक्स्ट मोमेंट मुझे फोन किया और आई एम रिसाइडिंग अबाउट 20 मिनट अवे फ्रॉम हियर टुवर्ड्स अहमदाबाद। मैं और मेरी पत्नी तुरंत वहां से निकले और स्पॉट पे आए। स्पॉट पर से डेड बॉडी को तब तक ले जा चुके थे सिविल हॉस्पिटल पोस्टमार्टम नोट के लिए। तो हम लोग फिर सिविल हॉस्पिटल गए और दिन भर अंतिम क्रिया में लगे रहे। परंतु आई वुड लाइक टू से कि एक इररिस्पॉन्सिबल मल्टी मिलियनर लोगों के कार और एक्शन की वजह से वाज अ ड्रंक। मुझे ऐसा इंफॉर्मेशन आगे पीछे से मिला है कि वो नई गाड़ी थी, BMW नई परचेज करी थी, पासिंग भी नहीं हुआ था, उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन भी नहीं हुआ था और सारी रात कोई रिसोर्ट में पार्टी करके और वो लोग आ रहा था। यहाँ के लोगों का, स्थानिक लोगों का कहना है कि वो ड्राइवर जो था, लड़का जो चला रहा था गाड़ी का ओनर, उसको खड़े रहने के होश नहीं था, इतना दारू पिया हुआ था। इस परिस्थिति में उसको फिर यहाँ से ले जाया गया, हॉस्पिटलाइज भी किया गया और वो ये टॉवर्ड्स आप पीछे देख सकती हैं, ये रास्ता इतना चौड़ा और बड़ा रास्ता है कि जहाँ पे अकस्मात की कोई संभावना नहीं है। पूरा कोई ब्लाइंड एंड या ब्लाइंड कॉर्नर नहीं है, एक बड़ा चौड़ा मोर देन 100 फीट का रोड है। वहां से वन साइड से वो आया और जो कॉर्नर पे ये जो डिसीज्ड हैं, हमारे साले साहब थे, हमारे ब्रदर इन लॉ थे, वो ये जैसे बताया कि नजदीक के शिव मंदिर में बेलपत्र चढ़ाने सुबह जा रहे थे। तो वो जा रहे थे, वो वेरी स्लो थे, वो रिटायर्ड क्लास 1 ऑफिसर फ्रॉम राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट थे, माहिती प्रेस इंफॉर्मेशन ब्यूरो में सर्विस करके निवृत्त होके बेटे के साथ यहाँ रह रहे थे। वो इतने नियमित व्यक्ति थे। आजू बाजू वालों का, ये फ्रूट्स वालों का कहना है कि दायां या बायां हाथ बताए बगैर वो कभी टर्न नहीं होते थे, रोज ये लोग देखते थे
जी।
परंतु ये इररिस्पॉन्सिबल ड्राइविंग का और खास करके जो लग्जरी कार्स हैं उनके ओनर्स और ड्राइवर्स का ही रोल है, इररिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ ड्राइविंग है कि जिसकी वजह से आखिरी 2 साल में ये ट्विन सिटी अहमदाबाद गांधीनगर है, रास्ते अच्छे हो जाने की वजह से आखिरी 2 साल में कम से कम ऐसे 10 इंसिडेंट बने हैं जिसमें एक से लगा के 10-10 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है। परंतु आई वुड से कि इट इज एन इररिस्पॉन्सिबल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ द पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट, ट्रैफिक डिपार्टमेंट ऑल्सो, कि इसमें कोई गंभीर दृष्टि से काम नहीं किया जा रहा। आगे PM फॉरेंसिक एंगल से भी PM हुआ है और अभी यहाँ पे पंचनामा वगैरह भी सभी अच्छे से किया गया है। लुकिंग टू ऑल, उसको बेल आउट नहीं किया गया है अभी, ही इज नॉट बेल आउट, हॉस्पिटलाइज है। उसको जो अकस्मात में चोट आई उसकी वजह से वो हॉस्पिटलाइज है ड्राइवर, और आगे पुलिस अपनी कार्रवाई कर रही है और आई एक्सपेक्ट कि कोर्ट भी गंभीरता से सीरियसली इसको केस को लेके और अपना न्याय निर्णय करेगी, उसको सजा देगी, पनिशमेंट देगी। यही हमारी अपेक्षा भी है और ये समय की जरूरत भी है।
Rajendra ji, there are two contrasting pictures here. On one hand, you have a middle-class man. Early in the morning, he's woken up early, he's gone to the temple, and little did he know that on his way back home, such a dastardly incident would take place. On the other hand, you have a rich VVIP brat who was under the influence of alcohol, probably heading back home from a party. And it looks like that because locals have suggested, like you clearly mentioned, that he was completely drunk out of his mind. How do you take this case forward and what are your demands?
मेरी न्याय तंत्र से और पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट से सिर्फ एक ही है कि हमने तो अपना आदमी खो दिया, हमने तो अपने फैमिली के एक एल्डर पर्सन को खो दिया है। परंतु आने वाले समय में मैं एक बात और कहूंगा, इसी स्पॉट पे रोज स्कूल जाने वाले बच्चे भी सुबह कम से कम 25 से 50 बच्चे समय समय पे यहाँ खड़े रहते हैं बस पिकअप करने के लिए। ईश्वर की कृपा रही और हम ये समझते हैं कि हमने तो एल्डर पर्सन खो दिया, परंतु उनने अपनी शहादत देके अपना भोग देके और उन बच्चों को बचा लिया। अगर ये एक्सीडेंट ना हुआ होता तो बच्चों को कौन बच्चों को क्या नुकसान होता ईश्वर ही जान सकता है। हमारी डिमांड तो खैर ठीक है, परंतु न्याय की अपेक्षा ये है कि ऐसे ड्राइवर्स को ही सिर्फ नहीं परंतु ऐसी कार के ओनर्स को, उनके माता पिता को भी और एल्डर पर्सन ऑफ द फैमिली को भी पनिशमेंट होनी चाहिए फ्रॉम द सोसाइटी, फ्रॉम द डिपार्टमेंट, कि दे आर ऑल्सो रिस्पॉन्सिबल के रात को बच्चे लग्जरी कार लेके कहाँ जाते हैं, क्या करते हैं। ये ड्राई स्ट्रेट में अगर दारू पी के आखिरी 2 साल में 10 अकस्मात हो चुके दारू पीने वाले बच्चों की वजह से, तो व्हाट द पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट इज डूइंग इन द नाइट वे।
Right, Rajendra Tiwari ji.
And the administration also.
Rajendra Tiwari ji and Bharat Mishra, thank you for joining us, and we express our serious condolences to you and your family members. It's a void that can never be filled, but it's the rich and reckless that escape scot-free, and this is a classic example of that. And the family's only demand is to take stringent action against not just the driver, but also the family members. Let's now move on, viewers, because the Enforcement Directorate has arrested the son of former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's son, Chaitanya Baghel, in the liquor scam linked money laundering case. The Enforcement Directorate conducted searches at the residence of his son, and this particular residence is also shared by the former Chief Minister. In March, the probe agency had conducted similar raids at his residence, at this particular residence, and the raids that were conducted early this morning were also based on fresh evidence, as claimed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Chaitanya Baghel has been arrested by the ED on charges of allegedly receiving proceeds of crime from the illicit liquor trade to the tune of 2,000 crore rupees. We also have a reaction coming in from Bhupesh Baghel. Let's listen in.
सब लोग बोल चुके हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष बोलने के बाद और कुछ बदला नहीं है। सदन में भी कहा कि अडानी के जो पेड़ कटाई चल रहा है इसके विरोध में पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी लड़ाई लड़ रही है और दबाव पूरे सरकार में है, प्रशासनिक तंत्र में है और विपक्ष को दबाने के लिए ये रणनीति अपनाई गई है, जिसके कारण से आज नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने विधानसभा में ये घोषणा की कि हम इस कार्रवाई के विरोध में दिन भर के सदन की कार्रवाई बहिष्कार करते हैं। 81 लखमा भी टारगेट किया, देवेंद्र यादव को टारगेट किया, अभी मेरे बेटे को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है दबाने की कोशिश कि कोई आवाज़ अडानी के खिलाफ ना बोल सके।
Moving on to more breaking news coming in. It's a big setback for the Indie bloc because Aam Aadmi Party has officially and formally quit. The opposition grouping Sanjay Singh says AAP is no longer part of the Indie bloc. The Indie alliance was limited to just Lok Sabha elections, and in the aftermath of the poll drubbing, we have the Aam Aadmi Party now officially quitting the Indie bloc. It's a major setback for the opposition grouping, with Aam Aadmi Party, one of the key constituents of the Indie bloc, now exiting this particular fold. It was the anti-Modi bloc that they had formed, but after the Lok Sabha elections now, Aam Aadmi Party has formally quit from the Indie alliance. It was a decision that was on expected lines, but it has come late. has come almost a year after the Lok Sabha elections. The Aam Aadmi Party has now formally announced that it is no longer part of the Indie alliance, saying that the alliance was only for Lok Sabha polls. It's a big setback for the alliance, for the grouping, as now a key partner of this particular grouping has officially quit the Indie fold. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining us live from the newsroom. Abhishek, this is a big setback for the Indie bloc. Aam Aadmi Party has quit it officially. What prompted the exit?
Well, you see, this is essentially a reiteration of an earlier position of the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, the alliance had seen fracture right there in the Haryana elections itself last year, and then we saw how in the Delhi elections early this year, again, the two parties, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, couldn't come together. And then subsequently, we have seen in many states the Aam Aadmi Party really taking its own path. So what Sanjay Singh today has said is essentially something which has existed as a fact on the ground insofar as electoral tie-up between the two parties go. It essentially was limited to Lok Sabha elections. Even there, the fracture was visible between the two leaderships or leaderships of the respective leaderships of the two parties. But now it seems the going ahead is going to be difficult. Remember, there is no major election as such coming in where Aam Aadmi Party is relevant. But the fact that Sanjay Singh has made this statement just a week before the beginning of the monsoon session of Parliament, it does not look good going ahead for the Indie bloc. Also remember, we have seen similar statements coming in, for example, in Maharashtra from Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena UBT, where they have said that insofar as the local body polls are concerned, and the most significant one being of the BMC, the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, there is no tie-up or the MVA does not exist effectively, making Uddhav available for example, a tie-up with the MNS of his cousin Raj Thackeray. And, you know, even a wink there coming in from Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis there a couple of days back in the Maharashtra Assembly. So I think the portents do not look good for the Indie bloc. Even otherwise, it was always at best a fractured alliance and coming together of varied interests where in the respective states. So for example, in Bengal, Mamata Banerjee would want no truck with the Congress or the CPM, even as there would be some kind of loose understanding for their alliance at the national level, which obviously, so far as the Congress is concerned, does not mean anything if it does not get any share in the pie in Bengal, and similarly in other states. So in Kerala, for example, the Congress and the CPM would continue to contest tooth and nail against each other, but then some kind of alliance existing at the national level, it just gets reduced to some kind of floor coordination in the parliament. That's why this development by itself might not be big in terms of electoral politics of the opposition Indie bloc, but coming as it does ahead of monsoon session of Parliament, obviously it's an embarrassment for Indie. Just a day also, remember Deepak, before the coordination committee of the opposition alliance meets in Delhi to plan how they will conduct themselves during the monsoon session.
That's right, Abhishek. I kindly request you to stay on with us as we play out Sanjay Singh's response, his announcement of AAP's exit from the Indie bloc.
देखिए, इसमें निमंत्रण आने ना आने का कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं उठता। सवाल ये है कि भाई इंडिया गठबंधन लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए था, उसके बाद हमने हरियाणा का चुनाव अकेले लड़ा, हमने दिल्ली का चुनाव अकेले लड़ा, हम बिहार में चुनाव अकेले लड़ने जा रहे हैं, हमने पंजाब और गुजरात का उपचुनाव अकेले लड़ा। तो आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपनी स्थिति स्पष्ट कर दी है, और जहां तक विपक्ष की भूमिका की बात है, एक सशक्त विपक्ष की भूमिका आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा निभाती रही है, और पार्लियामेंट का जो सेशन अगला चलेगा वहां भी हम उठाएंगे तमाम मुद्दे।
In fact, we have BJP MP Praveen Khandelwal also joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Do you think this is the beginning of the end of the Indie bloc? Do you think more regional parties could reassess their position in the grouping and exit after Aam Aadmi Party?
Well, from the very beginning,
we have been regularly saying that whatever this indie bloc is, it is a bloc of great opportunism. Whenever these different parties find convenient, they join hands together, and when it is not convenient for them, they face against each other. This is our constant stand since a long time. So therefore, this is an unholy alliance. And whatever Sanjay Singh is saying right now, that it was up to Lok Sabha elections, let me remind the statements of Arvind Kejriwal and other people in the beginning when this indie bloc was formed, and it was made very categorically clear that the bloc has been formed to oppose Prime Minister Narendra Modi and BJP both in Parliament and outside Parliament. Today, because it is not suitable for Sanjay Singh and Aam Aadmi Party, that is why they are declaring that now they are not part of indie bloc. So it is totally...
That's right, sir. Please kindly stay on with us because we also have Shazia Ilmi joining us live on this broadcast. A very good afternoon to you, Shazia Ilmi. Do you think that the ideological differences between the constituents of the Indie Alliance led to the exit of Aam Aadmi Party? Because we had seen the Aam Aadmi Party not agreeing with the Congress on various issues and vice versa across the country in different elections. Do you think this will now force the BJP to change its election strategy?
Not at all. I mean, it just goes on to show once again what Aam Aadmi Party is about, what India Bloc stands for. India Bloc is actually a blot of, opportunism, greed and political expediency. And this has been proven once again. This is hardly a surprise because now we're looking at elections in Punjab. And obviously, the main contenders there in Arvind Kejriwal's mind is Aam Aadmi Party and Congress. So I can say, ye to hona hi tha, aur ho gaya. And somebody like me has been predicting this all along. So the whole India Alliance was a bit of a joke to start with. And it has been proven yet again just how opportunistic Kejriwal is and just how gullible the rest of this India Alliance partners are. I don't know whose purpose has served, but people of India, citizens of Punjab and Delhi have really been taken for a big ride. Because if you remember, Arvind Kejriwal was the person who was part of the Anna Hazare movement, and Anna Hazare Andolan, as we all know, was against the corruption of UPA 2. So first things first, let's go back to basics. Entire Anna movement against UPA 2 corruption, Manmohan Singh and Sheila Dikshit in center. It gave birth to this Andolan, this big movement, and out of that movement came along Aam Aadmi Party.
That's right. And it was the opportunity, the political opportunism that you were mentioning, Shazia Almi, that led to the creation of Aam Aadmi Party with Kejriwal entering politics. But thank you for joining us with your insights. The BJP surely believes that this is the beginning of the end for the Indie bloc. It's time for us to slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about US's major action on Pakistan by designating TRF as a foreign terror organization. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the celebrations after a shootout in Bihar's Patna as law and order collapses completely ahead of the polls. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
India's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
After ED raids ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's Bhilai house, his son now arrested in liquor scam. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by US. White House confirms what India said, TRF equals Pak terror. Aam Aadmi Party formally quits Indie bloc. Sanjay Singh says alliance was only for Lok Sabha polls. Nitish Rane posts video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awad misbehaving with a journalist day after scuffle in the assembly. Middle class man returning from temple run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car driver kills one. Rich brat gets bail. Republic crashes. All landing channels becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. Arnab is the primetime king once again, and Super Primetime Max breaches 90% mark. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Exactly almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the US has designated Lashkar-e-Taiba's proxy TRF as foreign terror organization. And today, it was a big move announced by the Department of State by adding the TRF in the designated terror organization list, and it has named it Specially Designated Global Terror Group. Today, the US Department of State is adding TRF to this designated global terrorist list. It is a Lashkar-e-Taiba front and a proxy that claimed responsibility for the April 22nd Pahalgam attack, which killed 26 civilians. This was the deadliest attack on civilians in India since 2008. Mumbai attacks conducted and orchestrated by LET. TRF has also claimed responsibility for several attacks against Indian security forces, targeted killings in Kashmir Valley, and the most recent one, the attack against security forces, was in 2024. We have Major General Rajan Kochar, a defense expert, joining us live on this broadcast. Major General, it's a big win for India's diplomatic efforts in taking the message of terrorism to the world. And finally, the world is now acknowledging, with US now designating TRF.
Very heartening news we just heard. And, you know, it's a great development in our crusade against terrorism, because India has been fighting this battle and trying to make the world powers realize the importance of declaring Pakistan a terrorist state. So what are the implications of this order? We need to understand this first. Under Section 219 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of the United States, the Resistance Front has been declared as a foreign terrorist organization. Executive Order 13224 has been signed, which calls it as a specially designated global terrorist. And one important aspect of this is that it links the Resistance Front to Lashkar-e-Taiba Lashkar-e-Taiba is a known proxy terrorist organization of Pakistan. So now a link has been fully, you can say, established, recognized that Pakistan is sponsoring terrorist activities in India. So the implications are all the assets of this organization, if anywhere in the United States, are going to be freezed. Criminal penalties are going to be imposed on any nation or organization who is dealing in logistics or any financial or material support to this organization. And it should actually create an opportunity for India now to project to the world organizations like the United Nations to bring Pakistan back into the FATF grey list, and also the financial funding of Pakistan should be immediately stopped. The IMF and the World Bank have to take cognizance of this, and I think India should also go to the United Nations Security Council sanctions regime, and it is important to sanction this organization in the United Nations as well. So I think it's a very, very welcome step, and subsequent related activities need to be carried out by our government.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. And we continue, viewers, with the other story that we're tracking for you. Viewers, in fact, there are multiple reactions that have come in right now. Even, remember, Pakistan has been time and again talking about support for the TRF. Ishaq Dar, in fact, he's the Deputy Prime Minister of Pakistan. He had acknowledged support for the TRF, a group that is a proxy for Lashkar-e-Taiba, viewers. We'll get you more reactions. We continue to keep showing you what does it really mean. And take a listen into what Ishaq Dar had said.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कहा नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते हैं आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जाबर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
Ms. Sikri, US has announced that it will be designating, it has designated TRF, the group which was behind the Delhi Pahalgam terror attack, as FTO. How do you see this?
I think this is a great victory for Indian diplomacy, for India's very quiet and calm, yet very determined diplomacy, especially in the field of counterterrorism. And right from the first day, April 22nd, when the attack took place on innocent tourists in Pahalgam, it was known that TRF, the Resistance Front, which is a proxy or an alternative for the Lashkar-e-Taiba, they had taken claim for this. So that was known from the very first day. And certainly we would have given all the facts and figures, all the evidence that we had gathered to the USA, to the UK, to all the other countries who are interested in it. And we've seen the result of it today when the American government has designated the TRF as a foreign terrorist organization and also as a especially designated global terrorist. So I think that two things have happened. First of all, the TRF has come on the map. It is not, it cannot be dismissed anymore as an unknown or some new organization, number one. Number two, the Americans have also said that they have revisited their, review of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is the parent organization of the TRF, and they have redetermined that the Lashkar-e-Taiba continues to be a foreign terrorist organization, and there's no question of taking them off the list or anything like that.
Has clearly been implicated over here, but remember there has been a very different sort of approach from United States. It's the same United States that invites Asim Munir and hosts them for dinner at the White House, and then after some days we see that the same United States calls out TRF. Remember, Pakistan has not been named there, but yes, the fact that the Pahalgam, that the group behind Pahalgam terror attack has been named is a big win for Indian diplomacy. India's efforts, the diplomatic mission India, of course, had set out on post-Pahalgam, post-Operation Sindoor. And TRF, viewers, is a front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now, Lashkar-e-Taiba, of course, has been notorious, and India has been making continuous efforts in the United Nations to get the TRF banned. And we have now this move from America that, of course, builds pressure on Pakistan, at least for now. And in fact, viewers, we have reactions of the families of the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack. Republic TV spoke to the family of Saurav Dwivedi. Listen in.
Dwivedi, he is the kin of Shubham Dwivedi, one of the victims who was killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Thank you very much, Saurav, for speaking to us. This comes as a major, major victory. What India had always said, that Pakistan is a terror state, that it is Pakistan that has sponsored terrorism, and that was a result of Operation Sindoor also. Operation Sindoor is still continuing, Saurav, and it comes as a major victory, especially as a justice for those who were killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Your first reaction as a member of the family who lost their loved ones?
So I got this news through Republic only today morning, and believe me, it feels like a personal victory. Although this is a nationwide victory for us, where the delegations which were sent by the Prime Minister to different countries, I'm glad that the world is listening. The world is acknowledging what happened there in Pahalgam on 22nd April. So what we have lost is never going to come back, but the world recognizing Pakistan's act, the world recognizing that Pakistan is a terror, sponsored state, and Pakistan is always involved in any terrorist activities that happens in our country. So this is a major victory. I would like to thank the government, the all-party delegation that went to different countries to tell them about the Pahalgam terror attack. And yes, it is a victory. I would also like to thank all the armed forces, all the armed personals who are still carrying out Operation Sindoor for us.
Absolutely, Shubham. In fact, Ambassador Sajjanar is also joining us on the broadcast along with Gursimran. But Shubham, I would like to stay with you today. And Ambassador Sajjanar, it is in fact a huge victory as far as the diplomatic ties between India and the United States is concerned. And Saurabh, on that note, I would come to you again. What is it that you're demanding from the government again? Because no matter what you say, no matter what you do, the loss is irreparable. You can never get your brother back. And it is, in fact, a huge shock that the nation had to go through on April 22nd. Saurabh, what is it that the family is demanding from the government?
So, from the next day after the attack on 23rd, since that day we are demanding the government to attack terrorism on all fronts, be it economically, diplomatically, on the borderlines, through the armed forces, and also ideologically. So when we are fighting the wars on all front, I believe that is the only way we can eradicate terrorism. The only demand that family is making is to give recognition to all the 26 people who were martyred there, on 22nd April in Pahalgam. So we just want some recognition as a sign of respect, which the culture was not there in this country. I don't remember that the people who died, in these terrorist attacks were ever given some recognition. But this needs to change now. This is a new India, like we say. And I believe if we are gonna, give some recognition to the martyrs, then that will be an ideological fight against terrorism. Now we are fighting the war on all fronts. today is a big win for us diplomatically, and I only want that the government recognizes the people who have lost their lives. They were Indian citizens. They died on their motherland, and the government needs to, give them some recognition. And when we talk about in Hindi, we say, they should be called Shaheed. But some people have, created a propaganda out of it, and they say that we are trying to take the titles of the armed forces. No, we don't want that. We only want some recognition to be given to the families, which they can, make sure that they live with it the rest of their lives, in a respectful manner. My bhabi, she was married only for 2 months. So now, whatever government will, give recognition, that's the only thing that will stay with her. So that's all we want. We want the war to be, fought on all fronts, diplomatically, economically, on the border, and also ideologically. We want to defeat their ideology, and that's how we're going to do it.
And some more news now. Republic TV has accessed the CCTV video of the bike-borne assailants, the gangsters with pistols in Patna Paras Hospital. Now, in this video, one can see a schoolgirl in uniform. We'll just play that out for you. You can see that schoolgirl who was just walking on the road, and she was probably going to school, presumably. And if you see, after 20 seconds almost, she sees these bike-borne gangsters brandishing their pistols in broad daylight in middle of a road, and she just returns back for a safe hideout. Anybody would be terrified of such a scene in a city like Patna, viewers. The moment she sees the second bike carrying the gangster crossing her way, she sneaks in to see if other bike carrying a gangster is coming or not. She escaped. This tells the story about the law and order situation, of course, in the state of capital. This, of course, happened, viewers, after these are the same men who, in fact, had shot dead the gangster. Okay, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. We have visuals of Congress protest outside the Enforcement Directorate's office. Now, this is coming in, viewers, from outside the Enforcement Directorate office after Bhupesh Bagel's son was arrested. And the protest happening outside ED office. So the Congress, we've seen Congress doing this many a times. We've seen Congress doing dharna when Rahul Gandhi is questioned. And now when former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh and Congress leader Bhupesh Bagel's son is under lens and is arrested as per law, we see that the Congress workers take to the streets, and you can see the arson that's going on. In fact, the protest that is going on. They're breaking down the barricades outside the ED office. And these are the latest visuals coming in. Okay, this is a protest, Congress protest against Bhupesh Bagel's son arrest. And this is pertaining to the liquor scam. And he has been arrested in this scam. Chaitanya Bagel has been arrested this morning, and he was taken into custody from his residence in Bihar after an early morning raid was conducted by the ED officials. And Chaitanya Bagel is a businessman and son of former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Bagel. And this is in connection with the money laundering probe linked to the state's liquor policy. There you have. There's visuals coming in, how he was taken into custody. And this is something that the Congress workers are protesting. And this is a significant development, viewers, in the investigation into the alleged irregularities during the Congress's rule in Chhattisgarh under Bhupesh Bagel, as when he was the chief minister. And according to the people, ED claimed that a portion of funds was laundered through real estate firms operated by Chaitanya Bagel and his close associates. This is the update. And ED's money laundering case is based on a first information report registered by the ACB of Chhattisgarh, naming 70 individuals and entities. That includes former Excise Minister Khawasi Lakhma for their alleged role in corruption related to state's liquor policy. So just as he's arrested, we see the Congress workers taking to the streets, and as you can see the tire being burned outside the Enforcement Directorate office. And that's the breaking news we are getting in right now. ED conducted raids this morning on Bhupesh Bagel's son's house, property, premises. And Congress workers are now staging protests outside the office of the Enforcement Directorate. And Bhupesh Baghel, in fact, has also strongly criticized the central government now for this and says that it's an attempt to silence the opposition. So this is the update we are getting in from from outside the ED office. Viewers, ED has arrested Bhupesh Baghel's son, Chaitanya Baghel, and after an early morning raid. And of course, there are agencies that are being now accused by. We see that Bhupesh Baghel is criticizing central government for using this, for allegedly misusing the agencies. And this is the update we are getting you. These are the visuals. Congress workers staging protest against the arrest of Bhupesh Baghel's son. Breaking news coming in right now. Mumbai Swami Vivekananda International School in Kandivali has received a bomb threat via email, prompting an immediate response from the Kandivali police station and police and bomb search squad. However, no suspicious objects have been found during the thorough search of the premises. The incident is part of this larger trend that has emerged. Multiple schools in Mumbai, viewers, have received similar threats in the recent months. In June, the Kanakya International School, also Ryan International School in Mumbai, had received bomb threat emails, which were later deemed as a hoax threat. Now, the police are investigating these incidents, trying to trace the origin of these emails and identify the culprits behind these threats. So, this is the update from Mumbai. We are now shifting our focus, viewers, to other stories. More than 40 schools, meanwhile, in Delhi, too, have received bomb threats via email, triggering swift response from Delhi police and fire services. This is the fourth such day this week that we see schools in the capital city have received bomb threats. The threat email marked to 45 schools claimed that several explosives have been placed in classrooms, and the bomber, the one who had mailed, says that he wishes that no one survives. This is part of that email. And this is a trend, viewers, that was witnessed last year as well, if you remember. And again, we see a similar trend emerging, a pattern emerging rather. And 40 schools in the national capital, 3 schools in Mumbai receiving bomb threats. You can see these are visuals where after the schools were in fact sanitized, they were evacuated, and thorough checks were conducted by the bomb disposal squad and in the national capital, in Mumbai as well. And this is, they're trying to identify and reach the source of the email as to who is spreading these this scare in the schools. And
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
After ED raids Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Bagel's Bhilai house, his son now arrested. Pakistan's bloody signature in Pahalgam now called out by the United States. White House confirms that India said that TRF is equal to Pakistan terror. It takes a major action on the TRF, that is the front of the Lashkar-e-Taiba behind the Pahalgam terror attack. Aam Aadmi Party formally quits the Indie bloc. Sanjay Singh says alliance was only for Lok Sabha polls. Nitish Rane posts a video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra War misbehaving with journalists. Middle class run over by rich yet again. In Gandhinagar this time, BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. Hoax bomb threat issued to total 60 schools in Delhi, Bengaluru and Mumbai. Republic crashes all landing channels, become India's #1 and the most watched channel. And Arnab Goswami is the prime time king once again. Super prime time max breaches the 90% mark. A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the big news that we're tracking for you. It's another case of hit and run. The rich have hit and again they have, this incident involves the rich, and this time it's a BMW driver accused in the Gujarat hit and run case has been granted bail You've heard of such cases before, and yes, he's let off on bail again. The charges are on Vatsal Karya. They were bailable. The charges filed were bailable. He was set free this morning, although the police are investigating the matter and they have collected the blood sample of the accused who is believed to have consumed alcohol. Yesterday morning in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar, a middle-aged man stepped out of his home just like every other day. He rode his humble Activa scooty, maybe heading to work, maybe running an errand. We'll never know now, because before he could reach his destination, his journey ended brutally by speeding BMW, and the driver, locals say, was drunk, intoxicated, and not just on alcohol, perhaps on arrogance as well, on entitlement, on the belief that rules do not apply to those who can afford to break them. The middle-class man died on the spot. The BMW driver, he's alive. He's hospitalized, being treated, let off on bail. But who will treat the trauma of the family that just lost their loved one? Who will answer for yet another life lost in this unspoken war between privilege and the powerless? This is not just an accident, viewers. This is a story of how luxury and lawlessness are now speeding hand in hand across our cities. You can see the visual, viewers, to the right side of your screens. This is the Gandhinagar case. You can see this front, you can see this entire body in the front has been mangled. You can see the windshield, the screen has also been smashed. And imagine the impact on the individual that it hit. A scooter rider has been killed. He was on a two-wheeler. He did not have any safety equipment. It was not a luxury bike at all. It was a scooty, a humble scooty. And this BMW, worth lakhs and lakhs of rupees, rammed into it. And this man behind the wheels is let off on bail. He was drunk. He was in an inebriated state. He is now let off on bail. And why? Why these are different laws? This reminds us of the Pune car crash. The minor who continues to be, dealt as a minor and tried as a minor by the JJB, not taking even account of the law that remains. We see these luxury cars, the Audi car crash case, a Porsche case, and now you had an Audi case in the national capital on the 9th of July, ramming into, crushing those poor migrant workers who were on the footpath. Now you have this one in Gandhinagar. One scooter rider has been killed, and the accused was let off on bail. Who is the victim? It's the middle class. The middle class continues to cry for help, to fight for justice, but to no avail, because those in power, those with the money, are let off. The lines are open, viewers. You can call us on the number that is flashing on the bottom of your screen, 01203235206. It's rich versus the middle class, viewers. The two techies that were killed, their families continue to yearn for justice. They still are fighting for justice. And here is this another case in Gandhinagar of Gujarat, where this rich brat, another rich brat, has been let off on bail. He was clearly drunk. It was proven, and people are also saying that he was drunk. And the charges that were filed against him were in fact put out in such a way so that he's let off on bail. The bailable offences, he was booked under bailable offences, of course, because he must have made those phone calls to those. He must be coming from money. And he is let off on bail because reportedly he just did something that was a bailable offence. A person dies, a man is killed, but it seems to be a bailable offence. Tanisha, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. Tanisha, tell us more details. What are you picking up as far as this story from Gandhinagar is concerned?
Absolutely, Rakshita. Like you were just telling it to our viewers, how it is the affluent people, the influential people who quickly get bail. And that is what a life of a middleman cost. A rich brat runs over a middle class man and just gets bail in nearly 15 hours. And that's not it. Earlier when we spoke to the family of the deceased, they had to show us the visuals of the scooter that was rammed by the BMW, and it was completely trashed. It had hit the car, and so much so was the impact of the BMW hitting the scooter that it flew 20 meters away. And this raises serious questions on how does an affluent man, how does a rich brat get away so easily with it? And like we are showing it on screen also, it is not just about one incident from Gandhinagar. These are about several incidents that's happened in the past. It's about how in the Pune case as well, in the Porsche case as well, first the minor was let off by telling him that he should write an essay on what he did wrong. Later, he was told by the court that he will not be tried as an adult but as a minor, whereas it was just few months away to him being an adult, and still he was tried as a minor.
Tanisha, we have many people actually can understand what's really happening, and people are really enraged about this. We have Murthy from Chennai joining us on the phone line. Mr. Murthy, please go ahead with your thoughts.
Yeah, good afternoon. On what basis the judge has given the bail, nobody knows. Simply bail has been granted. The affluent can get away with anything, as Arnab says. Only the middleman suffers. There is no doubt about it.
Yes, absolutely.
The reason for this, you can see the judiciary also, each judge gives on his own decision. Whether they are going, if a person is under the influence of alcohol, he has to be put behind bars. He cannot drive a vehicle under the influence of alcohol. But where is the question? The judge is giving him bail. On what basis? Nobody knows.
Yes. Right, Mr. Murthy, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing your views. Viewers, please do call in and share your views on that, because this is Republic TV, something Republic TV has always brought to the focus, that the roads and law is not only for the rich. This is the question we are raising. It's a Republic campaign. The luxury murders should stop. The luxury murders should stop, because time and again, these people behind hit-and-run cases are the rich, come from money, they come from power, they are let off, the cases continue for years and years and years, but the victim's family, they grow old fighting for their loved ones, but to no avail. And this has happened just recently, last year in Pune, the Porsche case. 2 techies were killed, 2 young lives in their 20s were lost. Recently, the migrant laborers were in fact run over by an Audi in the national capital by, again, a drunk man in his Audi. Now this is a BMW in Gandhinagar of Gujarat. 1 scooter rider has been killed. And the man who was intoxicated, he was behind the wheel, he is let off on bail, because it seems he just made there was just a bailable charge against him. Why was it so? We ask. How did he get bail? We ask. That is the big that's the big story that we are tackling for you, viewers. And you can call in with the number flashing on the bottom of your screen. Amit Merchant is our caller. Next caller, Amit Merchant, joins us on the phone line. Mr. Merchant, please go ahead with your thoughts and your opinion. What do you think? What do you want to say? Sir, please go ahead.
There has been an accident, where there has been any incident, the result is not up to the satisfying mark, because there is no value for life in India. Because these rich brats, I would say, they have no consideration for any coming in the middle of going in the middle of the road, or going in the pavement, hitting anyone, and It's absolutely ruthless driving, rash driving, and I think all should be behind the bars and giving the justice to the people injured or killed.
Right, I think there's some problem with the network, but yes, we do understand what in parts what you tried to say. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Merchant from Pune, joining us. We will, of course, continue to receive more calls, viewers, and you can always share your thoughts and what you feel, because this is something that has been happening for years, viewers. Not about this, it's not about Pune Porsche case. It's been happening for years, and we, of course, as a nation, needs to stand together and stand united for each and every person, each and every innocent that is killed on the road and continues to await justice. Because the driver in this latest case in Gandhinagar has been granted bail, and he's said to have been inebriated. Okay, we have Ajay from Siliguri joining us on the broadcast. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for hearing me. Ma'am, what I would like to say here is there are a lot of incidences of, the luxury cars, hitting people and then, mowing them down, most of them turning fatal. So the government has to do something about it. We just can't, the authorities just can't sit like a lame duck. What has to be done, in my opinion, is the moment, these people apply for purchasing luxury cars, you have to make them sign some kind of a bond, some kind of an indemnity bond. They have to indemnify the government that in case something happens, some fatal accident happens and the driver is found intoxicated or something, they have to pay huge penalties, maybe 5 times, 10 times the amount of the car to the deceased. Some deterrent law has to be there. You just can't sit on age-old laws, and then go on killing people. And then, we all know how our judicial system is. The reports get changed, the blood report is changed, and then, the lawyer, they change the whole scenario. And then, ultimately the accused goes scot-free. So we have to take this up very, very aggressively. This is not a joke. I would like to, request your channel to take up this nationwide. It should be a nationwide kind of an agitation.
Right, sir. Okay. It is a nationwide campaign. So Republic TV has always and will always continue to run this campaign till justice is served. Thanks so much, sir, for joining us from Siliguri. Viewers, so you can keep calling in. We have Madhusudan now from Hubli joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Madhusudan, please go ahead with your views.
Well, I'm just going through this particular case. And actually, to put it more in slang word, all Indian laws can be, there can be a footnote below that these laws apply only to common man, it doesn't apply to rich people. So that would be more this thing, because even justice, what is being delivered, we are finding it somewhere it is biased. And these things repeatedly are showing that common man is totally taken for a ride by the rich community. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Madhusudan, thanks so much. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast, viewers. So you can understand that our viewers and all of you, everybody in this country, it really boils our blood, viewers, when we see that these rich brats are let off. And this is what they are using. They're using their money, they're using their power, and this is setting the wrong example. Always we see that these people get away and the innocents continue to suffer on the roads. The poor, the middle class, it's them who suffer. And these rich brats, these rich killers are let off. And this is the example that has been set in this country for the longest time. But till when? We need to speak up, viewers, and that's why Republic TV continues with this campaign of #LuxuryMurder. And you can always tune in and you can always call in on the number that is flashing on your screens right now. On the bottom of the screens, it's luxury murder. They have the luxury to kill people on road and get away with it. That is this pattern that has been observed in this country. They are let off on bail, they are let off by writing an essay, they are let off as juveniles, they are let off as something that is a bailable offense, and this has been continuing. But till when? When will we start speaking up? The pressure has to be mounted, viewers, and this should stop. And we see that in this case, a similar thing has happened. It happened, this is Vatsal Karya, the man who was posing there with the policeman in Gandhinagar. He was drunk behind the wheels in BMW car, his luxury car, and he killed one scooty driver. High-end cars mowing down middle-class people on the road. It's a pattern that has become rampant, and we see no action. So this is, viewers, that Republic TV is continuing to cover. We've seen what happened in the Pune Porsche case. There were many lapses in the investigation. There was a lot of lapses in that investigation, right from collection of blood samples to him being tried. Until date, the JJB, the Juvenile Justice Board, says that it was a serious offense, but not a heinous offense. And now you see in this case also, it was a bailable offense. It seems killing a scooty driver was a bailable offense in Gandhinagar, because this was a man who was riding a BMW, who was driving a BMW, and he's let off. He's let off, and he is right now relieved. The charges were bailable, and he was set free this morning after he was arrested yesterday. Police are investigating the matter, they say, matter. They've collected the blood sample now, and what happened was, viewers, if I would just revisit the entire case, it happened in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar, and it was a middle-aged man who had stepped out of his home on his Activa, on his scooty, and before he could reach his destination, his life ended, viewers, and this is the man who was behind that. You can see, you can understand from that impact the gravity of the situation, viewers. You can see how hard this car has been hit. It struck that man, it hit that man, and then it rams into the car. There you have the CCTV. There you have. It's really a disturbing image, viewers, but you see this man coming from the other side, and he's driving away. He's driving away, and he does not stop his car. Shifting focus to other stories, the ED has arrested son of former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and party MP Bhupesh Bagel's son Chaitanya Bagel in liquor scam linked money laundering case. The ED conducted searches at the residence of Chaitanya Bagel, and this happened, viewers, in March. Federal Probe Agency had conducted similar raids at his residence. Congress MP Bhupesh Bagel has cried witch hunt, and an attempt by the centre to muzzle the voices in opposition were raised against industrialist Gautam Adani. Meanwhile, the Congress has upped the ante, protesting outside the ED office in Raipur. So visuals of the arrest. Chaitanya Bagel has been arrested. In fact, just listen in to former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh Bhupesh Bagel after his son is arrested.
सब लोग बोल चुके हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष बोलने के बाद और कुछ बदला नहीं है। सदन में भी कहा कि अडानी के जो पेड़ कटाई चल रहा है, इसके विरोध में पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी लड़ाई लड़ रही है और दबाव पूरे सरकार में है, प्रशासनिक तंत्र में है और विपक्ष को दबाने के लिए ये रणनीति अपनाई गई है, जिसके कारण से आज नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने विधानसभा में ये घोषणा की कि हम इस कार्रवाई के विरोध में दिन भर के सदन की कार्रवाई बहिष्कार करते हैं। कवासी लखमा भी टारगेट किया, देवेंद्र यादव को टारगेट किया, अभी मेरे बेटे को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है दबाने की कोशिश कि कोई आवाज़ अडानी के खिलाफ ना बोल सके।
All right, viewers. So we have RP Singh, Sardar RP Singh of the BJP, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, we have Congress workers protesting outside the ED office after the arrest of Mr. Baghel's son. Mr. Baghel, meanwhile, has said that this is, targeting. It's a witch hunt by the centre, and that they're trying to just muzzle the voices of the opposition.
Well, they are saying in Hindi, "Chor machaye shor," but this case is much before our government came in. And this is about the excise policy, liquor policy. There is a big corruption happened in that, and then that's why ED is pursuing the case. If they have anything against ED, they can go to court. They tried going to court and get it quashed, but it didn't happen because ED has enough evidence to prosecute a person to take the case forward. But as Congress is, they always play a victim card. When they are caught, they always play a victim card. Best is they should seek a legal recourse.
We have Udit Raj of the Congress. Udit Raj, sir, you just heard Mr. RP Singh. He also saying that Congress is only playing victim card as Bhupesh Baghel accuses the centre of misusing the agencies. Mr. Raj.
Hello. Yeah, it's a completely misuse of agency, and those who are corrupt up to the neck. And Honorable Prime Minister named Mr. Ajit Pawar that he had embezzled 70,000 crore rupees, and he is made Deputy Chief Minister. Where is the law for it? All corrupt people joining BJP are not only free, but they are being given prime position and all dignity. See, it's only to harass and discourage the opposition. However, we are not going to cow down. And this is completely misuse of ED. Right?
Right, Mr. Udit Raj, thanks so much for joining us with those with your thoughts on that story. Mr. Sardar RP Singh, thank you so much. And with that, we slip into a short break. But on the other side, Republic TV continues to closely track the top stories for you. And in a short while from now, we'll be right back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories of the day that we're tracking for you. Bhupesh Bagel's son arrested by the ED in the liquor scam, and after the raids and the arrest, Bhupesh Bagel cries vendetta. Nearly 60 schools in the national capital received bomb threats in just 3 days. Police probe underway. Middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order on the streets of Patna. Another video from the hostile firing shows accused roaming freely on the streets, brandishing the guns. US declares the TRF, the resistance front outfit behind the Pahalgam attack, as foreign terrorist organization. India hails the move. Nitish Rane posts video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awad misbehaving with the journalists. Republic crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and the most watched channel. Arnab Goswami is the primetime king once again, and Super Primetime Max reaches the 90% mark. All right, viewers, now almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the United States has designated the Lashkar's proxy TRF as foreign terrorist organization. Today, the U.S. Department of State is adding the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization, especially designated global terrorist. Today, the U.S. Department of State is adding the TRF as a... So Pakistan, and viewers, this is a proxy for Lashkar-e-Taiba, and it had claimed responsibility for the 22nd April terror attack in Pahalgam that killed 26. This was the deadliest attack, viewers, on civilians in India since the 2008 Mumbai attacks, and it was conducted by the LAT. That TRF claimed responsibility, and it has in fact claimed responsibility in the past for several attacks against Indian security forces also last year. So Pakistan, viewers, cannot deny, it continues to deny. United States has now named this terror outfit publicly. And Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was one of the victims, viewers, in this Pahalgam terror attack. We spoke to the family of Lieutenant Narwal. Listen in.
राजेश जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। आज यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने एक बहुत बड़ा कदम उठाया है। टीआरएफ, वही टेरर आउटफिट जो रिस्पॉन्सिबल था पहलगाम टेरर अटैक के लिए, उसको एक टेरर आउटफिट डेजिग्नेट कर दिया है। इट्स अ ह्यूज डिप्लोमेटिक विन फॉर इंडिया। सर, आपका क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
नमस्कार जी, मेरा इस बारे में यही कहना है कि हमारे देश के कूटनीतिज्ञों ने और राजनेताओं ने तरह से इस मुद्दे को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उठाया और उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए आज से यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने द रेसिस्टेंट फ्रंट को, जो कि लश्कर तैयबा से कनेक्टेड है, और उन्होंने 22 अप्रैल की जो घटना थी पहलगाम की, उसमें जो मैसेकर किया, जिसमें कि 26 भारतीय को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी, जिसमें मेरा बेटा लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल भी उसमें शहादत को प्राप्त हुआ, तो उसके खिलाफ एक कड़ा कदम और उसके प्रति प्रतिबद्धता जो यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने दिखाई है, ये काबिले तारीफ है और एक अच्छा कदम है। इससे इस तरह के संगठनों पर, इस तरह की कार्रवाई पर अंकुश लगाने का ये कार्य है।
अब आपकी क्या मांग है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से? बिकॉज जहाँ तक हम जानते हैं जो इंडिया यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स के टाइज थे वो और स्ट्रेंथन हो गए हैं इस कदम के बाद। अब आपकी क्या मांग है? क्योंकि हमने बस कुछ ही देर पहले शुभम द्विवेदी जी से भी बात किया था, उन्होंने भी अपने भाई को खोया था पहलगाम के अटैक पे। उन्होंने कहा था कि अब जो विक्टिम्स है पहलगाम के, उनको एक शहीद का दर्जा देना चाहिए। आपकी क्या मांग है?
मेरा सरकार से मांग तो नहीं है, मेरी तो एक अपील है, और सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ही सेंसिटाइज्ड है और एक जिम्मेदार सरकार है मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, और वो इसको बहुत ही गंभीरता के साथ इस इशू को लिया है। और जहाँ तक शहादत की बात है, तो जितने भी लोग वहाँ आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े हैं, तो सभी जान गंवाने वाले जो लोग हैं, व्यक्ति हैं, और उनके परिवारों की यही मांग है, अपील भी है गवर्नमेंट से कि उनको शहादत का दर्जा दिया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये आम कोई ऐसी घटना नहीं है, ये आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े हैं। आतंकवाद की घटना हुई, उन्होंने ऐसा कायराना काम किया, तब उनकी ये मतलब इस दुनिया से वो हमने खोया है उनको, तो इसको शहादत मिलनी चाहिए, शहादत का दर्जा।
आपसे एक और सवाल लेना चाहूंगी। ये जो कदम है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का, ये कुछ ही महीनों बाद आता है, इनफैक्ट कुछ ही दिनों बाद आता है, जब आसिम मुनीर जो थे वो जब डोनाल्ड ट्रंप से मिले पिछले महीने और उन्होंने बातचीत की। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप और जो पाकिस्तान के लोगों के बीच में बातचीत हुई थी, उससे ये भी कहीं ना कहीं दिखाया जा रहा था कि यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ओपनली कंडेम नहीं कर रहा है जो भी पाकिस्तान ने किया है। बट आज जिस कदम से जिस तरीके से यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने ओपनली बोल दिया है कि जो टीआरएफ है वो एक टेरर आउटफिट है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान के जो भी अटेम्प्ट्स थे, उनके जो भी मकसद थे कि अपने आप को दूर रखने इस पहलगाम टेरर अटैक से, उनका जो रोल है वो सामने ना आए, वो कहीं ना कहीं कंप्लीटली डिमोलिश हो चुका है?
यस मैम, एब्सोल्युटली मैं सहमत हूँ आपकी इस ओपिनियन से, क्योंकि उन्होंने कोशिश तो की है कि किसी तरह से पहलगाम टेररिस्ट अटैक था जो, उससे हम अपनी दूरी बना के रखें, उसमें कहीं पर भी लश्कर तैयबा का या टीआरएफ का किसी तरह से ना पता लगे, जबकि टीआरएफ ने तो जिम्मेदारी ली जो कि लश्कर तैयबा से कनेक्टेड है, और लश्कर तैयबा क्या है ये सबसे किसी से छुपा नहीं है पूरी दुनिया से। तो यूएस ने भले ही देर से किया, लेकिन देर नहीं कह सकते, उसने भी अपने लेवल पर अपने एंड पर जो भी कार्रवाई करनी थी, कोई देखना था, कोई इन्वेस्टिगेट करना था, वो उसने करके और तह तक पहुंच करके तब ये कदम उठाया है। और साथ में मेरे एक और अपील है इस दुनिया के सभी कूटनीतिज्ञों से कि इस तरह के जो भी आतंकवादी संगठन हैं या इस तरह की कोई भी विचारधारा है, कोई भी मतलब स्कूल है, क्या है, छोटा सा भी कनेक्शन है किसी से भी, तो उन सबको ही डेजिग्नेट कर देना चाहिए। और डेजिग्नेट करने के साथ मात्र ये नहीं कि उनको डेजिग्नेट करके छोड़ दे, उनके खिलाफ ये नहीं है कि भाई हम उनसे वास्ता नहीं रखेंगे या उनको बायकाट करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं, उनके खिलाफ एक्शन करना चाहिए, उनको खत्म करना चाहिए। खत्म करना मतलब ये नहीं कि अभी कागजों पे खत्म कर दें, नो, नॉट इट एट ऑल। जो भी उससे इन्वॉल्व हैं, उसमें कनेक्टेड हैं, जो जिनका उसमें रोल है, जो उनको पोसते हैं, पालते हैं, तो उन सब को जड़ से खत्म करना चाहिए। जड़ से खत्म करने का मतलब मैं स्पष्ट कह देता हूं, उनको दुनिया से खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
Viewers, we have now how TRF had routed money for its nefarious activities. It routed money through real estate in Kashmir. Terror money. This money for terror funding was invested in real estate of Kashmir via assets of Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists, Hazm and Fufu, who were used to route money of TRF. And many high-profile investments were done in these real estate projects in Kashmir, viewers. The TRF routed money through real estate in Kashmir. I have my colleague Goswami saying for more details. Goswami, help us understand what does it really mean if they were funneling money here through real estate. There must be people also who are involved there on ground, who are helping the TRF actually, help in this funneling of the funds.
Yes, Rakshita, you have rightly mentioned that what has happened during investigation of the several cases and also the modus operandi of the resistance front in the Kashmir Valley, it came into being that the terror organization was using the real estate business for actually manifolding its money. Two individuals have been identified as Hazam and Fufu. They were the active, actually the players who were doing it on the behalf of the resistance front. See, what happens that when a property is sold, it is sold at the government rates because for the registry and all the documentation, it has to go by the government rates. But there is a black money that is involved, that some amount of money that has to be paid in cash, and that was actually getting manifold. Reason being that the properties that are being purchased with this money that were being sold at regular intervals, and the way the prices of the properties are skyrocketing, that was indeed helping the resistance front to generate the funds. It has come during investigation that has been carried out by the intelligence wing of Jammu and Kashmir Police that the real estate has played a very vital role. There were some big guns that have gone beyond a certain point to invest crores and crores into the properties, because see what was happening, the post 2019, the investors were also coming into the Kashmir Valley, so they thought that it is the best time to actually get their money involved in the real estate, so that when the investment will come in the real estate, their money will manifold. And that too had happened to a large extent, because from 2019 to 2022-23, it was a year prior to the killing of Basir Dar in 2024 that their real estate industry got shut for the resistance front. Otherwise, since 2023, they were actually minting a good amount of money that was actually being manifold using these Hazam and Fufu, two names that have emerged during the investigation. So this real estate and the terror proxy, this was actually the plan of the Pakistan's Lashkar, that how there will be a regular funding for the resistance front and they do not have to depend upon the Lashkar to send money from across, but they will be actually manifolding their money using this trade of real estate in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Thanks so much, Goswami, for joining us with those important details coming in. We have Major General S.P. Sinha, defense expert, joining us on the broadcast. He has served in Jammu and Kashmir. He understands this well. Sir, if you could help our viewers understand how this, this entire funneling of money, the terror funding has been continuing, because we've seen how Lashkar tried to give via TRF an indigenous face to it. It has been recruiting the youth. It has used social media time and again for radicalization, and after Pahalgam attack, it was very important to in fact crack the way. But how do you think that all this was going on for such a long time?
You see, first of all, I would like to compliment Modi government that it is the decision of United States of America is a diplomatic, our political, moral victory for India. And down the line, I feel that America has started realizing that it cannot play truant with India, and it has to resort to measures which are likely to please India. And that is why such a belated action on the part of this Pahalgaon incident happened months back. Why America is reacting now?
Yes.
Aren't their intelligence agencies aware that TRF was involved? Why so much of delay? That means this delay, first of all, they entertain General Field Marshal Munir. They give him, he has lunch with him.
Yes.
And now you're trying to declare TRF. The question is, this action on the part of America is inadequate. It does not satisfy me. America has to take a bold action. Who is the author? Who is the script writer for all these terror activities? It is Pakistan government. It is the Pakistan army. It is Pakistan army chief. What action has been taken by United States of America against these people, these organizations, these individuals? Nothing. You give him lunch, and now you say that TRF is a terrorist organization. Why can't you hold Pakistan army chief and Shahbaz Sharif responsible for these actions? Isn't it a fact that when the dead bodies had to be honored, these people, the government officials, army people, they were there to honor him? So involvement of Pakistan government and army is very clear. The chap who is the director, the individual who is the director, you don't do anything about him. And you name the organization. And this is just an eyewash. I personally feel it is an eyewash. It means nothing for me. Because Hafiz Saeed roams freely, Shahabuddin roams freely in Pakistan. They get money support. Now with regards to organizing terror activities, let me tell you, there are many ways in which these terror organizations raise money. Real estate, drugs, mafia, all this, they have special NGOs. In the name of their religion, they raise money. Certain Muslims go to USA, Canada, and they open an NGO and they start raising money. And these are the sources from which this terrorist organization, and of course, Pakistan government support. Isn't it a fact that Hafiz Saeed was given a special train to organize the rally?
Absolutely, sir.
If an individual is a international terrorist, how can you give him a special train to organize rally? And how is it that these terrorists who stay in jails of Pakistan, they are supposed to be in jail and they keep producing children? How is it possible? I have no doubt that the government of Pakistan and basically Army Chief and ISI, they fully support. They are actual culprits. They have to be held accountable. And only a very strong action against these people will please me. Pakistan should be put in grey list and then blacklist immediately.
Right, General Sinha. Yes, General Sinha, absolutely. It's not the first time that the terror outfit has been called out by the United States, but we see the duality in its approach time and again. We've seen what America has been doing when it comes to this issue of Pakistan. And of course, India needs to be wary of that and continue with its counter-terrorism efforts. Thank you so much, Major General Sinha, for joining us with your thoughts on the story. In fact, we'll just tell you how Pakistan has already acknowledged the support for TRF. It was the Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar himself who had acknowledged the support for TRF, a proxy group for Lashkar-e-Taiba, while trying to get its name removed from a UNSC statement. This happened, viewers, if you remember, during Operation Sindoor. Here's that admission we're talking about.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कहा जी नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते हैं आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जाबर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF।
Viewers, Republic TV got you the story of, in fact, the CCTV footage from inside the hospital, the firing that happened in Paras Hospital. Today, we get you the CCTV footage of how those gun-wielding men had, in fact, exited the hospital after committing the murder. And they were in broad daylight, brandishing this gun, as you can see, on the road. Sort of a victory march, it seems. It's a free run for the gangsters, viewers, in Patna, in the state of Bihar. These are bike-borne gangsters with pistols. They were exiting the Patna's Paras Hospital. And you can see a girl who was there, school girl in uniform with a school bag. She was going to walk down the road, but she just got scared of this scene. And she just, looked for a safe hideout, because obviously it's a terrifying state of affairs. CCTV 1, CCTV 2. You saw this open firing. This is happening inside the hospital. These 5 men enter. They open fire on gangster Chandan Mishra. He dies, and they go away. They go away unscathed. And then celebrations after the shootout also continue. So look at them, absolute no fear of law and order in Bihar. And this is not the first instance of a high-profile murder that has come under public eye. We saw what happened with Gopal Khemka. Years ago, what happened with his son. And despite all the security threats, there's no action that has been taken by the administration. All that the Bihar police says is that farmers are very free in this season. They're giving a weather update. And they blame it on the farmers being so idle that they are indulging in crimes. So that is the state of affairs in the state of Bihar. And all this is happening ahead of the assembly elections. Opposition, of course, is also raising questions. Now take a listen into what Paras Hospital's director has to say.
पारस हॉस्पिटल पिछले 13 सालों से आपको पता है कि पटना में चल रहा है और मरीजों की सेवा कर रहा है सर। जो हमारा सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम है वो वैसे ही तत्पर रोज़ काम कर रहा है जो पिछले 13 सालों से करता है। ये एक जो घटना घटी है कल, जो अपन सब लोग इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है सर, जिसके बारे में किसी ने नहीं सोचा होगा। हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिशन का, पटना पुलिस का और सब लोगों का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने हॉस्पिटल में आए हुए मरीजों का और जो मरीज़ थे या जो स्टाफ था और जो पूरा जो ये वाक़या हुआ उसके अंदर पूरा सपोर्ट किया और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से इसका निर्वाह किया।
कोई भी अपराधी आके किसी को भी मार के चला जा सकता है।
देखिए सर, कैसा है कि फिर मैं बता रहा हूँ कि हमारे तो मैं फिर बोल रहा हूँ कि हॉस्पिटल में आने वाला हर आदमी अंडर होता है तो वो एक अपना एम लेके आता है कि अपना इलाज कराना है या अपने परिजनों का इलाज करना है। ये चीज़ें सोच के परे की बात है। पहली बात तो ये हर डेफिनेटली कोई भी सिस्टम में कुछ भी होता है, चाहे अपने घर में है, परिवार में है, क्या नाम, समाज में है, किसी भी संस्था में है, जो भी होता है, जो भी इंसिडेंट होते हैं उसके ऊपर अपन लोग फिर और पेनी नज़र से और ठीक से करने की कोशिश करते हैं। उसी का एक प्रोसेस चलता है, डेफिनेटली वो हम भी करेंगे।
सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस जितने हैं पुलिस ले गई है, पुलिस को आप लोग सहयोग किस तरीके से?
मेरा सहयोग पूरी तरह से, या पारस हॉस्पिटल का सहयोग पूरी तरह से पुलिस को है। जो उनको जो जानकारी चाहिए, जैसे चाहिए, हम लोगों ने अभी तक उनको अपलोड कराई और कराएंगे, और उनको जितनी जानकारी चाहिए सब उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी।
आपने अपने किसी स्टाफ पर एक्शन लिया है?
मेरे के स्टाफ इसमें कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट ही नहीं है तो एक्शन का कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। अभी ये देखते हैं सर कि क्या रहता है।
मानते हैं कि आपके हॉस्पिटल की कोई लापरवाही नहीं?
सर ऐसे कहना अभी तक मेरे को नहीं लगता कि कोई लापरवाही है।
आपके प्रेमिसेस के अंदर घुस गए वो तो कोई लापरवाही नहीं है। मैं मानता हूँ बिहार पुलिस की लापरवाही तो है ही।
मैं नहीं कह रहा, ये एक घटना है जो घटी है। इसके ऊपर जो भी सरकार की तरफ से अपना वो भी देख रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ है, हम भी अपने अस्पताल के अंदर देख रहे हैं।
पूरे बिहार में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का जो भी इमारतें थी, दीवारें थी, सब ध्वस्त हो चुका है। तंत्र पूरी तरह से एकदम घुटना टेक दिया है और अपराधी सत्ता के संरक्षण प्राप्त करके वो विजय बन गए हैं, और इस कदर विजय बने हैं कि सम्राट की भूमिका में अपराधी आ गया है। सत्ता का संरक्षण जो है, खेमका की मौत ने पूरे पटना वासियों के जेहन में खौफ पैदा कर दिया। किसका ग्रहण लग गया है? माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी अचेत हैं, ये बात स्वीकार लेनी चाहिए। मेडिकल बुलेटिन लोग नहीं जारी कर रहा है क्योंकि चाहता है कि इसको किसी तरह से बरसात हम निकाल दें, लेकिन हर व्यक्ति जो राजनीति का हल्का सा ज्ञान रखता है उसको इस बात का आभास है कि नीतीश कुमार अचेत है। वंस अपॉन ए टाइम देयर वाज नीतीश कुमार, नाउ हियर इज नीतीश कुमार।
गैंग वार जो हुआ है, आपको क्या लगता है ये क्या संदेश दे रहा है? गैंग वार हॉस्पिटल में आम आदमी भी इलाज कराता है वहाँ, उसके बाद ओपनली बंदूक लहराया जा रहा है, बच्चियाँ डरी हुई,
अधिकारी बेलगाम, प्रशासन बेलगाम, अपराधी बेखौफ। अब अपराधियों का जब खौफ पुलिस में दिखा जाए तो कानून का राज स्थापित नहीं हो सकता है। जब तक पुलिस बलों का खौफ अपराधियों में नहीं दिखेगा, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कोई दुरुस्त नहीं कर सकता है। इन दिनों अपराधियों का खौफ पुलिस पर है।
All right, time for a short break, but we get you the story from Chhattisgarh. ED has raided ex-Chief Minister Bhupesh Bagel's son house in Plea. Chaitanya Bagel now arrested. And the middle class run over by the rich yet again. This time the case from Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one, the rich brat gets bail.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Bhupesh Baghel's son arrested in the liquor scam by the ED. Baghel alleges witch hunt by the centre. Nearly 60 schools in the national capital received bomb threats in just 3 days. Police probe underway. Middle class run over by the rich yet again. Now in Gandhinagar, BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order on the streets of Patna. Another video from a hospital firing shows accused now roaming freely on the streets, brandishing the gun. US declares the resistance front, that is the TRF, a proxy of Lashkar-e-Taiba, the outfit behind Pahalgam attack, as foreign terrorist as an organization. India hails move. Nitish Rane posts a video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awar misbehaving with journalists. Republic crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and the most watched channel. And Arnab is the primetime king once again. Subhatra Primetime Max reaches the 90% mark. Alright, we have breaking news coming in. Rohit Pawar of the NCP SCP was seen getting into a heated argument with the police officers. This happened at Mumbai's Azad Maidan police station. Viewers, the confrontation occurred when Rohit Pawar, accompanied by the supporters, visited the station seeking information about Deshmukh's whereabouts. Now, frustrated with the lack of clear answers, Rohit Pawar's exchange with the police sub-inspector escalated, and visibly he's upset. He gets upset. He wants the officer to lower his voice and not raise his hand. Visual of that altercation on your screens as Rohit Pawar allegedly threatens the police officers. We'll try and listen in. That's a footage of the high voltage drama that unfolded at the Azad Maidan police station. NCP SCP MLA threatening the cops openly. Rohit Pawar there threatening the police at Azad Maidan police station. Huge ruckus unfolding at the police station, Mumbai's Azad Maidan police station. Rohit Pawar there. You can see when he's speaking to in fact, he's not speaking, he's threatening the cops there. You can see him raising his finger, telling him to lower his tone, lower his voice, and not raise his hand. Then there's another policeman who comes in, who intervenes there. And this is a scene from a police station. NCP Sharad Chandra Pawar party leader, Rohit Pawar, his relative, of course. And I have... all right, viewers. So the NCP SCP MLA, all right, this is NCP SCP's Rohit Pawar, who got into a heated argument, and he said that don't raise your hand, lower your voice, and he's unable to get clear answers.
पोलिसांना सहकार्य केलं पोलिसांनी नीट वागले साहेब नीट वागलं पाहिजे नीट बोललं पाहिजे ना साहेबांना हात लावायचं नाही असं वाटतं काय
That unfolded, the high voltage drama that unfolded at Mumbai Azad Maidan police station, and it's Rohit Pawar, the NCP SCP MLA that who was there threatening the cops openly, and this footage is going viral. We see that there were Pawar was accompanied by his supporters, and tensions of course peaked there, and the police sub-inspector was literally threatened, if you can see in that footage. Rohit Pawar in that in that video from police station, he is clearly saying that lower your voice and don't raise your hand, and that is the visual that is emerging from the police station, and matter of the scuffle that is begun. In fact, there was a scuffle earlier inside the assembly premises where Deshmukh, a known associate of Pawar, was allegedly assaulted, and there's a background to it, viewers. And now you see that high voltage drama unfolded. Rohit Pawar being at the center of it, he confronted Mumbai police over the detention of party worker Nitin Deshmukh. And the scuffle, of course, has been caught on camera, a heated argument.
A video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awadh has been posted by Nitish Rane, where he is seen misbehaving with a journalist. This comes a day after heated exchange between Awadh and BJP MLA Padalkar outside the legislature complex. And this is a clash that has been seen inside Vidhan Sabha, where we are seeing that there was on camera Jitendra Awadh who has hit out at the journalist. It is shocking, this kind of display of arrogance that has been caught on camera. We're showing you the visuals of that on our screens, where we are showing you the video of NCP SCP MLA Jitendra Awadh. It's been caught on camera, and how he has assaulted a journalist. This is the big news that we are staying with, viewers. The NCP SCP MLA has now assaulted a journalist. He misbehaves with a journalist. There's a heated exchange between Awadh and the BJP MLA Padalkar outside the legislature complex, and you can see the BJP MLA and NCP SP clash after he's misbehaved with the journalist. There is once again, and not the first time, we are seeing a clash that has been posted, and the Jitendra Awadh, this has been posted by Nitish Rane, where he's misbehaving with the journalist. This is after there has been seen him assaulting the journalist. And let me go across to the sequence.
सर हिंदी में क्या लग रहा
And I'm joined right now by leader Shaina MC, who's now joining us on the phone line. Shaina MC, how do we look at this? This is a clash inside Vidhan Bhavan. This is looking at an assault at a journalist inside the Vidhan Bhavan. If this can happen by the NCP, SCP, MLA, what possibly can we expect from our politicians?
I think it's most unfortunate, whether it is the cuss words against a reporter on duty or whether this is not the first time. We know that Mr. Awad has been privy to many controversies. Having said that, I think one needs to apologize because probity in public life is most important. Yesterday we saw a scuffle which has been condemned by all political parties. In the past, when Jitendra Awad was the housing minister, apparently he used the cuss word against a reporter and then apologized. So I think that, these type of behavior of one-upmanship and entitlement is something that needs to be condemned in totality. And Maharashtra has always been an extremely peace-loving and respectful state, and we hope that in the days to come we can maintain the same kind of decorum in the house and outside the house.
Shaina NC, Awadh has misbehaved with the journalist, and this is not the first time that we are seeing this kind of behavior that is happening. And this is not also only about Jitendra Awadh who's misbehaved with the journalist, but also the treatment that is being done in the Vidhan Sabha. This is the place of democracy which has to be worshipped. But the NCP, SCP believes that this is a place to be mocked. There is fighting, there is ruckus, there is chaos, and then now there is assault.
Well, our Chief Minister has gone forward yesterday itself, where he has condemned this kind of violence in the house and outside. But I think that introspection has to come from within, and it is for his own party leaders to break this up. I hope that in the days to come, Maharashtra is able to see peace and respect coexist, because that has been the meaning of this great state of ours that, emboldens people on the basis of how they conduct themselves in public life with a certain kind of sanskriti and sabhyata. And for those who don't have it, time to introspect, please, because people will not take this lying down. This is not the first time he's gotten into a scuffle. There are multiple incidents that one can raise. And some people who try to be these macho men who take law into their hands, they must understand there's a process of law also which follows. And whether it was the clash yesterday between Paralkar's, Karyakartas and Jitendra Awad's Karyakartas, I think it's time for all of us to collectively speak up, because if there is a temple of democracy in Delhi, which is Parliament, the temple of democracy in Maharashtra is the Vidhan Bhavan, and no such situation should be allowed to go out of hand.
Thank you, Shaina NC, for giving us those details. Viewers, the accused in the Gujarat hit-and-run case has been granted bail. The charges on Vatsal Karia were bailable. He was set free this morning. Though the police are investigating the matter, they have collected the blood sample of the accused, who is believed to have consumed alcohol yesterday morning in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar. We're also getting details. The middle-aged man stepped out of his home just like every other day. He rode his humble Activa. He may be heading to work, maybe running an errand. We'll never know. Because before he could reach his destination, his journey was ended brutally by a speeding BMW. The driver, locals say, was drunk, intoxicated, not just on alcohol, but maybe on arrogance, on entitlement, on the belief that rules don't apply to those who can afford to break them. The middle-class man died on the spot. And you ask the BMW driver, well, he's alive, hospitalized, being treated. But who will treat the trauma of the family that just lost their loved one? Who will answer for yet another life lost in this unspoken war between privilege and the powerless? This is not just an accident. This is a story of how luxury and lawlessness are now speeding hand in hand across our cities. Your volume today is low. Please make it high.
He is the son of the deceased and also Rajendra Tiwari, who is the brother-in-law of the deceased. He is also a lawyer. Bharat and Rajendra, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. आपसे जानना चाहूँगी, कब आपको इस बारे में पता चला कि ये इंसिडेंट हो क्या है, कब आपको खबर आई और किस तरीके से आपने इस केस को फॉरवर्ड ले जा रहे हैं अभी?
मैम, मुझे अराउंड 7:20 के आसपास एक कॉल आया था मॉर्निंग में. उन्होंने पहले मुझे इन्फॉर्म किया कि मेरे फादर को एक्सीडेंट हुआ है सूर्या सर्कल के आसपास, अनिर्देश बंगलो के बाजू में. तो मैं जस्ट तैयार होके निकल ही रहा था उस टाइम पे, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा पैनिक में आ गया था. फिर 1 मिनट बाद ही उन्होंने दोबारा कॉल करके बोला कि आप जल्दी आ जाइए क्योंकि उनकी डेथ हो गई है. तो एकदम से ट्रॉमा जैसा हो गया था, क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था. मैं एक्चुअली सुबह जल्दी उठा था ऑफिस का काम करने के लिए, तो जस्ट मैंने लैपटॉप स्टार्ट ही किया था, उतने में मेरे पास ऐसी न्यूज़ आई. तो मैं तो ट्रॉमा में था. तो हमारे वो साथ में जो 10th फ्लोर पे हमारी सोसाइटी में रहते हैं, वो मेरे साथ आए यहाँ पे. तो इधर सूर्य सर्कल से जो टर्न आता है, वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि मेरे फादर की डेड बॉडी यहाँ पे पड़ी हुई थी. एंड BMW की हालत बहुत खराब थी, मतलब वो पेड़ से बुरी तरह क्रैश हुई हुई थी. एंड उसका मतलब आगे का बोनट वगैरह एंड सब कुछ उड़ गया था. एंड सारे एयरबैग्स भी उसके खुले हुए थे उस टाइम पे.
And we're also getting you more breaking news right now. And this is Chaitanya Baghel, the son of former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, who was arrested by the ED in connection with a multi-crore liquor scam. The ED produced Chaitanya before the PMLA court in Raipur after conducting raids at his residence in Bhilai. We have more details on the story as the ED has arrested him. I'm also getting you breaking news details that have been shared on the story in the Raipur case as the Enforcement Directorate has arrested him now. I'm telling you, the investigating agency has in its possession unimpeachable evidence that part of money is generated through the liquor scam, that is the sale of illegal liquor through government shops using forged holograms, was routed through Chaitanya Baghel's real estate venture.
कुछ कहना चाहिए सर, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे सर. आराम से आराम से आराम से.
Let's take a look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Bharat 1 Minute.
And the other top focus, more than 40 schools in Delhi received a bomb threat via email, triggering swift response from Delhi police and fire services. Viewers, this is the fourth such day this week when schools in the capital received bomb threats. The threat emails marked to 45 schools claimed several explosives have been placed in the classrooms and they wish that no one survives. I'm showing you the graphics of the email which says I have placed several explosive devices within the classrooms and the explosives are skillfully hidden in black plastic bags. This is what has been written in the hoax bomb threat letter. It says not a single soul will survive. It also goes on to say I will gladly laugh when I watch it on the news. I was never truly helped, psychiatrist, psychologist, no one had ever cared and no one will ever care. Let me try and go across to a reaction that's coming in from one of the principals of these schools.
We received the mail at almost 10:52 at night yesterday and we have taken a step. Consecutively we are also getting, because 3 days prior we also received the mail. At that time also we followed the protocol and everything was being...
Who was the sender?
Sender is unknown. It is somewhere from, the cyber cells are finding it out and they have said that this is a fake mail that we have received at that time. Today also we have forwarded and probably, I do not know, is something somewhere from Germany that they have quoted, and but yet to come up.
From Germany? Did you inform Delhi police?
Something that the origin is speaking like that, but they are still going into it. I cannot comment on it because that's not my specification. We have forwarded the mail to them. They wanted the origin in the morning only. We have forwarded everything to them, and they said that, ma'am, nothing to worry, because they came. They cross-check every nook and corner of our school. We ensured by 6 o'clock that the school is safe for our students, and then we have released our buses and children are here. And I assure from our management side that all the schools, those who are getting, definitely everybody is taking care, and safety of the students are our concern, and we will take all the measures necessary for the safety of our students.
In last 3 days, what we have seen that Richmond Global School earlier also received an email on Wednesday. Today is Friday, right? In last 3 days, 2 back-to-back emails. Was it the same sender who has sent this mail to you, ma'am?
We have forwarded. This is unknown name and masked some IPs.
Email ID must be there.
Email ID is there. We have forwarded it
to Delhi police.
Yes. We have already forwarded entire detail to the cyber cell as well as Delhi police. Everything is given to them. They are the right person who will give you the information.
Viewers, the Indian Navy is all set to commission its first indigenous diving support vessel, Nistar, at Naval Dockyard, Visakhapatnam today. And they will be significantly boosting the submarine support operations. Take a look.
The Indian Navy is days away from commissioning a brand new ship that cannot launch a missile, fire a gun, or chase an adversary. Yet planners consider it as critical to national security as any destroyer on the order of battle. That ship is INS Nistar, a 9,350-ton diving support vessel delivered on July 8, 2025 and slated to join the fleet formally on the 18th. Built by Hindustan Shipyard Limited with roughly 75% indigenous content, Nistar trades combat power for something submariners value even more: the certainty that if disaster strikes hundreds of meters below the surface, help will come from home waters fast. Her entire design is built around that promise. A vast working deck supports a pair of deep submergence rescue vessels, the small pressure-hardened craft that can mate to a crippled submarine's escape hatch and ferry sailors to safety. Remote-operated vehicles fitted with sonars, cameras and manipulators can descend a full kilometer to assess damage, clear tangled debris or guide the DSRV into position. Diving belts, decompression chambers and saturation systems let teams of specialist divers work on wrecks for hours instead of minutes. Even the hull stabilizers and dynamic positioning thrusters exist for a single purpose: to hold the ship rock steady over a stricken boat while the clock ticks on lives below. The urgency behind such capability is no abstraction. In August 2013, the Kilo-class submarine INS Sindhu Rakshak suffered a devastating explosion and sank at her Mumbai berth, killing all 18 crew members. No rescue was possible due to the severity of the incident. Going back further still, the name Nistar carries the memory of another crisis beneath Indian waters. In the opening nights of the 1971 Indo-Pak War, the Pakistani submarine PNS Ghazi sank off Visakhapatnam, likely the victim of an internal explosion or accidental detonation of her own mines, as confirmed by Indian Navy investigations. Divers operating from the Soviet-built tender INS Nistar, commissioned in 1971, combed the wreck, gathering intelligence and ensuring safe traffic around the busy harbour. That first Nistar never fired a shot either, but her presence shaped operational freedom in the Bay of Bengal. The 2025 vessel bears the same name by design, a tribute to quiet guardians who served between wars, their success measured in lives preserved rather than tonnage sunk. However, it's an entirely new build, not a continuation, clarifying any confusion about its origins. Yet the new Nistar is no mere homage. It embodies the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision in steel and circuitry, domestically produced high-tensile hull sections, Indian-developed launch and recovery systems, locally manufactured saturation diving kits, and software written by homegrown firms to knit the whole rescue architecture together. Each component shortens supply chains, strengthens industrial skill sets, and reduces the leverage outsiders can exert in a moment of need. For naval headquarters, the payoff is simple. Submarines can deploy farther and linger longer, confident that a dedicated guardian is available without diplomatic clearances or transoceanic mobilizations. For the crew families watching key link ceremonies become sail-away dates, Nistar is a promise that the country will own the means to bring loved ones back should the worst happen. So when the commissioning pennant rises over INS Nistar and no ceremonial broadside accompanies the salute, the absence of gunfire itself will be the message. Power at sea is not measured only by the weapons a ship carries, but by the resilience it confers on the force as a whole. With Nistar in the lineup, India can project submarines with the confidence that its most silent warriors are no longer one mechanical fault away from dependence. A vessel that cannot fight has at last given the fleet the freedom to fight, and that makes her as potent an addition as any frigate bristling with missiles.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ग्रेजुटी का चेक है, बस इन पैसों को हम कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर दें और रेगुलर इनकम भी आती रहे।
तो फिर फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स में डाल दीजिए। फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड और मनी मार्केट में पैसा डालते हैं और सिस्टमैटिक विड्रॉल प्लान के जरिए आपको ऑन द डॉट फिक्स्ड अमाउंट भी मिलती रहेगी।
म्यूचुअल फंड्स में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 4 p.m. and you're watching live and breaking with me, Shavan Sen. TRF has now been banned by the United States of America. Evidence provided by India. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to take you through all the details that we've gathered so far. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. NCP Sharad Pawar legislator Rohit Pawar gets into a heated argument with police officers at Mumbai's Azad Maidan police station. Republic confronts NCP SCB MLA Jitendra Awad after he hits a journalist. After Enforcement Directorate raids ex-Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh Bhupesh Baghel's Bhilai house, his son has now been arrested. Bhupesh Baghel's son arrested. Baghel says not scared of the Enforcement Directorate. Middle class run over by rich yet again. In Gandhinagar, BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order on the streets of Patna. Another video from hospital firing shows accused roaming freely on the streets. US declares the Resistance Front outfit behind Pahalgam attack as foreign terrorist organization. India hails move. Republic crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. Arnab is the primetime king once again, and Super Primetime Max reaches the 90% mark. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. Earlier today, raids were being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate at former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's residence in Bhilai. In fact, Enforcement Directorate has now arrested his son Chaitanya Baghel, who has been sent to 5-day custody. Enforcement Directorate has made the arrest in the liquor scam case. The details that we are now getting from the court as he has now been produced. We'll try and also go across to our legal editor, Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj, who's getting us the latest details. The Enforcement Directorate had to say that they have unimpeachable evidence that part of the monies that were generated through the liquor scam, sale of illegal liquor through government shops, were being using forged holograms. was rooted to Chaitanya Bhagel's real estate venture. In fact, a liquor businessman accused Trilok Singh Dhillon has also been connected to this particular case. Let me also bring in our legal editor who's joining us on this broadcast. Rhythm, with regards to this particular case, which was registered just days before Chhattisgarh went to elections, in fact, the former chief minister says that there is nothing but political vendetta. As far as evidence that has been gathered by the enforcement directorate, what is it that they had to reveal in the court?
Well, the ED has searched the residence even earlier of the Chhattisgarh former chief minister and the other political counterparts. This is not something new, Shavan, but as you would yourself know, as someone who follows the investigative agencies very closely, they've been raiding over 3 dozen places in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh in connection with the money laundering related case or the liquor scam case for the longest number of time. Dhillon's name has been coming up for the longest number of time. So has Bhupesh Baghel's political advisor Vinod Verma's name been coming up. There have been 34 places that were earlier raided. Now that we are seeing that a final arrest has been made, what we have to understand from this is that they have got the complete details and the evidence. This means that the lawyers for the enforcement directorate who are present in the court are telling the court that they have clear direct evidence that part of the money that has been generated through the liquor scam, that is the illegal liquor scam that happened in the government shops, was routed through Chaitanya Bhagel's real estate venture through, like we said, liquor-based businessman and accused Trilok Singh Dhillon. So things are looking quite bad for the former chief minister Bhupesh Baghel and his son as links are very clearly coming out.
Well, in fact, he has now been produced in the court is what we are being told. In fact, Rhythm, as you're getting us more details, this is the first big arrest that has been made in the liquor scam, which is being probed by the enforcement directorate. In fact, multiple locations where the raids were carried out. Talking specifically about the chief minister's son's role, what is it that the enforcement directorate had to tell the court, and why do they believe that there is a direct link between Chhattisgarh chief minister, former Chhattisgarh chief minister's son, with that of some of the businessmen who were part of this entire alleged racket? Rhythm, if you can hear me, the question that I was asking was with regards to the direct connection emerging between the former chief minister's son as well as the liquor mafia. In fact, we're given to understand that over the last few months, the enforcement directorate has not only been able to figure out the hawala transactions that have essentially taken place and the fact that the liquor scam that was perpetrated in the state was through several of these liquor businessmen who were operating and licenses that were granted to them during Bhupesh Baghel's regime. In fact, it turns out that all of it was being routed through real estate venture. This real estate venture, we have once again given to understand, has been linked to the former chief minister's son. The big story that we're tracking today is the banning of the TRF. Almost 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, US in fact has designated Lashkar's proxy, TRF, as the foreign terrorist organization. Today, the US Department of State has added that the Resistance Front, the TRF, is a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. In fact, the US Department of State has added that this is essentially after evidence that was gathered and that there is a direct link with the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which claimed the responsibility of the 22nd April Pahalgam attack, which killed 26 civilians. In fact, this was one of the deadliest attacks on civilians in India since the 2008 Mumbai attacks that were conducted by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. TRF has also claimed responsibility for several attacks against Indian security forces, including most recently in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, the details that we are picking up right now is with regards to the evidence that India has shared with regards to the TRF's terror footprint that you're essentially seeing. This is a group that was basically floated after the abrogation of Article 370. essentially to try and divert the attention and perhaps to hoodwink the FATF. Because remember, Pakistan, in fact, was on the grey list of the FATF. And to evade that, we are given to understand that the TRF was essentially floated. General K.K. Sidha is joining us on this broadcast. General K.K. Sidha, first big comment coming in as far as the TRF is concerned. Several of security officials have largely spoken about how this was designed by the Pakistanis, particularly General Asif Munir. The fact that this was being done to hoodwink the international organizations, it is now clear that the United States of America has essentially punished Pakistan with regards to harboring these terrorists on their soil.
Good afternoon and Jai Hind, Shravan. I think that today, actually it has happened on 17th of July. It is a great victory. Great victory when I say, diplomatic victory of India, especially when the TRF, and as we brought it out, it happened after, 2019, after the abrogation of Article 370. The TRF as a proxy, and it was done by the Chinese, behest of the Chinese, and Pakistani did it, and they said the resistance front is an indigenous, organization which is actually, they are not happy with India. They don't want to be in India. That's why they are waging the war against the Indian Union. Now, with the fights, it is now 2025 July, and especially after the Pahalgam, 3 months has lapsed. It's a great victory that, TRF, the State Department, what they're saying, that foreign terrorist organization and also SDGT, Special Designated Global Terrorist. This is two things, is a huge win, because this narrative which China, Pakistan, even America was holding it for some time, but the pressure, the way we have done it diplomatically, especially when this foreign minister was there during the Quad summit, that is the time the way he spoke from that front and that forum about terrorism, about what happened in Operation Sindoor, absolutely in clear terms, and also the Pahalgam attack and how the Pakistan were involved. And these have happened after that. Prime Minister Modi was there in the February 2025 in United States of America. That time, Tahabbur Rana, he also, who was extradited to India, because that time Prime Minister Modi has put across to Trump that, you can't differentiate between, these terrorist organizations and you will say bad terrorists and good terrorists. So TRF was supposed to be, showcased by Pakistan, China on based of that. And people were taking it because from that time onwards, 2020, we were fighting in the UN to make it as a foreign designated terrorist. And it is the linkages with Lashkar-e-Toiba. What happened on 26 April 2025, that Suleiman, whose name who is Pakistani SSF commando who was infiltrated inside India in 2022, and they're carrying out all this ghastly attack, and along with the 2 Pakistani nationals. It has come out very clear. This has been told to America, and dossiers were sent, proof was sent, that it was a special operation like 26/11, what the Pakistani did it, where the Pakistan army and their political master were totally involved in it. They cleared these operations in Pahalgam and that massacre. So I think it's a great victory, Shravan.
Thank you very much, General K.K. Sidha, for putting this into perspective. There's absolutely no doubt about the fact that there was a lot of back-channeling that was essentially done to basically convince the United States of America that strong action should be taken. In fact, Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar had acknowledged support for the TRF, a proxy group, while trying to get its name removed from a UNSC statement. Here's that big admission that was made by the Pakistanis themselves. All this while, they said that if at all India has any proof, why is it that they don't provide it? We have provided the evidence, and that's the reason why TRF has now been designated as a foreign terrorist organization.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं जी नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते हैं आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जावर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
Lieutenant Vinay Narwal was one of the victims in the Pahalgam terror attack. We have spoken to the family of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. Just a reminder of how Pakistan has perpetrated this entire crime. And they perhaps thought that they would go scot-free. The dossier that has been provided by India to the United States of America particularly goes into detailing of Pakistan's involvement in the terror attack that took place in Pahalgam and also the attacks that were carried out by the TRF on the Indian security agencies. This is what the family of Lieutenant Vinay Narwal had to say.
राजेश जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। आज यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने एक बहुत बड़ा कदम उठाया है। TRF, वही टेरर आउटफिट जो रिस्पॉन्सिबल था पहलगाम टेरर अटैक के लिए, उसको एक टेरर आउटफिट डेजिग्नेट कर दिया है। इट्स अ ह्यूज डिप्लोमेटिक विन फॉर इंडिया। सर, आपका क्या कहना है इस बारे में?
नमस्कार जी, मेरा इस बारे में यही कहना है कि हमारे देश के कूटनीतिज्ञों ने और राजनेताओं ने तरह से इस मुद्दे को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उठाया और उसको संज्ञान में लेते हुए आज से यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने द रेसिस्टेंट फ्रंट को, जो कि लश्कर तैयबा से कनेक्टेड है, और उन्होंने 22 अप्रैल की जो घटना थी पहलगाम की, उसमें जो मैसेकर किया, जिसमें कि 26 भारतीय को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी, इसमें मेरा बेटा लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल भी उसमें शहादत को प्राप्त हुआ, तो उसके खिलाफ एक कड़ा कदम और उसके प्रति प्रतिबद्धता जो यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने दिखाई है, ये काबिले तारीफ है और एक अच्छा कदम है। इससे इस तरह के संगठनों पर, इस तरह की कार्रवाई पर अंकुश लगाने का ये कार्य है।
अब आपकी क्या मांग है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से? बिकॉज जहाँ तक हम जानते हैं जो इंडिया यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स के टाइज थे वो और स्ट्रेंथन हो गए हैं इस कदम के बाद। अब आपकी क्या मांग है? क्योंकि हमने बस कुछ ही देर पहले शुभम द्विवेदी जी से भी बात किया था, उन्होंने भी अपने भाई को खोया था पहलगाम के अटैक पे। उन्होंने कहा था कि अब जो विक्टिम्स है पहलगाम के, उनको एक शहीद का दर्जा देना चाहिए। आपकी क्या मांग है?
मेरा सरकार से मांग तो नहीं है, मेरी तो एक अपील है, और सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ही सेंसिटाइज्ड है और एक जिम्मेदार सरकार है मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, और वो इसको बहुत ही गंभीरता के साथ इस इशू को लिया है। और जहाँ तक शहादत की बात है, तो जितने भी लोग वहाँ आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े हैं, तो सभी जान गंवाने वाले जो लोग हैं, व्यक्ति हैं, और उनके परिवारों की यही मांग है, अपील भी है गवर्नमेंट से कि उनको शहादत का दर्जा दिया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये आम कोई ऐसी घटना नहीं है, ये आतंकवाद की भेंट चढ़े है। आतंकवाद की घटना हुई, उन्होंने ऐसा कायराना काम किया, तब उनकी ये मतलब इस दुनिया से वो हमने खोया है उनको, तो इसको शहादत मिलनी चाहिए, शहादत का दर्जा।
आपसे एक और सवाल लेना चाहूंगी। ये जो कदम है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का, ये कुछ ही महीनों बाद आता है, इनफैक्ट कुछ ही दिनों बाद आता है, जब आसिम मुनीर जो थे वो जब डोनाल्ड ट्रंप से मिले पिछले महीने और उन्होंने बातचीत की। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप और जो पाकिस्तान के लोगों के बीच में बातचीत हुई थी, उससे ये भी कहीं ना कहीं दिखाया जा रहा था कि यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ओपनली कंडेम नहीं कर रहा है जो भी पाकिस्तान ने किया है। बट आज जिस कदम से जिस तरीके से यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ने ओपनली बोल दिया है कि जो TRF है वो एक टेरर आउटफिट है, तो क्या आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तान के जो भी अटेम्प्ट्स थे, उनके जो भी मकसद थे कि अपने आप को दूर रखने इस पहलगाम टेरर अटैक से, उनका जो रोल है वो सामने ना आए, वो कहीं ना कहीं कंप्लीटली डिमोलिश हो चुका है?
यस मैम, एब्सोल्युटली मैं सहमत हूँ आपकी इस ओपिनियन से, क्योंकि उन्होंने कोशिश तो की है ये किसी तरह से पहलगाम टेररिस्ट अटैक था जो, उससे हम अपनी दूरी बना के रखें, उसमें कहीं पर भी लश्कर तैयबा का या टीआरएफ का किसी तरह से ना पता लगे। जबकि टीआरएफ ने तो जिम्मेदारी ली जो कि लश्कर तैयबा से कनेक्टेड है, और लश्कर तैयबा क्या है ये सबसे किसी से छुपा नहीं है पूरी दुनिया से। तो यूएस ने भले ही देर से किया, लेकिन देर नहीं कह सकते, उसने भी अपने लेवल पर अपने एंड पर जो भी कार्रवाई करनी थी, कोई देखना था, कोई इन्वेस्टिगेट करना था, वो उसने करके और तह तक पहुंच करके तब ये कदम उठाया है। और साथ में मेरे एक और अपील है इस दुनिया के सभी कूटनीतिज्ञों से कि इस तरह के जो भी आतंकवादी संगठन हैं या इस तरह की कोई भी विचारधारा है, कोई भी मतलब स्कूल है, क्या है, छोटा सा भी कनेक्शन है किसी से भी, तो उन सब को ही डेजिग्नेट कर देना चाहिए। और डेजिग्नेट करने के साथ मात्र ये नहीं कि उनको डेजिग्नेट करके छोड़ दे, उनके खिलाफ ये नहीं है कि भाई हम उनसे वास्ता नहीं रखेंगे या उनको बायकाट करेंगे, ऐसा नहीं। उनके खिलाफ एक्शन करना चाहिए, उनको खत्म करना चाहिए। खत्म करना मतलब ये नहीं कि अभी कागजों पे खत्म कर दें, नो, नॉट इट एट ऑल। जो भी उससे इन्वॉल्व हैं, उसमें कनेक्टेड हैं, जो जिनका उसमें रोल है, जो उनको पोसते हैं, पालते हैं, तो उन सब को जड़ से खत्म करना चाहिए। जड़ से खत्म करने का मतलब मैं स्पष्ट कह देता हूं, उनको दुनिया से खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
Well, in fact, getting in some more breaking news right now, ahead of the monsoon session of the Parliament, a crucial strategy meeting is underway at the residence of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Sources say the meeting is focused on formulating the party's legislative strategy for the upcoming session and aligning coordination among key ministries. The opposition, on the other hand, has essentially been demanding a joint parliamentary session as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. Whether at all the government will essentially agree on this issue or not, that clarity hasn't really come in. The monsoon session, which is expected to begin in the next few days, the agenda of it is largely one with regards to Operation Sindoor being one such, which the opposition is essentially demanding that there should be a joint parliamentary meeting. Let me also go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's joining us from outside Raksha Mantri's residence. Chandrakala, is there any clarity that you're getting in with regards to what's the agenda of the monsoon session?
Well, a very crucial meeting is currently underway. Of course, the meeting has just begun. We are right in front of the defense minister's residence, and most likely, the meeting is being attended by key BJP leaders, including BJP National President JP Nadda, Union Minister Piyush Goyal, and Kiren Rijiju. And of course, the fact that this meeting has been called just ahead of the monsoon session, which is set to begin on July 21st, basically to discuss the strategy as to what would be the agenda during the monsoon session, and also to seek cooperation from the political parties for the smooth functioning of the monsoon session ahead. So we are here right in front of the Defence Minister's residence where the crucial meeting is just underway, and the leaders are currently inside holding the meeting, and of course we'll be updating you on the outcome of the meeting soon. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Chandrakala, for getting us the latest details. NCP's legislator Rohit Pawar got involved into a heated argument with the Mumbai police at the Mumbai's Azad Maidan police station. Rohit Pawar and NCP Sharad Pawar legislator Jitendra Awad, who was seen assaulting a journalist, went there to locate an injured party worker. NCP SCP's Nitin Deshmukh was assaulted by supporters of BJP MLC Gopi Chand Padalkar yesterday. Pawar, in a heated argument, was heard saying, "Don't raise your voice to a police officer." Well, in fact, Jitendra Awad has now been booked by the Mumbai police. This was after there was a direct attempt made by the NCP SP legislator to threaten the police officer. What you can see on your screens, these were images that came in earlier today of Rohit Pawar along with Jitendra Awad barging inside a police station in Mumbai and thereby threatening the police officers. Cognizance of it has now been taken. In fact, he has been booked by the Mumbai police is what we are given to understand. Multiple videos now coming in of the alleged assault. Middle class run over by the rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one rich brat, gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order in the streets of Patna. Another video from hospital firing shows accused roaming freely on the streets.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
और मजबूत होगी। यानी परियोजनाएं मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड इस मंत्र के साथ पश्चिम बंगाल को आगे बढ़ने में मदद करेगी। इससे यहां के नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार के अनेक अवसर भी पैदा होंगे। मैं आप सभी को इन परियोजनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज पूरी दुनिया में विकसित भारत के संकल्प की चर्चा है। इसके पीछे भारत में दिख रहे वो बदलाव है जिन पर विकसित भारत की इमारत का निर्माण हो रहा है। इन बदलावों का एक बड़ा पहलू भारत का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। जब मैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करता हूं तो इसमें सोशल, फिजिकल और डिजिटल हर प्रकार का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। 4 करोड़ से अधिक गरीबों के पक्के घर, करोड़ों टॉयलेट, 12 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन, हजारों किलोमीटर की नई सड़कें, नए हाईवे, नई रेल लाइंस, छोटे छोटे शहरों में बने एयरपोर्ट, गांव-गांव, घर-घर पहुंचा इंटरनेट, ऐसे आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का लाभ पश्चिम बंगाल सहित देश के हर राज्य को मिल रहा है। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल की ट्रेन कनेक्टिविटी पर अभूतपूर्व काम हुआ है। बंगाल देश के उन राज्यों में है जहां बड़ी संख्या में वंदे भारत ट्रेनें चल रही है। कोलकाता मेट्रो का तेजी से विस्तार हो रहा है। यहां नई रेल लाइनें बिछाने का काम, चौड़ीकरण और बिजलीकरण का काम तेजी से चल रहा है। अनेक रेलवे स्टेशन आधुनिक हो रहे हैं। इसके अलावा बहुत बड़ी संख्या में रेल ओवरब्रिज भी बनाए जा रहे हैं। आज 2 और रेलवे ओवरब्रिज पश्चिम बंगाल को मिले हैं। ये सारे काम बंगाल के लोगों का जीवन आसान बनाने में बड़ी मदद करेंगे। साथियों, हमने यहां के एयरपोर्ट को भी उड़ान योजना से जोड़ा है। बीते 1 वर्ष में ही 5 लाख से ज्यादा यात्री इसके जरिए सफर कर चुके हैं। आप भी जानते हैं, जब ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनता है तो सुविधाएं तो मिलती हैं, हजारों नौजवानों को नौकरी भी मिलती है। इन प्रोजेक्ट्स को पूरा करने में जो रॉ मटेरियल लग रहा है, उसे बनाने में भी बड़ी संख्या में रोजगार का निर्माण हो रहा है। साथियों, पिछले 10-11 सालों में देश में गैस कनेक्टिविटी पर जितना काम हुआ है, उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। बीते दशक में देश में एलपीजी गैस घर घर पहुंची है और इसकी दुनिया भर में वाहवाही भी हो रही है। हमने वन नेशन वन गैस ग्रिड के विजन पर काम किया। प्रधानमंत्री ऊर्जा गंगा योजना बनाई। इसके तहत पश्चिम बंगाल सहित पूर्वी भारत के 6 राज्यों में गैस पाइपलाइन बिछाई जा रही है। लक्ष्य ये है कि इन राज्यों में भी पाइप से सस्ती गैस उद्योगों तक पहुंचे, रसोई तक पहुंचे। जब गैस की उपलब्धता होगी, तभी इन राज्यों में सीएनजी से गाड़ियां चल सकेगी। हमारे उद्योग गैस आधारित टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग कर सकेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि आज दुर्गापुर की यह औद्योगिक धरती भी नेशनल गैस ग्रिड का हिस्सा बन गई है। इसका बड़ा लाभ यहां के उद्योगों को होगा। इस प्रोजेक्ट से पश्चिम बंगाल के करीब 25 से 30 लाख घरों में पाइप से सस्ती गैस पहुंचेगी। यानी इतने परिवारों का, माताओं बहनों का जीवन आसान होगा। इससे हजारों लोगों को रोजगार भी मिलेगा। साथियों, आज दुर्गापुर और रघुनाथपुर के बड़े स्टील और बिजली कारखानों को भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस किया गया है। इनमें करीब 1500 करोड़ रुपए का निवेश हुआ है। अब ये कारखाने दुनिया के साथ कॉम्पीट करने के लिए और अधिक एफिशिएंट हो गए हैं। मैं बंगाल के लोगों को इन प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए पूरा होने की विशेष बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, भारत की फैक्ट्रियां हो या हमारे खेत खलिहान, हर जगह एक ही निश्चय के साथ काम हो रहा है। हमें 2047 तक भारत को विकसित बनाना है। हमारा रास्ता है विकास से सशक्तिकरण, रोजगार से आत्मनिर्भरता और संवेदनशीलता से सुशासन। इन्हीं मूल्यों पर चलते हुए हम पश्चिम बंगाल को भारत की विकास यात्रा का मजबूत इंजन बना करके रहेंगे। आप सभी को फिर से विकास परियोजना की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। अभी के लिए इतना ही। बहुत कुछ कहना है, लेकिन इस मंच पे कहने के बजाय अच्छा है पास में दूसरा मंच है, वहीं जाकर के बोलूंगा। पूरा बंगाल और पूरा देश वहां होने वाली बातें सुनने के लिए जरा ज्यादा आतुर है। मीडिया के लोग भी बड़े उत्सुक हैं। तो साथियों, यहां तो इस कार्यक्रम में मैं मेरी वाणी को यहीं पर विराम देता हूं, लेकिन कुछ पल के बाद वहीं से गर्जना होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The Prime Minister and in Durgapur, pole-bound West Bengal, he speaks about what's essential for connectivity. The Prime Minister in pole-bound West Bengal speaks to a roaring welcome PM's Vikas push in Bengal now, and the PM inaugurates key development projects also in Durgapur. Viewers, the other top focus that we're looking at today, the accused in the Gujarat hit-and-run case has been granted bail. The charges on Vatsal Karya were bailable. He was set free this morning. Though the police are investigating the matter, they've collected the blood sample of the accused, who's believed to have consumed alcohol. Yesterday morning, in the quiet locality of Sargasan in Gandhinagar, a middle-aged man stepped out of his home just like every other day. He rode his humble Activa. Maybe he was heading for work, maybe running an errand. We will never know. Because before he could reach his destination, his journey was ended brutally by a speeding BMW. The driver, locals say, was drunk, intoxicated, not just on alcohol, but maybe on arrogance, on entitlement, on the belief that rules don't apply to those who can afford to break them. The middle-class man died on the spot. And you ask what of the BMW driver? He's alive, hospitalized, being treated. But who will treat the trauma of the family that just lost their loved one? Who will answer for yet another life lost in this unspoken war between privilege and the powerless? This is not just an accident. This is a story of how luxury and lawlessness are now speeding hand in hand across Indian cities. We're showing you what's happened in Gandhinagar. These are the 5 videos we are showing you. The first video, how the BMW crushed the middle-class man in Gandhinagar. These are murders that we are calling luxury murders. The rich, drunk driver in Vasant Vihar that ran over 5 a few days ago. This is the visual of that we are showing you. The rich, drunk driver in Vasant Vihar in Swank, Delhi's posh locality that ran over 5. And then we remember Pune, where the VVIP killer brat crushed 2 techies. He's now out because the JJB board did not think he is heinous enough to be treated like an adult. Video 3 shows also in Pune how the VVIP killer brat crushed the techies. He was also drunk, inebriated. Blood samples had been changed with his mother. They tried to use their power. They tried to ensure that at the police station, politicians were there. And then we show you video 4 in Vadodara, Gujarat, another round hit-and-run horror. How this person, this boy, was drunk. He comes out not even knowing what's happened. And Home Minister Amit Shah, breaking news comes in, arrives at Rajnath Singh Defence Minister's residence to join a key meeting that is currently taking place. Remember, ahead of the monsoon session of Parliament, a crucial strategy meeting underway at the residence of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Sources say this meeting is focused on formulating the party's legislative strategy for the upcoming session and aligning coordination among the key ministries. There is a lot on the card that is going to happen in the monsoon session. We're also going to try and break, and let me go across to Chandrakala joining us live outside the residence of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, where Home Minister Amit Shah has just arrived. Chandrakala, give us more details about this key meeting.
Union Home Minister has just arrived for the crucial meeting ahead of the monsoon session, which is set to take place on July 21st. Of course, as per sources, the meeting will focus on formulating the party's strategy and also seeking cooperation from political parties, other parties, for the smooth functioning of the monsoon session. And the meeting is being attended by Union Minister Kiren Rijiju, Piyush Goyal, of course, Union Home Minister has just...
I'm just going to interrupt you for one moment. To understand what's happening at the meeting, our political executive editor Aishwarya Kapoor joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, this is a crucial meeting before the monsoon session of the Parliament. What is being discussed here?
Well, at this point of time, as our reporter was also mentioning, Rhythm, we need to understand that the opposition is on a tangent where it does not want discussion and only disruption. There have been certain issues on which the opposition has already put up the plank. We've already seen a letter, though being written from overseas, LOP Rahul Gandhi writing to the Prime Minister. We've seen a meeting of the opposition, a similar high-level meeting of the opposition leaders taking place yesterday, giving a clear indication that though the Speaker and then the floor leaders have been asked to meet, the government has called an all-party meeting prior to the session so that work can happen. But the opposition seems to be on the same tangent, and how to counter that on not one but three specific issues. We have the agenda of both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. In total, between both houses, Rhythm, there are 7 plus 8. It comes out to 15 important bills which the government intend to get them through. Government wants these 15 bills, which includes the very controversial and important income tax bill, which the government is all set to bring in this very session. So how to get all of that work through, the government is trying its level best. And at this point of time, we are being told that's the only and primary reason. Apart from that, there are certain issues, but this meeting is not for that. Whether it is the BJP National Party President or the other important state party president, which are still impending. But that is something for which there is a separate meeting late in the evening. This meeting is only and only for the parliamentary affairs. Back to you, Rhythm.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for giving us those details. Viewers, we're also now going to move on. These are shots that are coming in that we're going to move to. Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds roadshow in Durgapur in West Bengal. We're getting shots of that are just coming in. And these are shots that are coming in of Prime Minister's mega roadshow in Durgapur in West Bengal. The Prime Minister has also just spoken here. He spoke about Durgapur being a steel city. Durgapur is the hub of India's manpower, plays a significant role in the country's development. The Prime Minister spoke to a packed rally there. The grand roadshow that we are seeing of the Prime Minister, the mega roadshow in Durgapur. He spoke about development projects that are going to increase the connectivity and strengthen the identity of the steel city. He's also spoken about making Bharat Viksit by 2047. The Prime Minister's Bengal visit, PM addresses the rally and inaugurates development projects. Viewers, we're also getting you more breaking news. Republic accesses the CCTV video of the bike-borne gangsters with pistols near Patna's Paras Hospital. In this video, one can see a schoolgirl in uniform with a school bag walking on the road, perhaps going to school. At this counter that you're going to see, she sees the bike-borne gangsters brandishing pistols. She returns back for a safe hideout. The moment she sees the second bike carrying the gangster crossing her way, she sneaks to see if another bike carrying the gangster is coming, and then she escapes. This tells the story about the law and order situation in the state capital of Bihar. Let me go across to a reaction that's coming in with our editor Prakash of the RJD Shiv Shakti. Before that, a reaction that Paras has done with the director of Paras Hospital. Prakash is done with the director of Paras Hospital.
पारस हॉस्पिटल पिछले 13 सालों से आपको पता है कि पटना में चल रहा है और मरीजों की सेवा कर रहा है सर। जो हमारा सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम है वो वैसे ही तत्पर रोज़ काम कर रहा है जो पिछले 13 सालों से करता है। ये एक जो घटना घटी है कल, जो अपन सब लोग इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही अनफॉर्चुनेट है सर, जिसके बारे में किसी ने नहीं सोचा होगा। हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिशन का, पटना पुलिस का और सब लोगों का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने हॉस्पिटल में आए हुए मरीजों का और जो मरीज़ थे या जो स्टाफ था और जो पूरा जो ये वाक़या हुआ उसके अंदर पूरा सपोर्ट किया और उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से इसका निर्वाह किया।
कोई भी अपराधी आके किसी को भी मार के चला जा सकता है।
देखिए सर, कैसा है कि फिर मैं बता रहा हूँ कि हमारे, तो मैं फिर बोल रहा हूँ कि हॉस्पिटल में आने वाला हर आदमी अंडर होता है तो वो एक अपना एम लेके आता है कि अपना इलाज कराना है या अपने परिजनों का इलाज करना है। ये चीज़ें सोच के परे की बात है। पहली बात तो ये, हर डेफिनेटली कोई भी सिस्टम में कुछ भी होता है, चाहे अपने घर में है, परिवार में है, क्या नाम, समाज में है, किसी भी संस्था में है, जो भी होता है, जो भी इंसिडेंट होते हैं उसके ऊपर अपन लोग फिर और पेनी नज़र से और ठीक से करने की कोशिश करते हैं। उसी का एक प्रोसेस चलता है, डेफिनेटली वो हम भी करेंगे।
सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस जितने हैं पुलिस ले गई है, पुलिस को आप लोग सहयोग किस तरीके से?
मेरा सहयोग पूरी तरह से, या पारस हॉस्पिटल का सहयोग पूरी तरह से पुलिस को है। जो उनको जो जानकारी चाहिए, जैसे चाहिए, हम लोगों ने अभी तक उनको अपलोड कराई और कराएंगे, और उनको जितनी जानकारी चाहिए सब अपलोड कराई जाएगी।
आपने अपने किसी स्टाफ पर एक्शन लिया है?
मेरे के स्टाफ इसमें कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट ही नहीं है, तो एक्शन का कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। अभी ये देखते हैं सर कि क्या रहता है।
मानते हैं कि आपके हॉस्पिटल की कोई लापरवाही नहीं?
सर ऐसे कहना, अभी तक मेरे को नहीं लगता कि कोई लापरवाही है।
आपके प्रेमिसेस के अंदर घुस गए वो, तो कोई लापरवाही नहीं है। मैं मानता हूँ बिहार पुलिस की लापरवाही तो है ही।
मैं नहीं कह रहा, ये एक घटना है जो घटी है। इसके ऊपर जो भी सरकार की तरफ से अपना वो भी देख रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ है, हम भी अपने अस्पताल के अंदर देख रहे हैं।
पूरे बिहार में लाइन ऑर्डर का जो भी इमारतें थी, दीवारें थी, सब ध्वस्त हो चुका है। तंत्र पूरी तरह से एकदम घुटना टेक दिया है और अपराधी सत्ता के संरक्षण प्राप्त कर करके वो विजय बन गए हैं, और इस कदर विजय बने हैं कि सम्राट की भूमिका में अपराधी आ गया है। सत्ता का संरक्षण जो है, खेमका की मौत ने पूरे पटना वासियों के जेहन में खौफ पैदा कर दिया। किसका ग्रहण लग गया है? माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी अचेत हैं, ये बात स्वीकार लेनी चाहिए। मेडिकल बुलेटिन लोग नहीं जारी कर रहा है क्योंकि चाहता है कि इसको किसी तरह से बरसात हम निकाल दें, लेकिन हर व्यक्ति जो राजनीति का हल्का सा ज्ञान रखता है उसको इस बात का आभास है कि नीतीश कुमार अचेत है। वंस अपॉन ए टाइम देयर वाज नीतीश कुमार, नाउ हियर इज नीतीश कुमार।
गैंग वार जो हुआ है, आपको क्या लगता है ये क्या संदेश दे रहा है? गैंग वार हॉस्पिटल में आम आदमी भी इलाज कराता है वहाँ, उसके बाद ओपनली बंदूक लहराया जा रहा है, बच्चियाँ डरी हुई,
अधिकारी बेलगाम, प्रशासन बेलगाम, अपराधी बेखौफ। अब अपराधियों का जब खौफ पुलिस में दिखा जाए तो कानून का राज स्थापित नहीं हो सकता है। जब तक पुलिस बलों का खौफ अपराधियों में नहीं दिखेगा, लाइन ऑर्डर को कोई दुरुस्त नहीं कर सकता है। इन दिनों अपराधियों का खौफ पुलिस पर है।
Here's what making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
National Students Union of India workers were seen burning tires as they protested outside the ED office in Raipur today over Chaitanya Baghel's arrest. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's son was arrested in connection with the ongoing investigation into the multi-crore liquor scam case in Chhattisgarh. He is now in ED custody for the next 5 days. Incessant rainfall over the past few days has left Rajasthan's Ajmer marooned, disrupting daily lives. 52 ghats of Pushkar Lake were inundated following the constant heavy rains. Several residential areas have been impacted. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel, INS Nistar, was commissioned into the Indian Navy today. It was in the presence of Union Minister Sanjay Seth and Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh Tripathi. A high-level meeting was held at the Delhi Police headquarters regarding the security in Delhi. The meeting was attended by Delhi Police, NSG, other central agencies. Mock drills were conducted at 10 different locations across Delhi on Thursday. Viewers, in Punjab, the border security forces have neutralized 6 Pakistani drones laden with heroin packets in the border area of Amritsar. Watch that report.
In a major crackdown against narco-terror in Punjab, the border security forces have neutralized 6 Pakistani drones and recovered 4 packets of suspected heroin in the border area of Amritsar. The BSF troops on duty intercepted successive drone intrusion at the Amritsar border. In the operations, the border security forces recovered 6 DJI Mavic 3 classic drones and 2.3 kgs of heroin. Responding quickly, the technical countermeasures deployed on the border were activated, which flawlessly neutralized every narco drone coming from the Pakistan side.
Border Security Force has launched a massive crackdown on the Pakistani attempt to push in drones into the Indian territory, and in an overnight operation with its anti-drone capabilities, BSF in the Punjab international border has brought down 6 Pakistani drones that were trying to sneak in to drop narcotics into the Indian territory. 6 DJI-3 Mavic drones along with 2 kilogram heroin has been recovered, the international market worth of which is more than 10 crore rupees. The recoveries have been made from the Pulmora village of the Amritsar international border, along with the Rodawala Khurd and also Tanoi Kala village of the Amritsar. This operation was launched after the interception of the Pakistan launching drones into the Indian territory to drop these consignments of the narcotics into Indian territory. These packets of heroin that have been recovered from 3 different locations along with the drones were tied with the drones and have been packed to be delivered to the couriers. But before it could reach the couriers, they were intercepted by the anti-drone systems that have been put in place on the international border by the Border Security Force, and one by one, 6 drones have been recovered by the Border Security Force, and now the intensified operations are underway in the area. As Pakistan launches a major drone dropping strike, India has decimated that completely.
At least 4 people have died and over 1,300 people have been evacuated after heavy rains lashed South Korea.
At least 4 people have died and over 1,300 people evacuated after heavy rains lashed South Korea. The dead include a person whose car was buried by heaps of soil and concrete after the retaining wall of an overpass collapsed during heavy rain in Osan near capital Seoul. The South Korean Interior and Safety Ministry said 3 other people died in the southern regions. The bodies were found in a submerged car, a stream and a flooded basement. The ministry officials said that they are still investigating whether the 3 deaths were directly caused by heavy downpours. According to the statement, heavy rains have impacted airport operations with 46 domestic flights standing cancelled. Parts of southern Chungcheong province have received up to 420 millimeters of rainfall.
And coming up after a short break, we're going to get you more details on the United States' big move. It declares the Resistance Front, now outfit behind the Pahalgam attack, to be a foreign terrorist organization. India hails this move. And also coming up, Raipur court sends ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's son Chaitanya Baghel to 5-day ED custody in the big multi-crore liquor scam case.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पश्चिम बंगाल एक समय में भारत के विकास का केंद्र हुआ करता था। यहां उद्योग फले फूले, व्यापार कारोबार को बल मिला, लोग यहां देश भर से रोजगार के लिए आते थे। लेकिन आज स्थिति पूरी तरह उलट गई। आज पश्चिम बंगाल का नौजवान पलायन के लिए मजबूर है। छोटे छोटे काम के लिए भी उसे दूसरे राज्यों की तरफ जाना पड़ रहा है। दुर्गापुर, वर्धमान और आसनसोल, ये पूरा क्षेत्र भारत के औद्योगिक विकास को किसी जमाने में गति दे रहे थे। लेकिन आज यहां नए उद्योग लगने के बजाय जो है उसको भी ताले लग रहे हैं। साथियों, हमें बंगाल को इस बुरे दौर से बाहर निकालना है और आज जो परियोजनाएं यहां शुरू हुई हैं वो इसी का प्रतीक है। बंगाल बदलाव चाहता है। बंगाल विकास चाहता है। बांग्ला परिवर्तन चाहे। बांग्ला उन्नयन चाहे। साथियों, बंगाल के प्रबुद्ध लोग जानते हैं कि 21वीं सदी का ये समय नई टेक्नोलॉजी का है। बंगाल के उद्योगों को भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी की जरूरत है। आज जो गैस आधारित इकोनॉमी का काम आगे बढ़ रहा है, स्टील प्लांट को आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस करने का काम हुआ है, वो भारत सरकार की इसी सोच का नतीजा है। दुर्गापुर कोलकाता गैस पाइपलाइन से यहां के उद्योगों को नया जीवन दान मिलेगा। ये जो गैस पाइपलाइन है, इस पर केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार हजारों करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है ताकि यहां सीएनजी वाली गाड़ियां चल पाए, आपके पैसे बचे, यहां नए नए कारखानों को बल मिले और सबसे बड़ी बात, इससे बंगाल के नौजवानों के लिए रोजगार के नए मौके बनेंगे। साथियों, आजादी के अनेक दशकों तक पश्चिम बंगाल के लाखों परिवारों के लिए गैस कनेक्शन एक सपना था। बीते सालों में ऐसे परिवारों को गैस कनेक्शन मिला। अब हमारा प्रयास है कि बहनों के किचन में, रसोई घर में जैसे नल से पानी आता है, वैसे ही पाइप से सस्ती गैस आपके किचन तक पहुंचे। अभी कुछ देर पहले जो कार्यक्रम हुआ है, वो आपका जीवन भी आसान बनाएगा और यहां उद्योगों को भी गति देगा। साथियों, मैं आज आपको पश्चिम बंगाल के नौजवानों को ये यकीन दिलाने आया हूं, बंगाल की बदहाल स्थिति को बदला जा सकता है। बीजेपी सरकार आने के बाद कुछ ही वर्षों में पश्चिम बंगाल देश के टॉप इंडस्ट्रियल राज्यों में से एक बन सकता है। ये मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है और मेरे इस विश्वास का कारण है पश्चिम बंगाल में समर्थ और प्रतिभाशाली मेरे नौजवान भाई बहन हैं। यहां नदियां भी हैं और समंदर भी है। पश्चिम बंगाल सैकड़ों वर्षों से इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट का केंद्र रहा है। यहां पोर्ट्स का बहुत बड़ा नेटवर्क है। यहां प्राकृतिक संसाधन है, यानी मेक इन इंडिया को गति देने के लिए, मिशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में तेजी लाने के लिए पश्चिम बंगाल के पास हर शक्ति मौजूद है। बस यहां की टीएमसी सरकार बंगाल के विकास के आगे दीवार बनकर खड़ी है। जिस दिन टीएमसी सरकार की दीवार बंगाल में गिरी, उसी दिन से बंगाल विकास की नई तेजी पकड़ लेगा। टीएमसी की सरकार जाएगी तभी असली परिवर्तन आएगा। टीएमसी जावे तबे আসল परिवर्तन আসবে। साथियों, विकसित भारत बनाने में पश्चिम बंगाल की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका होने वाली है। इसी संकल्प के साथ बीजेपी आपका आशीर्वाद मांग रही है। आप अपने आसपास देखिए, असम में लंबे समय बाद बीजेपी को अवसर मिला। आज असम तेज गति से प्रगति कर रहा है। बगल में त्रिपुरा की क्या स्थिति थी, ये भी किसी से छुपी नहीं है। आज बीजेपी सरकार त्रिपुरा को विकास की नई रफ्तार दे रही है। अब ओडिशा में भी भाजपा सरकार बन चुकी है। आप देखिएगा, ओडिशा भी बहुत जल्द देश के सबसे तेजी से विकसित होने वाले राज्यों में से अपनी जगह बना लेगा। इसलिए भाजपा की तरफ से मेरा यह आग्रह है कि आप एक बार भाजपा को अवसर दें, एक ऐसी सरकार बनाएं जो ईमानदार हो, कामदार हो और दमदार हो। विकसित बांग्लार मोदीर गारंटी। विकसित बांग्ला बीजेपीर संकल्प। साथियों, हमें दुर्गापुर का, पश्चिम बंगाल का पुराना गौरव वापस लाना है। इसके लिए जरूरी है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में नया निवेश आए, लोग यहां उद्योग लगाने के लिए आगे आए, यहां के नौजवानों की शिक्षा और कौशल पर ज्यादा निवेश हो। लेकिन जब तक यहां टीएमसी की सरकार रहेगी, ये कभी भी नहीं होने देगी। बीते दशकों में जो स्थितियां यहां पैदा की गई हैं, वो बंगाल में निवेश विरोधी है, नौकरी विरोधी है। आप जरा सोचिए, जहां मुर्शिदाबाद जैसे दंगे होते हो, छोटी छोटी बातों पर हिंसा हो जाती हो और पुलिस एक तरफा कार्रवाई करे, जहां न्याय की कोई उम्मीद ना हो, वहां कोई कैसे निवेश कर सकता है? यहां की राज्य सरकार लोगों की जान और उनकी दुकान की सुरक्षा नहीं कर सकती तो निवेशकों को भी चिंता होती है। मैं जानता हूं कि पश्चिम बंगाल में जितनी संभावनाएं हैं उनको देखते हुए दुनिया भर के निवेशक यहां पैसा लगाने आना चाहेंगे, लेकिन जब वो यहां सिंडिकेट राज देखते हैं तो वे देखते हैं कि कैसे यहां उगाई होती है, बिजनेस करने वालों से पैसे मांगे जाते हैं, कैसे टीएमसी के लोग धमकाते हैं, तोड़फोड़ करने की, काम बंद करने की धमकियां देते हैं, तो वो भी डरकर भाग जाते हैं। ये जो टीएमसी का गुंडा टैक्स है, ये बंगाल में निवेश को रोकता है। यहां संसाधनों पर माफिया का कब्जा है, वो बंगाल में निवेश को रोकता है। यहां की सरकार नीतियां ही अपने नेताओं को भ्रष्टाचार की खुली छूट देने के लिए बनाती है। कब कौन सी नीति पलट दी जाए इसकी भी कोई गारंटी नहीं। यही कारण है कि टीएमसी के राज में सैकड़ों कंपनियां पश्चिम बंगाल छोड़ चुकी है। तभी तो यहां नौजवान को आगे बढ़ने के अवसर नहीं मिल रहे, तभी तो बंगाल का हाल बेहाल हो गया है। इसलिए आज हर कोई कह रहा है टीएमसी हटाओ, बंगाल बचाओ। टीएमसी हटाओ, टीएमसी के शोराओ, बांग्ला के बचाओ। साथियों, युवाओं की शिक्षा और कौशल के साथ जो कुछ यहां हो रहा है वो और ज्यादा चिंता बढ़ाने वाला है। प्राइमरी एजुकेशन हो या फिर हायर एजुकेशन, सबको बर्बाद किया जा रहा है। टीएमसी यहां के एजुकेशन सिस्टम पर करप्शन और क्राइम का डबल अटैक कर रही है। ये जो हजारों शिक्षक बेरोजगार हुए हैं, इसका कारण टीएमसी का भ्रष्टाचार है। इससे हजारों परिवार तो उन पर तो संकट आया ही है। स्कूलों में जो लाखों बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, उनका भविष्य भी टीचर्स की कमी के कारण अंधेर में है। हालत ये है कि कोर्ट को भी कहना पड़ा कि ये सिस्टमैटिक फ्रॉड है। टीएमसी ने बंगाल के नौजवानों के वर्तमान और भविष्य दोनों को संकट में डाल दिया है। साथियों, माटी मानुष की बात करने वाली पार्टी की सरकार में बेटियों के साथ जो अन्याय हो रहा है वो पीड़ा भी देता है और आक्रोश से भर भी देता है। ये उस धरती पर हो रहा है जिसने कादम्बिनी गांगुली जैसी बेटी को संस्कार दिए, जो भारत की पहली वेस्टर्न मेडिसिन डॉक्टर थी। आज उनका जन्मदिन भी है। लेकिन आज पश्चिम बंगाल में अस्पताल भी बेटियों के लिए सुरक्षित नहीं है। और आप सबने देखा है, जब यहां डॉक्टर बेटी के साथ अत्याचार हुआ तो कैसे टीएमसी सरकार अपराधियों को बचाने में जुट गई। इस घटना से देश अभी बाहर निकला भी नहीं था कि एक और कॉलेज में एक बेटी के साथ भयंकर अत्याचार किया गया। इसमें भी जो आरोपी है उनका कनेक्शन टीएमसी से निकला है। टीएमसी के बड़े नेता मंत्री आरोपियों के बजाय पीड़ित को ही दोषी ठहराते रहे। ऐसे कई उदाहरण हैं जो टीएमसी की निर्ममता के साक्षी है। हमें मिलकर के बंगाल को इस निर्ममता से मुक्ति दिलानी है। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल भारत की सांस्कृतिक विरासत की भी आत्मा है। आज प्रसिद्ध बांग्ला कवि विष्णुदेव जी का भी जन्म दिवस है। बांग्ला भाषा को समृद्ध करने में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। टीएमसी और लेफ्ट ने सालों तक दिल्ली में कांग्रेस के साथ मिलकर सरकार चलाई। इस दौरान इनको बांग्ला भाषा की याद तक नहीं आई। ये भाजपा सरकार है जिसने बांग्ला को शास्त्रीय भाषा का दर्जा दिया। ऐसा करके हमने बांग्ला साहित्य की सेवा करने वाले विष्णुदेव जी जैसे अनेक साहित्यकारों को भी श्रद्धांजलि दी है। साथियों, भाजपा ऐसी राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है जिसका बीज बंगाल की मिट्टी में पनपा है। भाजपा की वैचारिक नींव को बंगाल के सपूत डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी ने अपने खून से सींचा है। डॉक्टर मुखर्जी ने एक देश एक संविधान का जो सपना देखा, वही भाजपा का संकल्प बना और उसे हमने पूरा करके भी दिखाया। भाजपा बांग्ला भाषा को प्रेरणा, परंपरा और पहचान का माध्यम मानती है। भाजपा के लिए बांग्ला अस्मिता सर्वोपरि है। देश में जहां भी भाजपा है वहां बांग्ला का सम्मान है, पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों का सम्मान है। लेकिन यहां पश्चिम बंगाल में क्या हो रहा है? यहां टीएमसी ने अपने स्वार्थ में पश्चिम बंगाल की पहचान को भी दांव पर लगा दिया है। इसके लिए यहां घुसपैठ को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। घुसपैठियों के फर्जी कागज बनाए जा रहे हैं। इसका एक पूरा इकोसिस्टम यहां डेवलप किया गया है। ये पश्चिम बंगाल की देश की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है। ये बांग्ला संस्कृति के लिए खतरा है। लेकिन तुष्टीकरण के लिए टीएमसी हर हद पार कर रही है। आज जब देश के सामने टीएमसी की साजिशें उजागर हो गई है, तो उसने घुसपैठियों के पक्ष में नई मुहिम शुरू कर दी है। ये देश के संविधान को, संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को भी चुनौती दे रहे हैं। टीएमसी अब उनके समर्थन में खुलकर उतर आई है। लेकिन मैं दुर्गापुर की धरती से साफ साफ कह दूं, जो भारत का नागरिक नहीं है, फिर से सुन लीजिए, जो भारत का नागरिक नहीं है, जो घुसपैठ करके आया है, उसके साथ भारत के संविधान के तहत न्याय सम्मत कार्रवाई होती रहेगी। बंगाल की अस्मिता के खिलाफ होने वाली किसी भी साजिश को बीजेपी कामयाब नहीं होने देगी। ये आपको मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल को बीजेपी की डबल इंजन की सरकार की जरूरत है। यहां भाजपा सरकार इसलिए भी चाहिए ताकि दिल्ली से भेजा एक एक रुपया आपकी सुविधा के लिए लगे। गरीब कल्याण की, आदिवासी कल्याण की जो योजनाएं पूरे देश में लागू है, उनका लाभ पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों को भी मिले। टीएमसी सरकार केंद्र की योजनाओं को या तो रोक लेती है या फिर उनमें भ्रष्टाचार करती है। रोड, रेल, टेलीकॉम, ऐसे अनेक विभागों से जुड़े अनेक प्रोजेक्ट हैं जो यहां लटके हुए हैं। केंद्र सरकार इनके लिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए दे रही है, फिर भी इन परियोजनाओं को जानबूझकर लटकाया जा रहा है। हमने पूरे देश में हर घर जल का अभियान चलाया है। देश में कई राज्य ऐसे हैं जहां हर घर में नल लग चुका है, लेकिन पश्चिम बंगाल में दुर्भाग्य से एक जिला भी ऐसा नहीं है जहां 100% नल से जल पहुंचा हो। देश भर में 4 करोड़ गरीब परिवारों को पीएम आवास योजना के तहत पक्के घर दिए जा चुके हैं, लेकिन पश्चिम बंगाल के लाखों गरीब परिवार को उनके पक्के घर नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं। साथियों, 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज देने वाली आयुष्मान स्कीम पूरे देश में चल रही है। करोड़ों लोग इसका फायदा उठा चुके हैं, लेकिन टीएमसी निर्ममता साथ यहां इसे लागू नहीं कर रही। अगर बंगाल का मेरा कोई भाई इंटरव्यू देने के लिए कहीं गया है, टूरिज्म के लिए कहीं गया है, रिश्तेदार को मिलने गया है और वहां कुछ हो गया, तो उसको आयुष्मान कार्ड के अभाव में वहां मुफ्त इलाज नहीं मिल पा रहा। साथियों, गरीब हो या आदिवासी, अपनी राजनीति के लिए टीएमसी सभी को वंचित कर रही है। केंद्र की ऐसी कई योजना है जिनको टीएमसी ने यहां रोक रखा है। भाजपा सरकार बनते ही इन सभी योजनाओं का फायदा पश्चिम बंगाल के हर परिवार को मिलेगा, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, भाजपा बंगाल को संकट से बाहर निकालने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। बंगाल को माफिया नहीं, काबिल शिक्षक चाहिए। बंगाल को परिवारवाद नहीं, प्रतिभा का सम्मान चाहिए। बंगाल को सिंडिकेट नहीं, स्टार्टअप का इकोसिस्टम चाहिए। बंगाल को ऐसी सरकार चाहिए जो शांति और सुरक्षा की गारंटी दे सके। भाजपा इसी संकल्प को लेकर के आगे बढ़ रही है। ये पश्चिम बंगाल के पुनर्जागरण का कालखंड है। मैं यहां के गांव-गांव में एक नई उम्मीद, नई लहर देख रहा हूं। मैं यहां के नौजवानों में एक नया जोश अनुभव कर रहा हूं। हमें मिलकर नया सवेरा लाना है, परिवर्तन का कमल खिलाना है। विकसितो बंगला मोदी गारंटी। एक बार फिर आप सभी का इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आशीर्वाद देने के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की। दोनों मुट्ठी बंद करके पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
first major global slap on Pak-sponsored TRF.
This was a mass murder in Pahalgam carried out by the TRF. There is ample evidence which is now available. The United States, which was trying to put a very even-handed response between India and Pakistan, that era now seems to be over.
Pakistan terror proxy, now world's problem. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
विकास चाहता है, बांग्ला परिवर्तन चाहे, बांग्ला उन्नयन चाहे।
Prime Minister Modi gives Poriborton call in West Bengal's Durgapur, says development will come once TMC goes. Prime Minister warns illegal infiltrators in Bengal, says all illegal intruders will face the law. NCP SP MLA Rohit Pawar gets into a heated argument with police officers at Mumbai's Azad Maidan police station. Raipur sends ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel son Chaitanya to 5-day ED custody liquor scam case. Middle class is run over by the rich yet again. This time in Gandhinagar, BMW car kills one. The rich brat gets bail. US declares the resistance front outfit behind the Pahalgam attack as foreign terrorist organization. India hails the move. And its Republic. It crashes all landing channels, becomes India's #1 and most watched channel. And Arnab is the primetime king once again. Super Primetime Max reaches the 90% mark. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhuma. Top focus today, viewers. 2 months after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the United States designated Lashkar-e-Prosky TRF as foreign terrorist organization. Today, the US Department of State adding the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. Today, as they do this, the US Department of State clearly stating that TRF, a Lashkar-e-Toiba front and proxy claimed responsibility for the April 22, 2025 Pahalgam attack, which killed 26 civilians. This was the deadliest attack on civilians in India since the 2008 Mumbai attacks. TRF had claimed responsibility for several attacks against Indian security forces. Now TRF has been tagged. Let me go across to defense expert Colonel Shailinder Singh, who's now joining us. Colonel Shailinder Singh, it's clear that Pakistan terror was seen through TRF that has now been designated as global terrorists. This means the US Department and the entire global geopolitical understanding is very clear. Pakistan was behind the attacks. Pakistan is also now to be brought to the book. It's very clear that all the countries are aware of this.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. Let me tell you at the start that India has done phenomenally well when it comes down to fighting against terrorism. And India has set an example for the world that if you do not designate the organization and individuals as anti-humanitarian, then we will have to deal with them on our own. And I think there I durust hai. Now the US is also understanding. Actually, US is like a tube light. They switch on a little later. They first blink 1, 2, 3 times. We have been asking the TRF to be banned. We have been asking the Lashkar to be banned. We have been asking Hafiz to be banned. We have been asking Maulana to be, Masood to be banned, Lakhvi to be banned. And I would rather say now when you are banning the TRF? Why are you making it incomplete? Why not ban even Dar? You call him a international terrorist, declare him as a proclaimed offender, ban the Sheikh also, who's behind the TRF. And who's all behind all this? Who's the one who started claiming in UN that the TRF is not behind the Pahalgam? That country needs to be pinpointed. And that country is obviously to the world, Pakistan. Pakistan ministers have openly said that yes, we could with great difficulty take out the name of TRF when it came down to condemnation at the United Nations level. Today the UN, world and specifically US is realizing that India's fight is not against any one country, but it is against terrorism. And anybody, this is our new declaration, this is our new resolve, that anybody who is supporting that terrorism is going to pay for it, and we will make sure that you definitely pay for it, Pakistan. Now today onwards, any organizational man of TRF, anything to do with TRF, we will be at a liberty that in our continued Operation Sindoor, which has been put only for a small temporary halt, will continue, and we will fight, we will strike at will whenever, wherever we find such anti-national, anti-humanitarian people are there. Beware Pakistan, we are coming.
All right. Thank you, Colonel Shailendra Singh, for giving us that update, because this is something we're also going to be asking strong questions to Pakistan on. Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister Ishaq Dar acknowledged support for TRF, a proxy group, while trying to get its name removed from a UNSC statement. Watch that admission.
जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एक फोरम बना जिसका नाम है द रेजिस्टेंस फोरम, और उस पे उसको कंडेम किया गया, उसको जिम्मेदार ठहराया गया उस प्रेस रिलीज में। तो मुझे आई, मैंने देखा, मैंने कहा ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं। पहलगाम के साथ आपको लिखना पड़ेगा जम्मू एंड कश्मीर। मुझे बड़े बड़े कैपिटल से कॉलें आई कि देखें इस वक्त मैं कही नथिंग डूइंग, ये नहीं हो सकता, पाकिस्तान विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट। वो कहते आप पे ब्लेम आएगा, प्रेस रिलीज नहीं हुई, इतना बड़ा वाकया हुआ, आपके जावर एक्सप्रेस भी ये आई थी, कंडेमनेशन की, टेररिस्ट एक्टिविटी को कंडेम किया गया था। मैंने कहा वी आर रेडी, बट प्लीज यू हैव टू पुट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एंड हैव टू डिलीट दिस TRF.
The other top focus today, Raipur court sends ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel son Chaitanya Baghel to 5-day ED custody in liquor multi-crore scam case. Baghel calls it a political conspiracy.
घर में ईडी का छापा पड़ा, 15 दिन बाद 26 मार्च को CBI का छापा डाला, और 10 मार्च से लेके आज 18 जुलाई जब मेरे लड़के का जन्मदिन है, उस दिन तक एक भी नोटिस नहीं, कोई पूछताछ नहीं, और आज सीधी गिरफ्तारी। तो ये सीधी बात ये है कि अडानी के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी ने काम किया, हम सारे विधायक कमनार गए, इसके कारण से ये कार्रवाई की गई। और जो शिकायत ये आ रही है कि पप्पू बंसल के बयान के आधार पर, तो यहाँ कोर्ट से उसके खिलाफ नॉन अवेलेबल वारंट है, और वो आदमी खुलेआम घूम रहा है, कभी ईडी कार्यालय जाता है, कभी CBI कार्यालय जाता है, उसके बयान के आधार पे आप कार्रवाई कर रहे हो, और वो आदमी कोर्ट के NBW है और ऑफिस घूम रहा है। इससे समझ आ जाता है कि सारा षड्यंत्र हो रहा है शासकीय एजेंसियों के माध्यम से।
In Punjab, the border security forces neutralized 6 Pakistani drones that were laden with heroin packets in the border area of Amritsar. Here's that report.
In a major crackdown against narco-terror in Punjab, the border security forces have neutralized 6 Pakistani drones and recovered 4 packets of suspected heroin in the border area of Amritsar. The BSF troops on duty intercepted successive drone intrusion at the Amritsar border. In the operations, the border security forces recovered 6 DJI Mavic 3 classic drones and 2.3 kgs of heroin. Responding quickly, the technical countermeasures deployed on the border were activated, which flawlessly neutralized every narco drone coming from the Pakistan side.
Border Security Force has launched a massive crackdown on the Pakistani attempt to push in drones into the Indian territory, and in an overnight operation with its anti-drone capabilities, BSF in the Punjab international border has brought down 6 Pakistani drones that were trying to sneak in to drop narcotics into the Indian territory. 6 DJI-3 Mavic drones along with 2 kilogram heroin has been recovered, the international market worth of which is more than 10 crore rupees. The recoveries have been made from the Pulmora village of the Amritsar international border, along with the Rodawala, Khurd and also Tanoi Kala village of the Amritsar. This operation was launched after the interception of the Pakistan launching drones into the Indian territory to drop these consignments of the narcotics into Indian territory. These packets of heroin that have been recovered from 3 different locations along with the drones were tied with the drones and have been packed to be delivered to the couriers. But before it could reach the couriers, they were intercepted by the anti-drone systems that have been put in place on the international border by the Border Security Force, and one by one, 6 drones have been recovered by the Border Security Force, and now the intensified operations are underway in the area. As Pakistan launches a major drone dropping strike, India has decimated that completely.
The Supreme Court stepped in on a high-stakes international custody battle, ordering the Delhi police to trace a missing Russian woman, Victoria Basu, and her 4.5-year-old son. The woman disappeared on July 7th, and her estranged husband, Kolkata-based Saket Basu, fears she may have fled the country. The top court directed the centre to issue a lookout circular, asked the Delhi Police Commissioner to submit a status report by 2 p.m. on Friday, July 18th, today, and a bench of Justice Suryakant and Bakchi also directed the Russian embassy to fully cooperate with the investigation.
You had custody of your son, but then the time when your wife was supposed to return with your son, she did not. Yeah. What exactly happened?
So, on 4th of July, I saw her taking luggages and entering Russian embassy. But she stayed there for some time, but when she came back, she had no luggages, and I also have proof of that. And what happened to that luggage, and why was she carrying luggages inside Russian embassy? That is one of the questions that people would be asking, number one. And on Russian embassy today, they have said that on 5th also she went, which I am not aware of, but if they are saying she must have gone there on 5th. On 7th morning, 7th of July, I handed my son over as per Supreme Court order, and 8:33 a.m. it was the time when I handed him over to her. She took my son away. My son was waving me goodbye. I also recorded the video. I have it with me right now, and that was the last time I saw my son, and I have not seen my son ever since.
So now that you've approached the Supreme Court, what kind of relief are you expecting from them?
I see. There are fringe elements everywhere. There are fringe elements in India. There are fringe elements in Russia. So she must have taken support of some fringe elements within the Russian embassy. So I do not care what the Russian government. I have nothing against Russia or the Russian government as such. But Russian government knows. If Russian government knows, if they still do not know, they can know. I just want my son back. That's it. And I am a law-abiding citizen of the country. I never broke any law in the country. I do not even have a traffic ticket in my name. So I was complying to Supreme Court order, but she did not. Apart from committing all the crimes, including that of child abuse, she did not comply to Supreme Court order, and now he is a fugitive right now.
So when was the last time you saw your son? And if he could hear you right now, do you have any message for him?
Just come back. Just come back.
See, now matter is very sensitive. We will not reveal much, but gist of the matter is that government through London ASG filed one status report stating that how they are doing investigation. Investigation actually in its preliminary stage. So there are certain suspects. We reveal their name. Court already directed them to do proper investigation with regard to those names and do necessary interrogation and do whatever needful to get the investigation done fairly and properly. So in that situation now, ASG further states that as far as their information is concerned, the child has not left India through at least official channel. If not, there is also possibility through not legal, illegal channel or other means. So that will come in investigation. Matter is again kept for Monday. So they will come up with certain other things, I believe.
Just last question before I let you go. Can you walk us through the custody arrangement before the woman actually went away with the child?
Previous custody arrangement you are talking about. Previous custody arrangement which was actually operative for almost 2 years. That was 20 hours out of 24 hours with the father and 4 hours with the mother. So this is a peculiar case where considering facts and her previous conduct and association, court granted this kind of arrangement 20 hours with the father, because father was always good for child's welfare in this matter. But last date court giving them an opportunity, that they said that we will change ourselves. Court wanted to give them an opportunity, so that arrangement was changed and they actually took undue advantage of that. That arrangement, change arrangement is 3 days with the mother and 4 days with the father. So when after 2-3 weeks actually, when we dropped the child as per this last arrangement, then child and mother was missing and her phones were also switched off. Then we approached police. Initially police was very reluctant, saying that we can't do. We mention all this in complaint. Thereafter we file appropriate application before Supreme Court for compliance its own order. Then Supreme Court issued notice on that and matter was listed, and now police is doing investigation and other government agencies are also working. So let's see how it goes.
Let's take a look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
National Students' Union of India workers were seen burning tyres as they protested outside the ED office in Raipur today over Chaitanya Baghel's arrest. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister's son Chaitanya was arrested in connection with the multi-crore liquor scam case in Chhattisgarh. He is now in 5-day ED custody. Incessant rainfall over the past few days has left Rajasthan's Ajmer marooned and disrupting daily lives. 52 ghats of Pushkar Lake were inundated following the constant heavy rains. Several residential areas have also been impacted. India's first indigenously built diving support vessel INS Nishtar was commissioned into the Indian Navy today. It was in the presence of Union Minister Sanjay Seth and Chief of Naval Staff Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi. And a high-level meeting was held at the Delhi Police headquarters regarding the security in Delhi. The meeting was attended by Delhi Police, NSG and other central agencies. Mock drills were conducted at 10 different locations across Delhi on Thursday. Viewers, NCP SCP MLA Rohit Pawar got involved into a heated argument with the Mumbai police at the Mumbai's Azad Maidan police station. Pawar and NCP SP MLA Jitendra Awadh, who was seen assaulting a journalist, went there to locate an injured party worker. NCP SCP's Nitin Deshmukh was assaulted by supporters of the BJP MLC Gopi Chand Padalkar yesterday. Pawar, in a heated argument, was heard saying, "Don't raise your voice" to a police officer.
सर हिंदी में क्या लग रहा है? बीजेपी जो ट्वीट कर रही है सर जो बीजेपी ट्वीट कर रही है छोड़ सर हिंदी में क्या लग रहा है? बीजेपी जो ट्वीट कर रही है सर जो बीजेपी ट्वीट कर रही है छोड़ सर हिंदी में क्या लग रहा है? बीजेपी जो ट्वीट कर रही है सर जो बीजेपी ट्वीट कर रही है छोड़ सर हिंदी में क्या लग रहा है?
And coming up after a short break, we get you more details. Middle class run over by rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one. Rich brat gets bail.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM. इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello, now very warm welcome viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakhta Mishra. The United States of America has designated the Lashkar Front TRF, the one behind Pahalgam terror attack, a foreign terrorist organization. And this comes just days after President Trump hosted Asim Munir for lunch. It sure is a diplomatic win for India. It's a blow to Pakistan. But what does America's move really mean? Why has the US decided to make this move now? We'll tell you that. Also, there is no end to the hit and run cases in the country. Another rich brat, drunk, hits and kills an innocent in Gandhinagar while driving a BMW. He has been now let off, viewers. Stop the luxury murders is Republic TV's campaign. We'll expose the patterns across India. Story number 3 is about the big Atmanirbhar push in defense. Our first indigenously developed deep sea rescue ship has joined the Indian Navy. Meanwhile, there's lens on the gangs of Bihar now. It's a free run given to criminals. Murderers roam free and fearless. Exclusive footage on Republic TV from the Patna hospital murder. What happened inside and outside. Also on the show, former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's son has been arrested by the ED in liquor scam. We'll tell you all that you need to know and the reactions coming in. And finally, the Prime Minister's battle cry in Bengal. He's made a big statement on infiltrators as well. We start with the top story, viewers, on 6 Stories at 6. The United States has accorded the status of foreign terrorist organization and especially designated global terrorist to TRF, a proxy of the Pakistan-based terror outfit Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now, the same group had claimed responsibility for the killing of 26 people, triggering the four-day military escalation between India and Pakistan. And the US noted that this was the deadliest civilian attack in India since the 2008 Mumbai attacks carried out by the Lashkar-e-Taiba. India has expressed its appreciation for the US Department of State decision, calling it as a significant step in the global fight against terrorism. So viewers, we'll help you understand what really the TRF has done and its entire history. Now, the latest, of course, is the Pahalgam terror attack on the 22nd of April. 26 killed, more than 20 injured. The tourists were targeted for the first time in the valley, viewers. It's the Lashkar-e-Taiba front. Now, mass shooting happened with M4s and AK-47s. We can quickly move with the graphics. Deadliest attack on civilians in the recent years. Of course, we know that. Then what happened in June? This is the history. We focus on the history. 9th of June last year, Riyasi, 9 people killed. These were Hindu pilgrims, 33 injured. And it was an attack on the bus returning from the pilgrimage, viewers. And in Pahalgam also, you know about the targeted killing of Hindus. In Gandarbal, on the 28th of October, viewers, 7 killed. This was last year. 7 killed, and these were migrant construction workers. There was a targeted killing of the non-locals in Kashmir. Now, retaliation against military infrastructure expansion as well. Anantnag, September 13, 2023, 3 killed. And Indian Army and the police force was also targeted. It was an ambush encounter, retaliation for killing of the Lashkar-e-Taiba operative Riaz Ahmad that caused this attack. Bandipora, 2020, 8th of July, 3 killed, a BJP leader and the family was also targeted in here. He was shot at home, and TRF had called them political stooges, viewers. And in fact, this is the history of the TRF. We have former Ambassador Veena Sikri joining us on the broadcast. Ma'am, thanks so much for joining us on Republic TV. Ma'am, I want to understand from you, the timing, of course, is very pertinent to understand about US move. 2 things here. Donald Trump wants Nobel Prize. he hosts Asim Munir, and then he gets a nomination. Then there are trade talks happening with India, and we see that finally, after years, United States wakes up to what TRF has been doing. For the past 5 to 6 years, it has been operating. How do you read into this, America's latest move of designating this terror outfit?
Well, I think first and foremost, it is a significant success for India's diplomacy. India, after 22nd of April, the dastardly terrorist attacks on innocent tourists in Pahalgam, we have made a point of telling the world very specifically that from now on, there is a new normal. Every act of terror is an act of war, and India has the full right to respond in self-defense and to take whatever action it deems fit. And we showed that to the world on May 7th and then on 9th and 10th of May. I think together with this, we sent the delegations across the world to 30 countries to convey our position that we are strongly in favor of united global counterterrorism actions. We are seeking counterterrorism cooperation with the USA, with the UK, with all countries of the world, and we were able to provide them the exact information. And while Pakistan and China kept asking, oh no, we don't know what is the TRF, and let's do an investigation and so on and so forth, we were able to give enough proof, sufficient evidence, and you yourself have listed all the attacks that the TRF has been conducting in Jammu and Kashmir, and we were able to convince the world. So much so that, despite Asim Munir, trying to say that he got the lunch at the White House, etc., we know that the Americans have today, with this statement, made a significant statement of support to India in its efforts on counterterrorism. They have lined themselves with India that we recognize that the TRF is a foreign terrorist organization and had been condemned as such. The connection with the Lashkar-e-Taiba is fully established, and the Lashkar-e-Taiba also has been reinvestigated and refound that they have to continue to remain a foreign terrorist organization. I think this is a real significant success because we were able to convey the message correctly, and our own actions on the May 7th destroying terrorist infrastructure across Pakistan, and then on 9th and 10th destroying their air bases and including the Noor Khan base and other attacks. So it has really shown the seriousness that India is there, the effectiveness of our defense systems, our air defense systems, our missiles, and it has really boosted India's position globally, that we are able to look after ourselves, and we will continue to do so, and we will continue to modernize, and we have done this very effectively.
Ambassador Sikri, also very quickly, I want to understand from you, how does it really help India's push towards the FATF? Because we've seen Pakistan's efforts and even China helping it to shield it in the UNSC and also, somewhere hoodwink the FATF. But how does this move, the latest move by US, aid India's efforts?
Oh, definitely it does. We have always been saying that in our global fight against terrorism and all the counterterrorism operations, financing and supply of weapons, these are the two critical factors on which we need global support and global coordination to make sure that the terrorist groups do not get these two vital elements, the financing in the money and the purchase of weapons. And the FATF is a very effective mechanism. As you know, earlier on, Pakistan was on the FATF grey list, from which they had been removed, but we are within our rights to ask for the reintroduction of Pakistan into the FATF grey list, and then to do further investigations to see how this can be moved ahead. I'm sure that we will be taking effective action on this because it is very much called for under these circumstances. It's a logical conclusion and a logical part of India's global efforts against terrorism within our region, within our country, and across the world.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Ambassador Sikri, for joining us on Republic TV. Viewers, we shift our focus to story number 2 that we're tracking for you. An allegedly drunk man driving a BMW hit an elderly riding a scooty in Gujarat's Gandhinagar. The elderly man was thrown 20 feet onto the road and died on the spot. A CCTV of the incident shows a black BMW car hitting the two-wheeler. The incident coming to light as Republic has been bringing to focus the multiple instances of VVIP brats that use their luxury cars as a murder weapon. This is a case of luxury murder. Question is, between the rule of law, does anyone care for the rule of law? Or rather, who rules the law? Who owns the roads? Who owns the law? It's the rich and powerful, viewers, who get away with these murders. And they get away with essays, they get away with bailable offences mentioned in the FIR, even though they have killed someone. We will take you through all of these serious cases one by one where the rich brats have run over the middle class viewers. Now you see, one by one you're seeing videos of that on your screens, from Vadodara in Gujarat to Gandhinagar today, Pune case, the Pune Porsche case. Recently in Delhi's Vasant Vihar also a similar case had happened. And we also have, all right, we have an activist joining us. We have Mr. Sushil Pandit, well-known activist joining us on the broadcast. Thanks so much, sir. So there's been a pattern, and it's not the first time. We've seen this for decades. But of late, we see that how there is underage, there is drunk driving, and they are all rich and powerful. This is a case of luxury murder that we are bringing to focus. And it clearly shows that there is no rule of law. It's about who is ruling the law, who is ruling power. You know, these people continue to get away with such offenses. They get away with murder.
That's true. And this has been going on. It shouldn't surprise anyone. These are VIP murderers. These are tycoon murderers. They are film stars. They are celebrities and who's who commit such crimes with impunity and get away with it because our our law enforcement, our crime and punishment system, our criminal justice system has broken. It's been broken for ages. These BMWs and such vehicles, SUVs, overnight become trucks. And victims actually become the reason for their plight. It is victim bashing at best when this comes to, in fact, punishing the actual criminals. We've had a case of collusion in Delhi between the prosecutor and the defensive lawyer.
Yes.
Supreme Court had to intervene and punish the defending lawyer because there were sting operations of collusion between the prosecutor and the defense lawyer. So such is the case. And this is case after case after case where rich brats get away with murder. Rich brats, and because there is no exemplary punishment, because you don't make an example out of such flagrant violation, these cases continue with impunity. Others don't get to learn a lesson, and they feel that they can get away with it because they have expensive lawyers by their side.
Yes.
They have pliable judges and a criminal justice system that just doesn't work. You have under trials languishing in jails for decades. But you have such rich, spoiled brats who get away with a murder without spending even a day.
Yes, sir.
They get a bail overnight, and then they fight cases with tons of money they have at their disposal.
Yeah, right, sir.
This needs to be checked.
Yes, sir, absolutely, of course. And the victim's family continue. They have lost their loved ones and they have no hopes, it seems, now for the justice also. Thanks so much, Mr. Pandit, for joining us, Republic TV viewers. We shift our focus to story number 3 now. In a major boost to India's maritime prowess, the Indian Navy commissioned the INS Nistar, a first fully indigenous diving support vessel with world-class submarine rescue, deep-sea diving and training capabilities. The vessel can perform diving salvage operations up to a depth of 300 meters, with INS Nistar boasting of capabilities exclusive to only a few navies worldwide. The induction sets a great diplomatic leverage for India. So let us just help you understand the significance of the Nistar. Now, viewers, it's the first fully indigenous diving support vessel, and it's of course a strategic leap in submarine rescue. Rescue operations have been in the news of late as well. Rescues submarines from depths up to 1,000 meters, and it's a deep submergence. It has a deep submergence rescue vehicle, and the saturation diving is up to 300 meters. These are the important factors why it's important. Side diving also is a feature up to 75 meters. It allows side diving also, and it's equipped with the side scan sonar. That is again very important as far as the rescue operation is concerned. It includes an ICU, an OT, an operation theater also, and decompression chamber as well. And it can continue for more than 60 days of sea operations. So there is a longevity also if there is any operation that continues for longer time. This INS ship will be of use. Over 80% of indigenous components have been used. That is very important to note. A major push for self-reliance, a major push for Atmanirbharta in defense, and inputs from 120 plus Indian MSMEs. Again, the push for Atmanirbharta is on display here. Diplomatic and strategic leverage, of course, viewers. Now, take a look at this beautiful rescue ship, India's first indigenous deep rescue Navy ship. And viewers, Bihar's capital Patna is turning into a crime capital. A spate of murders have been reported from Bihar in the last 10 days. Yesterday, gangsters barged inside a hospital and opened fire on another gangster who was under trial. He was out on parole and undergoing treatment. More CCTVs have now come out today. On your screens, in this video, you can see that these assailants, the same assailants who had shot dead Chandan Mishra there in the Paras hospital. They came out. It's like a victory march, you see. And the school girl, there's a school girl you'll see, and she was walking and she obviously got terrified of what she witnessed, and then she runs to hide somewhere. And these are gangsters celebrating a murder, wielding the weapon openly in broad daylight, middle of the road. They are brandishing their weapons in the open. This is happening in the heart of Bihar, in the capital city of Bihar, that is Patna, viewers. The moment this girl had seen this, the bike carrying the gangsters and the weapons, she of course runs for cover. So this is the state of affairs, state of law and order. Gopal Khemka murder just a few days ago happened. Again, there's there's a mystery that still looms, and the police is busy shifting blames on why this is happening, not taking responsibility, but blaming it on farmers, saying that the farmers are idle during the rainy season, and that's why there's a rise in the case of crimes. Prakash Singh joins us on the phone line from Prakash. Well, we see this CCTV footage that has come out, and we see that these assailants, first they in a mafia style, they enter the hospital. We can play out all the visuals from the hospital also. They brandish the weapon inside, they open fire, they come out, and it's like a victory march in the middle of the road in broad daylight.
Well, yes, it was some kind of CCTV visuals that have come out yesterday and today. Yesterday there were 5 to 6 people entering inside the
5 to 6 people entering inside the corridor of the hospital with openly displaying pistols in their hand, enter the room 209, shot him dead. Chandan Mishra, who was also a notorious criminal, 25 cases on his head of murder and other criminal charges. And now today we got the CCTV footage in which we can see, one, that all the 5-6 criminals assembled at one place. They made the plan and they entered inside the hospital. The second CCTV video showed that after the shootout, they were celebrating on the road, brandishing pistol open in the air with 3 miscreants on one bike each. 2 bikes were there, and we can also see a girl who was terror-stricken. And she had a nightmare. She's taken a safe hideout and she escaped narrowly once she shot. This kind of images that have come from Bihar, maybe it may be termed as a gang war, but this kind of gang war
Prakash, very
openly
quickly.
displaying and creating havoc
Prakash,
among
very
the
quickly,
people of Bihar.
Any action that has been taken? Has there been any arrest in the matter?
Well, we'll get to know that few people have been detained in this case. Interrogations are still on, and to arrest and nab the actual culprit in this particular case. 5 to 6 people were involved in this case, led by Tausif alias Badshah, who is on the run. And police is confident that they know about the whereabouts of all these criminals, and they are confident that they will be nabbed soon.
Okay.
Back to you.
Right. Prakash Singh, thank you so much for joining us on 6 Stories at 6 with those inputs from Patna. Viewers, shifting our focus to story number 5. Former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel, his son Chaitanya Baghel has been arrested by the ED and he's in custody for 5 days. The case involves a massive liquor scam and a parallel liquor distribution syndicate which the ED alleges was run by funds laundered through real estate firms of Chaitanya Baghel. ED produced Chaitanya before the PMLA court in Raipur after conducting raids at his residence in Bhilai. Now, Bhupesh Baghel, speaking to the media, has said that it is vendetta, it is witch hunt by the centre against the opposition. Listen into Bhupesh Baghel.
मेरे घर में ईडी का छापा पड़ा। 15 दिन बाद 26 मार्च को सीबीआई का छापा डाला और 10 मार्च से लेके आज 18 जुलाई जब मेरे लड़के का जन्मदिन है, उस दिन तक एक भी नोटिस नहीं, कोई पूछताछ नहीं और आज सीधी गिरफ्तारी। तो ये सीधी बात ये है कि अडानी के खिलाफ कांग्रेस पार्टी ने काम किया, हम सारे विधायक तमनार गए, इसके कारण से ये कार्रवाई की गई। और जो शिकायत ये आ रही है कि पप्पू बंसल के बयान के आधार पर, तो यहाँ कोर्ट से उसके खिलाफ नॉन अवेलेबल वारंट है और वो आदमी खुलेआम घूम रहा है, कभी ईडी कार्यालय जाता है, कभी सीबीआई कार्यालय जाता है, उसके बयान के आधार पे आप कार्रवाई कर रहे हो और वो आदमी कोर्ट के NBW है और ऑफिस घूम रहा है। इससे समझ आ जाता है कि सारा षड्यंत्र हो रहा है शासकीय एजेंसियों के माध्यम से।
And finally, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Bengal on Friday to launch a series of development projects worth over 12,000 crore rupees aimed at strengthening the infrastructure, connectivity and socio-economic growth in the state. In fact, he was in Bihar also. And just a while back, he was addressing a rally in Durgapur, West Bengal. He targeted the lawlessness of the TMC government. He promised significant changes if the BJP comes to power. Big push for Parivartan, as he said in the speech. He also talked about how BJP will push to weed out the migrants, the illegal migrants in West Bengal. He also talked about the crimes, the rise in the crimes against women in the state of West Bengal. We leave you with the parts from Prime Minister's speech. Thanks for watching.
बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जैसे अवसर गुरुग्राम में है, वैसे ही अवसर गया जी में भी बने। आज हर कोई कह रहा है टीएमसी हटाओ, बंगाल बचाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
first major global slap on Pak-sponsored TRF.
This was a mass murder in Pahalgam carried out by the TRF. There is ample evidence which is now available. The United States, which was trying to put a very even-handed response between India and Pakistan, that era now seems to be over.
Pakistan terror proxy, now world's problem. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, slay it your way.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
India Zona. Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
मैं तेनू क्या सी कि अब हमें सेकंड इनकम बिल्ड कर लेनी चाहिए और तुमने वापस म्यूचुअल फंड में पैसे डाल दिए।
ये फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स है।
मतलब
फिक्स्ड इनकम म्यूचुअल फंड्स मतलब चुने हुए इंटरेस्ट बेयरिंग कंपनी बॉन्ड्स, गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स और मनी मार्केट विच इन्वेस्टमेंट मतलब रेगुलर इनकम विच वी कैन विड्रॉ फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम।
मतलब म्यूचुअल फंड में फिक्स्ड इनकम वाली बात सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. Our top focus is going to also be on the ED investigation on former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel's son, who's now been arrested and in ED custody. First, a look at our top headlines.
बंगाल विकास चाहता है, बांग्ला परिवर्तन चाहे, बांग्ला उन्नयन चाहे।
Prime Minister gives Paribartan call in West Bengal's Durgapur, says development will come once the TMC is gone. NCP SP MLA Rohit Pawar gets into a heated argument with police officers at Mumbai's Azad Maidan police station. Raipur court sends ex-Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel's son Chaitanya to 5-day ED custody in multi-crore liquor scam case. Middle class run over by the rich yet again in Gandhinagar. BMW car kills one. The rich brat gets bail. Complete collapse of law and order on the streets of Patna. Another video from hospital firing shows accused roaming freely. US declares the resistance front outfit behind Pahalgam attack foreign terrorist organization. India hails the move. Viewers, we're getting breaking news. A fire has broken out in a chemical factory in Sambhapur area under Sonia police station limits. Fire tenders from Delhi and Uttar Pradesh have been seen carrying out firefighting operations. It's a chemical factory ablaze in the capital. Massive fire that's broken out in the capital. The chemical factory in Sambhalpur area under the Sonia Vihar police station, which has caught fire, and fire tenders have rushed to the spot to try, but a chemical fire factory ablaze. This is a massive fire that's continuing there. And viewers, there is no end to the hit and run cases in this country. There is another rich brat, drunk, hits, kills an innocent in Gujarat's Gandhinagar while driving his posh BMW. He's been let off again on bail. We say stop the luxury murders. This is a Republic TV campaign. We're exposing the pattern across India. And we show you these 5 videos and this kind of rampant horror that's been going on in India. We first show you the video where the BMW crushed the middle-aged man, the middle-class man in Gandhinagar in Gujarat, and that man, the boy in the BMW, is now out on bail. This is the video 1 of the luxury murders. Then we show you a few days ago in the posh locality of Vasant Vihar in Delhi, a rich drunk driver runs over 5. This happens and he also out on bail. We show you then the video 3, the case from last year, the Pune Porsche VVIP killer brat case who crushed 2 techies. He changed blood samples with his mother in the hospital, Sassoon Hospital. He was beaten by the normal person here, the middle class person here, but in the police station he also had the politicians waiting to try and get him out on bail. We show you a video 4, another round of the hit and run case. This is in Vadodara, Gujarat. Another powerful VVIP brat who is drunk on his power, entitlement, and intoxicated, inebriated. This is another round of the hit and run case, and video 5 shows you the Congress MLA's son who runs over a cop and his mother says, "Ye thoda sa accident hai." This is a political conspiracy when he hits into a constable as he crosses that cop there. These are just some of the videos that we show you in luxury murders as a part of what we're trying to show you as a part of our Republic campaign. And viewers, as I'm saying this, I also want to now give you more details. We're going to go across to the guest, victim Anish Avadhya's uncle in the Pune Porsche case, Akhilesh Avadhya, who's now joining us. Akhilesh ji, this is with sorrow that we're telling you this and we're showing you this, but this is across India that VVIP brats think they have a license to kill. There is no accountability, and you've been the sufferer of one such incident in the Pune Posh case. That person is now not even being treated as an adult. He was 17, but now going to be only treated as a minor. He's going to get away scot-free despite the use of influence, despite the blood sample change, despite the politicians who were present at the police station the very night your family member Anish had passed away. It's a sad tragedy that we're seeing across India. What action do you say should be taken here?
जी मैडम, हेलो जी मैडम।
अखिलेश जी, हम आपसे पूछ रहे हैं, अनीश आपके आप जिनके अंकल थे, उनके साथ जो हादसा हुआ था लास्ट ईयर, उसके बाद भी कुछ नहीं बदला। भारत में उसी तरीके से, उसी गाड़ियों से कुचले जा रहे हैं लोग, BMW होए चाहे कोई भी बड़ी गाड़ी होए। VIP ब्रैट्स का ये कल्चर इंडिया में चले जा रहा है। आपका भारत के लोगों को और भारत के नेताओं को, भारत की सरकार को क्या कहेंगे आप? आपकी क्या मांग होगी?
सबसे पहले तो भारत सरकार को इस विषय में नया कानून बनाना चाहिए। कानून ये होना चाहिए कि जिस प्रकार से ये पुणे पुलिस दुर्घटना हुई, इसमें वो माइनर था और उसको माइनर के कारण उसको उस प्रकार का बेल आउट हो गया था वहां से, किशोर न्यायालय से, जेजे बोर्ड से। तो सिर्फ ये कानून की कमी थी, जबकि वो उसका पूरा जो कृत्य था, एक्ट था, वो पूर्णतः वयस्क के रूप में था। इस प्रकार की घटनाएं उसके बाद कम से कम देश में 10 से 15 बड़ी बड़ी घटनाएं हुई, जिसमें इस प्रकार से लोगों ने दूसरे लोगों को कुचल दिया और बड़ी बड़ी ये महंगी गाड़ियां लेती। और दूसरा, किस प्रकार से लाइसेंस इनको रिलीज हो जाता है। जो भारत सरकार का लाइसेंस अथॉरिटी है, वो समय समय पर जो इनका एग्जामिनिंग होना चाहिए, जो ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस जो मिल जाता है, वो भी बहुत गलत तरीके से मिलता है। इसके कारण भी दुर्घटनाएं बढ़ रही हैं। जो समय समय पर इनका मेडिकल नहीं होता, चेकअप नहीं होता और लाइसेंस आसानी से उपलब्ध हो जाता है। इस कारण भी इस प्रकार की दुर्घटनाएं हो रही हैं। तो मैं भारत सरकार से कानून के विषय में बात करना चाहूंगा कि कानून को जरा सख्त होना चाहिए और लाइसेंस अथॉरिटी को भी समय देने के बाद भी समय समय पर चेक करना चाहिए कि वास्तव में वो उसका दुरुपयोग कर रहा है कि ड्रिंक करके चला रहा है, नशा करके चला रहा है, तो उसका लाइसेंस तुरंत उसी हमेशा के लिए उसको रद्द होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल आप सही कह रहे हैं, कानून तो बदलना चाहिए। और जो ये जेजे बोर्ड पे बैठे हैं, जो ये माइनर की तरह ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, इनमें भी थोड़ी सेंसिटाइजेशन होनी चाहिए। जो इस केस में स्पेशल पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर हैं, पुणे पॉश केस में स्पेसिफिकली शिशिर हिरे, उन्होंने ये भी कहा है दैट ही विल बी अप्रोचिंग अ हायर कोर्ट पॉसिबली आफ्टर रीडिंग द जजमेंट ऑफ द जेजेबी एंड द बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट। आई थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग विद अस अखिलेश जी। बहुत ही दुख और बहुत ही दुख के साथ हमें ये स्टोरी ला रहे हैं that there's this air of entitlement and arrogance with these VVIP brats. Viewers, it's a focus, it's a Republic campaign that we are going to get to the bottom of. The other big story. Today in the heart of Islamabad, families of Baloch activists took a powerful stand against what they call the oppressive regime of Pakistan. These families traveled thousands of kilometers from Balochistan. They're demanding the immediate release of their loved ones. Activists who've been detained, tortured, silenced, only for fighting for justice and the basic rights of the Baloch people.
Families of Baloch activists who were arbitrarily arrested by Pakistani authorities gathered today in the heart of Islamabad, demanding immediate action for the release of their loved ones. The activists were detained under the draconian colonial law 3 MPO. The reason? Because they decided to stand up to the rampant human rights violation and called for peace and justice in Balochistan. Among the detainees is Dr. Mehrang Baloch, a prominent advocate for Baloch rights. Despite the expiry of the 3 MPO detention law, Dr. Mehrang and other activists remained illegally detained and were subjected to inhumane conditions, including denial of family visits and even a legal representation.
प्रेसिडेंट जेल जो है कोयटा के, उन्होंने एटीसी कोर्ट के जज पर हमारे सामने ब्लेम लगाया कि उन्होंने उनको ऑर्डर दिया है कि किसी वकालतनामे पे दस्तखत नहीं करें। तो उसके बाद 10 दिन से हम रिमांड में हैं। सबसे पहली बात, हमने 24 घंटे भूख हड़ताल की क्योंकि हमें हमारे ड्यू राइट्स नहीं मिले।
The families are raging and their demand rings as clear as the bell. The international community, including the UN, needs to hold Pakistan accountable for its oppression of the Baloch people. As families continue to fight for justice, Pakistan finds itself in the eye of a storm. The question is, as the world watches closely, will Pakistan face an international pressure for accountability?
There's breaking news coming in. Pakistan now comes to the rescue of Lashkar. Pakistan says Lashkar is a defunct banned organization. Pakistan tries to focus to BLA list as terror group. MOFA Pakistan statement is now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs Pakistan statement is now coming out, where Pakistan is now condemning terrorism in all forms. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is now stating that Lashkar is actually a defunct banned organization. They come to Lashkar's rescue. They say any link with LET, which is a defunct organization banned in Pakistan, belies ground realities. Investigations into Pahalgam incident that happened in internationally recognized disputed region are still inconclusive. Pakistan has effectively, they say, dismantled concerned outfits. While the issue under consideration pertains to US domestic laws, India has a track record. Pakistan is continuing to say the same filth as always, and they continue to say in the statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm going to try and go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, I want to come across to you. This is once again a sham statement by a sham state, Pakistan, where they are trying to continue to say that we've done nothing wrong, we're against terrorism. LET is a banned organization, it's a defunct organization, and India has a track record of exploiting this. What do we make out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement from Pakistan here, Gursimran?
See, it has actually hit where it was supposed to hit, because now the Pakistan is completely rattled. They do not know what to do next. They are now trying to justify that the Lashkar-e-Toiba is a defunct organization, a banned organization upon which it has acted, and it has not acted against the assets but also the leaders of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. So that's very clear. The way Hafiz Sayyid and his son Tala Sayyid and other Saifullah Qari and other terrorists, Saifullah Kasuri, who is one of the mastermind of the Pahalgam terror attack, they are getting a free run in Pakistan. Now the Pakistan is saying that the Lashkar-e-Toiba is a banned organization. Actually, Pakistan has felt the heat that after UN listing the Resistance Front, an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Toiba, as the foreign terrorist organization as well as the global designated terror group, it is going to dent Pakistan a lot, because now any funding that goes to the Resistance Front or in the name of the Resistance Front, that comes under the international scrutiny. That is going to haunt Pakistan a lot, because the main objective of Pakistan offloading the Resistance Front was to evade the international scrutiny. But now Pakistan has completely failed to, reason being the investigations that have been done over the time by the India, and that was put before the United States by the Indian side, that see how these terror groups are behind not only the Pahalgam terror attack but Ganderbal terror attack, DKG terror attack, Bhata Doria terror attack, and also the Dhangri terror attack, the Shiv Khodi terror attack, where the innocent civilians were killed by the these Pakistani terrorists just on the base of their religion, and also the innocent killings of the Hindus and Sikhs that have been done from 2020 to 2022 that saw a spike, the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley. All that has been done on the behest of Hafiz Sayyid. All that has been done on the behest of Sajjad Gul, who is operating from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And now with the US listing the TRF as the foreign terrorist organization and the global designated terror group, Pakistan is in shambles. They are completely rattled, and now they have come out with a statement where they are trying to divert the attention towards what is happening in the Balochistan, their internal uprising. They are saying that look at this, what is happening. These groups that are affiliated to the Balochistan Liberation Army, they also be designated the same. But they are trying to give a cover to Lashkar-e-Toiba, stating that it is a defunct organization that has been banned and acted upon by the Pakistan. But the reality is known to the world the way Pakistan is a safe haven for Lashkar-e-Toiba, be it their ground cadres or their top brass that is there. And that was why there was need of Operation Sindoor for India to be carried out to dismantle the infrastructure of terror that is there in Pakistan.
Pakistan that is rattled, Gursimran. This is Pakistan that is nervous. This is Pakistan that is well aware that their role behind these terror organizations is very clear, and under the media glare and India's glare, they are now succumbing to the pressure. Thank you, Gursimran, for giving us those details. Moving on, another breaking news coming in. Encounter takes place between security forces and Maoists in the Abu Jamad region in Chhattisgarh's Narayanpur district. 6 Maoist bodies have been recovered in the ongoing battle. A large quantity of weapons, including AK-47 and SLR rifles, have been recovered from the spot. This is based on intelligence inputs that regarding the Maoist presence in the Abujmad region of Narayanpur district, there were joint teams of security forces that launched a security operation. 6 Maoists have already been encountered in this exchange of fire between the security forces and the Maoists. In the course of the search operation, 6 Maoist bodies recovered. I want to go across to Akil. But the breaking news as we go across on this is that 6 Maoist bodies have been recovered from the encounter site, along with the rifles and various other weapons, explosive materials and daily items of use. Viewers, in yet another significant milestone for the armed forces, on Thursday, India successfully test-fired an upgraded version of its Akash missile defense system. The indigenous missile defense system successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, taking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces. The Ministry of Defense has shared a post on its X handle confirming this landmark achievement.
India on Thursday tested an upgraded version of its indigenous Akash missile defense system. The successful test firing of the upgraded missile defense system marked another significant milestone for the Indian Armed Forces. The new Akash Prime variant of the homegrown missile defense system was tested in the heights of Ladakh. The Ministry of Defense shared a post on its official X handle saying that the new missile successfully took down 2 unmanned high-speed aerial targets, underlining its precision strike capability at high altitudes. A clip shared by the Defense Ministry showed the Akash Prime streaking the clear skies and striking its targets with pinpoint accuracy in the rugged heights of Ladakh. The Akash air defense successfully repelled Pakistan's attempts to invade the Indian airspace in the wake of Operation Sindoor, striking down missiles and drones launched by the enemy forces.
The Supreme Court stepped in on a high-stakes international custody battle, ordering Delhi police to trace a missing Russian woman, Victoria Basu, her 4.5-year-old son. The woman had disappeared on July 7th, and her estranged husband, Kolkata-based Saikat Basu, fears she may have fled the country. The top court directed the centre to issue a lookout circular and asked the Delhi Police Commissioner to submit a status report by today. A bench of Justice Surya Kant and Bakshi has also directed the Russian embassy to fully cooperate with the investigation.
Now matter is very sensitive. We will not reveal much, but gist of the matter is that government through London ASG filed one status report stating that how they are doing investigation. Investigation is actually in its preliminary stage. So there are certain suspects. We reveal their name. court already directed them to do proper investigation with regard to those names and do necessary interrogation and do whatever needful to get the investigation done fairly and properly. So in that situation now ASG further states that as far as their information is concerned, the child has not left India through at least official channel. If not, there is also possibility through not legal, illegal channel or other means. So that will come in investigation. Matter is again kept for Monday. So they will come up with certain other things, I believe.
Just last question before I let you go. Can you walk us through the custody arrangement before the woman actually went away with the child?
Previous custody arrangement you are talking about. Previous custody arrangement which was actually operative for almost 2 years. That was 20 hours out of 24 hours with the father and 4 hours with the mother. So this is a peculiar case where considering facts and her previous conduct and association, court granted this kind of arrangement 20 hours with the father, because father was always good for child's welfare in this matter. And but last date court giving them an opportunity, that they said that we will change ourselves. Court wanted to give them an opportunity, so that arrangement was changed and they actually took undue advantage of that. That arrangement, change arrangement is 3 days with the mother and 4 days with the father. So when after 2-3 weeks actually, when we dropped the child as per this last arrangement, then child and mother was missing and her phones were also switched off. Then we approached police. Initially police was very reluctant, saying that we can't do. We mention all this in complaint. Thereafter we file appropriate application before Supreme Court for compliance its own order. Then Supreme Court issued notice on that and matter was listed, and now police is doing investigation and other government agencies are also working. So let's see how it goes.
You had custody of your son, but then the time when your wife was supposed to return with your son, she did not. She did not. Yeah. What exactly happened?
So on 4th of July, I saw her taking luggages and entering Russian embassy. But she stayed there for some time. But when she came back, she had no luggages, and I also have proof of that. And what happened to that luggage, and why was she carrying luggages inside Russian embassy? That is one of the questions that people would be asking. Number one, and on Russian embassy today, they have said that on 5th also she went, which I am not aware of. But if they are saying she must have gone there on 5th. On 7th morning, 7th of July, I handed my son over as per Supreme Court order. And 8:33 a.m. it was the time when I handed him over to her. She took my son away. My son was waving me goodbye. I also recorded the video. I have it with me right now. And that was the last time I saw my son. And I have not seen my son ever since.
So now that you've approached the Supreme Court, what kind of relief are you expecting from them?
I see. There are fringe elements everywhere. There are fringe elements in India. There are fringe elements in Russia. So she must have taken support of some fringe elements within the Russian embassy. So I do not care what the Russian government. I have nothing against Russia or the Russian government as such. But Russian government knows. If Russian government knows, if they still do not know, they can know. I just want my son back. That's it. And I am a law-abiding citizen of the country. I never broke any law in the country. I do not even have a traffic ticket in my name. So I was complying to Supreme Court order, but she did not. Apart from committing all the crimes, including that of child abuse, she did not comply to Supreme Court order, and now he is a fugitive right now.
When wheels kill and wallets win. Luxury cars, dead citizens, silent law. Are hit and runs now a luxury sport? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. It's been 3 months since the Pahalgam terror attack, ladies and gentlemen. And for the last 3 months, we've done everything from Operation Sindoor to expose Pakistan at the global stage. And tonight, as we broadcast this show, there is some, not complete, but some Pahalgam justice. The TRF Lashkar Front TRF that claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack on the 22nd of April has now been tagged by America as a terror group, which means the hammer is going to fall harder. We focus on TRF, the Lashkar Front, to which even Pakistan is responding tonight. And on the show, also tonight, I have the entire Vadra chart sheet. It's out and it's with Republic. Here are the headlines. On This is exclusive. US officially designates terror group behind Pahalgam terror attack TRF as a terrorist organization. TRF terror trumped. India welcomes American move to list TRF as a terror group, calls it a boost to joint counter-terror efforts globally, a big win for our diplomacy. As America cracks down on TRF for its role in Pahalgam, families of the 26 victims now look to justice and the long-awaited closure. They join me live on the show tonight. As Akash Prime with indigenous Sika is tested successfully in Ladakh, the man who led the project joins me live on the world's best mid-range missile, which is on your screens right now. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a big breakthrough in India's fight against terror. The group behind the Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed the lives of 26 Indians on the 22nd of April, less than 3 months ago, has finally been acknowledged as a terror outfit on the global stage. The United States, which has been following this story closely, has officially designated the Resistance Front, or TRF, which is nothing but another name for Lashkar-e-Toiba, a proxy of Lashkar-e-Toiba. It's now been designated as a foreign terrorist organization by America. The TRF, which had openly claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack, making it the deadliest terror strike on Indian soil since the 26/11 Mumbai attack. And the move by America tonight is a significant diplomatic win for India. And as we look at the significance of this move tonight, we have two families live on the show. Survivors, eyewitnesses, family members of those who were killed in the Pahalgam attack. We speak to them after this report.
The armed gunmen you see in these clips belong to a group called the Resistance Front.
Please ask for help. Okay, firstly you give the hands water, drop of water, take a drop of water, sir, please. थोड़ा बताइए हुआ पति को मार दिया.
TRF, a Lashkar-e-Toiba proxy, has been involved in numerous terror-related activities, including the heinous attack on civilians in Pahalgam on 22nd of April 2025.
यहाँ पर थी, क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाने से मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी. यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी.
TRF also claimed responsibility for several attacks against Indian security forces, including most recently in 2024. Furthermore, LET itself had claimed responsibility for the 2008 Mumbai attacks. India has welcomed the US decision of designating the Resistance Front as a foreign terrorist organization and a specially designated global terrorist under US anti-terrorism laws. India called it a significant step in the global fight against terrorism. The MEA further noted that the decision aligns with India's long-standing call for international cooperation to dismantle terror infrastructure and the strong policy of zero tolerance towards terrorism. India has been pushing for the international forum like Quad and the BRICS to take a hard stance on terrorism by pushing for the issues of cross-border terrorism, terror financing, extremism and separatism. During SCO Council meeting of Foreign Ministers, External Affairs Minister S. Shankar stressed the importance of taking an uncompromising stance on terrorism, citing the recent Pahalgam terrorist attack.
The three evils that SCO was founded to combat: terrorism, separatism, and extremism. Not surprisingly, they often occur together. Recently, we in India witnessed a graphic example in the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on 22nd April 2025. It was deliberately conducted to undermine the tourism economy of Jammu and Kashmir while sowing a religious divide. The UN Security Council, of which some here are currently members, issued a statement that condemned it in the strongest terms and, quote, underlying the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote.
The terror tagging of TRF will take off the mask of Pakistan's terror ties. The attempt to hoodwink FATF authorities will no longer work.
And as you saw those images, one of the victims you saw there was Lieutenant Vinay Narwal. I have his father, Mr. Rahul Narwal, joining me on the broadcast today. Mr. Narwal, first of all, thank you, sir, for joining us this evening and taking the time out to speaking to us. Namaste.
Thank you. My name is Rajesh Narwal.
Rajesh, I'm sorry about that, sir. Rajesh.
मेरा नाम राजेश नरवाल है और हिंदी में बात करेंगे.
हाँ जी, राजेश जी, अभी ये जो यूएस का एक मूव आया है, ऑफ कोर्स इंडिया हैज बीन कैंपेनिंग अगेंस्ट टीआरएफ ऑन द ग्लोबल स्टेज. व्हाट डज दिस मीन फॉर योर फैमिली? आपको क्या लगा ये सुन के कि आज अमेरिका ने टीआरएफ को एक टैग दिया है, टेररिस्ट टैग दिया है? डज इट मैटर टू यू एंड योर फैमिली? डज इट मेक एनी डिफरेंस?
यस, जो इसको टीआरएफ को, द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट को टेररिस्ट टैग दिया है, तो पहले तो समझने की बात यह है कि ये जो टीआरएफ है ये लश्कर तैयबा का ही एक मुखौटा पहने हुए है. लश्कर तैयबा ही है ये. तो इसमें इस जो ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाया था इसको भी डेजिग्नेटेड टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डिक्लेयर किया है. तो बहुत अच्छा किया है और ये सराहनीय काम है यूएस गवर्नमेंट का. आई डू अप्रिशिएट.
अभी 2 मिनट पहले एक स्टेटमेंट आया है, मैं आपको पढ़ के आपको सुन रहा हूँ. आई मीन आई वांट यू टू लिसन टू दिस. ये सुन के मुझे बहुत आश्चर्य हुआ. ये देखिए, ये पाकिस्तान का स्टेटमेंट ये आया है कि लश्कर एक डिफंक्ट बैंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है और ये टेरर ग्रुप है, लेकिन ये डिफंक्ट है. क्या आप इस स्टेटमेंट से सहमत है? पाकिस्तान सेज Lashkar-e-Toiba is a defunct terror organization that doesn't exist.
Now it is not defunctional, so we cannot say it defunct. ये तो अभी भी अपने काम कर रहा है. और ये बताइए, जैसे लश्कर-ए-तैयबा ही है, उसने टीआरएफ बना रखा है, हो सकता है एक दो और बना रखे हो, अभी हमारे नोटिस में नहीं हो. तो इनफैक्ट कौन है वो लश्कर-ए-तैयबा ही है, तो डिफंक्ट तो नहीं है. इसलिए मैं इससे सहमत नहीं हूँ इस बात से. तो पाकिस्तान का जो स्टेक है ये कहना है वो गलत है सर, मुझे ऐसा लगता है.
राजेश जी, ये देखिए, ये हमें ये भी आश्चर्य लगा कि इफ यू लुक एट द क्रोनोलॉजी, पहलगाम टेरर अटैक के बाद ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बाद डोनाल्ड ट्रंप का एक स्टेटमेंट आया कि सीज फायर हुआ है, मैंने बातचीत की है पाकिस्तान से और भारत से. ये जो पूरा ड्रामेबाज भी थे, जो बहुत सारा ड्रामा भी हुआ कि उन्होंने सीज फायर का ये जो फैसला किया था, उन्होंने क्लेम करने की अटेम्प्ट की थी. आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि आसिम मुनीर को उन्होंने इनविटेशन भी दिला के अमेरिका बुलाया. आसिम मुनीर अभी भी एक दोस्त है अमेरिका का, तो इस मूव में कोई डुप्लिसिटी लग रहा है आपको?
देखो, जो यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने जो ये डिसीजन लिया है कि टीआरएफ को अपने आप में लश्कर तैयबा का मुखौटा पहना हुआ दूसरा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसको टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में डाला है, तो इससे लगता है कि यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने इस चीज़ को मतलब माना है कि ये टेररिस्ट जो अटैक हुआ है और उसने जो जिम्मेदारी ली थी उसी ने किया है, और कहीं ना कहीं उसके पीछे जो बात है वो आप और हम सभी जानते हैं। तो इससे आसिफ मुनीर जी के साथ उनका क्या है क्या नहीं है, इस बारे में कुछ नहीं कहना है मुझे।
सर, आपको ये भी पूछना है कि अभी आसिम मुनीर इज वेरी एक्टिव। आसिम मुनीर और पाकिस्तान का जो स्टेटमेंट आई है, दे आर ट्राइंग टू डाइवर्ट द अटेंशन, बट माय क्वेश्चन टू यू इज, एज फार एज पाकिस्तान इज कंसर्न, द TRF टेररिस्ट बिहाइंड द पहलगाम अटैक, पहलगाम में जो आतंकवादी आए थे, दे आर स्टिल अलाइव।
इस बारे में ना आप जान सकते हैं ना मुझे मालूम है, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि हमारी सरकार इस मामले में बहुत ही गंभीर है और बहुत ही सेंसिटाइज है, और डे आफ्टर डे या टुडे या डे आफ्टर सम डेज डेफिनेटली वो पकड़े जाएंगे और सरकार उन पर एक्शन करेगी।
हाँ जी। And Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, when we saw the visuals, sir, of the family and the entire country paid tribute to Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, all of us, had our head in shame that we allowed this to happen. How is your family coping with this? Unke parivar mein, how are all of you coping with this, sir?
सर, ये बड़ा इमोशनल सा क्वेश्चन है। इसमें जिसके घर में ये सब हुआ होता है तो वो कैसे कोप अप करेगा, कोप अप करने की स्थिति में ही नहीं होता है। इकलौता बच्चा है, न्यूली मैरिड है, 5 दिन पहले शादी हुई है, 3 दिन पहले उसकी रिसेप्शन हुई है, घर में शादी का माहौल है, और अचानक इतना बड़ा पार्ट टूट पड़े फैमिली के ऊपर, तो अर्श से फर्श पे आने वाली बात हो जाती है। मानसिक तौर पे मानसिक संतुलन बिगड़ गया हम सबका। तो वी आर स्टिल इन ट्रॉमेटिक स्टेट ऑफ माइंड। तो कोप अप करने की तो कोई बात ही नहीं है, नहीं कर पाते हैं, नहीं कर पाए।
मेरा आखिरी क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है, राजेश नरवाल जी, आप लेफ्टिनेंट विनय नरवाल के पिताजी है, क्या आपके मन में ऐसा कुछ है कि हम अभी भी कर सकते हैं टू ब्रिंग जस्टिस, क्लोजर टू द पहलगाम विक्टिम्स?
देखो, तो हमारी सरकार जो है ये अपना काम कर रही है, और सरकार पर हमें भरोसा करना चाहिए, क्योंकि पहलगाम टेरर अटैक के बाद ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भी किया गया, जिससे मेरे देशवासियों को और हर सिटीजन को, इंडियन को एक सांत्वना मिली है कि हमने कहीं ना कहीं हमने टेररिस्ट अटैक जो पहलगाम में 22 तारीख को हुआ था, जिसमें मेरा बेटा लेफ्टिनेंट विनय भी शहीद हुआ है, तो उनका बदला लिया गया है। तो मेरे देशवासियों को उससे सांत्वना मिली है, क्योंकि ये दुख मेरा अकेले का नहीं रहा है, ये पूरे वैश्विक दुख है ये, और मेरे देश के हर निवासी का ये दुख रहा है, सब मेरे दुख में शरीक हुए हैं। तो एक्शन तो लिया है गवर्नमेंट ने, जो ठीक समझेगी फ्यूचर में जैसा भी होगा एक्शन ले भी रही होगी, मेरा यही कहना है।
हाँ जी, राजेश नरवाल जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया for speaking to Republic TV. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for taking the time out and having the courage to speak. And we're getting in some more breaking news now, because we have a statement also coming in. It's an exclusive statement from the US Embassy. The US Embassy spokesperson in India, Chris Elms, has issued a statement on the American move to tag TRF as a terror group.
July 17th, the U.S. Department of State added the Resistance Front as a designated foreign terrorist organization and specially designated global terrorist. TRF, a luxury type of front and proxy, claimed responsibility for the April 22nd Pahalgam attack, which killed 26 civilians. This was the deadliest attack on civilians in India since the 2008 Mumbai attacks conducted by LET. TRF has also claimed responsibility for several attacks against Indian security forces, including most recently in 2024. These actions taken by the U.S. Department of State demonstrate the Trump administration's commitment to protecting our national security interests, countering terrorism, and enforcing President Trump's call for justice for the Pahalgam attack.
Okay, that statement came in a few minutes back from the US Embassy. Moving on to our next big story. Big moment for India, for India's indigenous capability. The Indian Army successfully tested the Akash Prime missile system, which is designed to operate in extreme cold, high altitude conditions, especially above 4,500 meters. This specific testing was conducted at 15,000 feet. In the test carried out by the Indian Army in the Ladakh sector, the missile hit 2 confirmed kills during a test run. This advanced missile is a new variant of India's Akash missile system. It is an unmatched missile technology. It's also one of the world's best mid-range missile. I spoke to Dr. Prahalada Ramarao, who also has played a very, very big role. He was the project head for Akash missile system. He talks about how Akash Prime sets India worlds apart and why he says the entire Akash is now ours. Akash Prime is here, and we've seen the kind of comments that have been made in the last few weeks and months on the need for more and more made in India, indigenous weaponry, technology, missiles. When you look at Akash Prime, how far have we come, sir?
One thing we are very happy, and it is our strategy, that when the Akash was already being used, it was given to the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and it was showing good performance. We took the decision to do Akash Prime. That is, how do you go ahead with the improved version of Akash, better version of Akash. And this is a good strategy, that there is a possibility of continuous improvement of a product. In probably every few years we bring out a new innovation, new improvement, new software, new hardware, many things we can do. That way we launched the Akash Prime, and knowing fully well that Akash itself is meeting all the requirements, but we said let us customize for specific roles where Akash Prime will be giving a slight edge than Akash alone. So this is how we started. I am happy that it has been tested by users at the most stringent conditions, and it has worked well. I am very happy with it, and our dream, also our strategy has worked out very satisfactorily.
You spoke about the edge. How big is this edge when you have Akash Prime intercepting 2 targets at high speed successfully?
See, the edge is, there are certain geometries where, see, the Akash will be going surface to air, and the target from the adversary is flying into our territory. It can come from different azimuth directions, different elevations, and also at different speeds. This is expected. Akash is anyway working. But suppose you have a hilly terrain. Then naturally over certain particular azimuth and elevation, you may not be able to see the adversary's image or radar image. You can't see, radar reflection you cannot see. Then you have to require to take a very unique trajectory for that particular target. There you need a small edge so that you will go more accurately, and we may like to hand over the certain last second activities to the missile itself, instead of guiding from the ground-based radar. Normally we are guiding the missile from a ground-based radar till the missile intercepts the target and explodes the warhead so that the target gets destroyed. This is normally condition. But in the prime case, what we do is, we will allow the missiles seek the target by itself. So it will be more accurate during the terminal phase, and even though the ground-based radar cannot be seeing the target all the time, the missile will see and go and intercept. So it becomes some sort of autonomous, and there is a seeker, RF seeker to do the job, and that will ensure that under all circumstances, the edge will be giving you superiority so that the target cannot escape or hiding behind a hill or trying to go low suddenly. Such situations we can combat very successfully. And fortunately, we are able to do a proper system engineering so that the same missile with the same length and size and weight is able to handle the RF seeker also, and the same launcher can carry the missiles, whether Akash or Akash Prime, it can carry the same missile, and the user will have the total freedom and flexibility to load a launcher with a mix of Akash and Akash Prime, and the onboard or a ground-based command center will take a decision. It can take autonomous decision or a commander-induced decision to use either Akash or Akash Prime, because the same protocols are there, and this gives a hell of a lot of confidence, flexibility, customization for the army or the air force who want to use this Akash and Akash Prime. They are the same breed, they are from the same breed. Each has one has slight edge, another has, and of course, as you can understand, Akash Prime will be, because of that small edge, it will be little expensive, and Akash will be little lower cost. That's it. Otherwise, it is a beautiful piece of engineering work.
Okay, that was Dr. Prahalada Ramarao, the man who headed the Akash project. So he's been a part of the Akash project, was tasked to do that by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. The entire podcast will be put up on republicworld.com. It's critical what he says vis-a-vis China and why it gives us the edge. Moving on now. Republic TV has accessed the full charge sheet against Robert Vadra, who's the accused number one in the money laundering case. We've accessed details through this charge sheet of what and how Robert Vadra, through the Haryana land scam, laundered money. Okay, the charge sheet talks about Vadra receiving 58 crore as proceeds of crime. The money was routed through two channels. One, a sum of 5 crore was routed through Blue Breeze Trading Private Limited. Point number 2, 53 crore routed through Skylight Hospitality Private Limited. Vadra used these funds to acquire immovable properties and make investments, settle loans. 38 crore worth properties were linked to Vadra and have now been seized. That's nearly 43 properties we are hearing. What Vadra owns, we know about his land in Bikaner, Rajasthan, units in Gujarat City Centre, Gurugram, units in Bestech Business Tower in Mohali, residential units in J. Ambe Township in Ahmedabad. Real Earth Estates Private Limited owns these properties, and also MS Skylight Realty Private Limited. Shavan, with details of the charge sheet, he's got details of it with him. Shavan, it was a sweet deal, and it's been going on for several years. Finally, the charge sheet has been filed. Can you take us a little bit through what the charge sheet details out, which is new, and secondly, what next in this case?
Well, in fact, 11 people have been charge sheeted. Robert Vadra happens to be accused number 1. A land which was purchased for about 3.5 crores was finally sold off for about 58 crore rupees to DLF. This company, that is Skylight Hospitality Private Limited, linked to Robert Vadra, purchased the land for about 3.5 crores, then sold it off to Unkareshwar Properties, and that was for 7.5 crore rupees. And finally, the same very land parcel was sold off for about 58 crore rupees. Now, according to this particular charge sheet, as far as the money, the proceeds of a crime that was routed to Robert Vadra was about 58 crore rupees. They have basically put out details of how Robert Vadra has actually received the money or the proceeds of crime. 5 crore rupees was actually routed through a company named Blue Breeze Trading Private Limited, and about 53 crore rupees was routed through Skylight Hospitality Private Limited, a company that has been linked to him. The other important point is that apart from buying immovable properties, we are given to understand that Robert Vadra has used the proceeds of crime for buying land in Bikaner, units in Gujarat City Centre, which you already mentioned. Apart from that, he's bought land in Faridabad, plots in Mayfield in Gurugram, commercial units in Centrum Plaza in Gurugram, commercial units again in Gurugram, commercial units in Indo-Export Mart in Noida, an apartment in Gurugram, land in Bikaner, and a commercial space in Noida. Now these are claims that have been made by the enforcement directorate in the charge sheet that has been filed. But remember, this happens to be the first charge sheet that has been filed against Robert Vadra. There are about 3 cases that have been registered, or for that matter, which is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. But this is one case where the Enforcement Directorate believes that they have enough evidence against Robert Vadra.
Shravan, thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, those details came into our newsrooms a short while back. It's a chart sheet which we have accessed, the entire chart sheet. They called it Damat Shri, the Damat scam, etc. And Robert Vadra finally has been chart sheeted. Very strangely, Rahul Gandhi has come out and defended Robert Vadra, saying that my brother-in-law is innocent. Story is developing. Thanks for watching. This is exclusive.